Okay, quick. Whoever got in here first, tell me if you can hear me. That's all I need. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Nice. Alright, see you guys in like 10 minutes. Ah, shit, there's still time left. Shoutouts to my dog who's wandered into the room, by the way. Any Omori fans in chat? Play final duet. Play the final duet. Maybe later. Alright, time to start the stream. I'm going to activate actually streaming mode. Just hang on for 1 second. All right, here we are. So in case anyone was wondering, that is my official refutation to the theory that Kris can't play piano under the player's control. Not that that's relevant whatsoever. But yeah, this is a live stream. I'm going to remind everyone off the bat that this is the first time I've ever done a live stream. I don't really have any clue what I'm doing here. And the only point of this stream is to respond to the comments of the Deltarune video that I made about 2 weeks ago. Is the stream going down? I'm already seeing like technical issues popping off in the chat here. I'm sure it's fine. Thank you, Christopher Deverman, for calling me the modern-day Matt Pat. That's very appreciated. It looks like some people actually showed up. I'm a bit surprised about that, but cool. I'll take that. Explosive Action says, are you responding via replies to every comment, or are you just talking about it with us? I will just be verbally replying to the comments. I will not be typing anything. Unless it's funny, I don't know. But this is instead of typing, because that takes a year, and this will still take a year, but it's more fun this way, I think. Okay, you're still looking at Gaster Dancing. That is as intended. Maybe I'll turn off the Gaster Dancing for now. Alright. 3, 2, 1... Did it work? No. I think it worked. Alright, so if anyone's wondering what our tasteful Undertale background music is here, it's this lovely lo-fi album. I'm a big fan. And we'll just leave this kind of going. I assume no one will try to sue me over it. Yes, you can all feast your eyes on my recommendations. Didn't even try to hide those. Alright, I'm seeing some guys from the Discord, or I shouldn't say guys, some individuals, some gamers from the Discord server. I probably won't know you if you don't have the same username. Maybe that's obvious, but I'm just gonna pretend I don't recognize anyone here, to avoid showing too much favoritism. Although I did see Dork earlier. She has cool Undertale videos, one of which not Undertale, Deltarune, I should specify. One of which was the thumbnail I used. Alright, maybe I should stop rambling and start reading the comments. Oh, I recognize quote. With the novella. Yeah, I know you have a second novella quote. I'm not going to forget you. Okay. Alright, let's do the comments. These are the comments. We're at the bottom now. I spent like an hour today scrolling all the way down from newest to oldest to the very oldest comments, and we're just going to go up chronologically, because that's the most fair way to do it, I think. The first come, first serve. Don't want to purely show favoritism to the top comments. I have no idea how many we'll get through. This could take like 100 years. I have no idea. I don't know anything. Yes, I am actually doing this, Epic Squid. Yes, I do wish there was an oldest comments option, Prete. That would be really nice. But oh well, the browser didn't crash, so this'll do, this'll do. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking at chat for just a second. I'm already getting sucked into reading the chat. Again, never live streamed. I'm going to read a comment from the video. I'm going to do it, alright? Sweet. That is the first comment. Okay, start with some ground rules. I'm going to be ignoring all the comments that just say, like, good video, right? Because those are really nice and I like them, but they're not interesting to talk about. No one wants to watch me just read my own praises on stream for like 3 hours. Okay, so it's got to be a theory. It's got to have some meat on its bones. I'll probably also skip anything that's just like, it's Kara though, I promise, without actually offering, because there's lots of those, especially the newer comments. They're just no evidence, just like, I think this would be funny. So those are getting skipped. Let's see, where's the first juicy one here? This is just my buddy Toby, I paid him to write this. 50 Pretzels Classic. No. Oh, I forgot to do that. Oh well. Aha, aha, okay. This is a comment with contents in it. So Nicholas, Nicolias says, I think Deltarune is a different game with different mechanics from Undertale that will repeatedly let you down the more you compare them. We sometimes forget that Gaster is barely even a character in Undertale. Imagine a Deltarune theory if Undertale had never existed, and I think that's the way to the correct answer. Well, this is a good one to start with, because this is, I wouldn't say a common sentiment, but more common than it should be, is that looking at Deltarune in the context of Undertale is simply not correct. A lot of you probably think that's obviously false, but maybe I'll actually address it. Just to be fair. Because a lot of that gets drawn, I think, from Toby's comments on Twitter, where he says that the games are different. I'm glad people are taking Deltarune as its own entity now instead of just comparing it to Deltarune. He said all that stuff, but also in his Q&A posts, when people ask him if there's connections to Undertale, he says it's a different game in a different universe, but that doesn't mean there's no connections. He actually specifies that. And furthermore, in the the anniversary live stream he does, where I went back and played Deltarune Chapter 1, he was giving commentary on how originally his intent was for all the NPCs in Hometown. Is this the right point I'm going into? No, it's a different point. He was intending, for the menus in the Hometown section to be as similar to Undertale as possible. They've actually built 2 separate menu systems for the game just because he wanted the players to be confused about whether they were still playing Undertale. So to say that they're not related at all and we're picking on Toby and being mean for trying to compare them is completely false. And that's not even getting into the in-game evidence with the Gaster connections. Gaster's not much of a character in Undertale, true, but a lot of the stuff relevant to him, like the Clam Girl, was patched in later, which is very specifically ties Deltarune to Undertale because she references, my neighbor's daughter Susie. I think the original version of the Deltarune website was just a bunch of faded wingdings that said the prophecy about the 3 heroes appearing. Gaster is super just in Deltarune, and he was first referenced in Undertale. So there's your connection, alright? We can move past this first comment that only took an hour. Glancing at chat. My dad was stuck in Andrew's basement. Thank you, Lucas BC. I can confirm. He's still there. Okay, next one. Trivia Bunny says, honestly, I don't think there's a third entity. Obviously, Gaster exists, but I want to think that there are 2 entities that control the menu and the story. 2 entities that control the menu and the story. Okay, Ralsei is the guide of the story, trying to push the story. So either Ralsei is the first entity or works with that entity, but then Gaster exists, threw us in the loop. What if there was a story already? This is not the best start. So there's going to be a lot of these very long, sort of incoherent ones that are a bit hard to follow. I don't hold that against anyone, but it's going to be a bit hard to get through these. I'm going to do my best. So Ralsei is the first entity, but then Gaster threw us in the loop. What if there was a story already set in Fate, then Gaster challenges that Fate, forcing that world? So this is just speculation, basically. That's my answer to this, is all the stuff with who did the prophecy, Ralsei is guiding the story, Gaster is guiding the story. There's a little bit of evidence to indicate that, but nothing to extrapolate on. There's no further you can actually go in discussing that. So anything that's talking about this in this much detail is just going to be speculation. And I don't really have interest in just indulging speculation if there's no evidence that indicates it. Even if it's cool. It's just a short fan fiction, basically. Okay. Nikolaius, again, he's double dipping here, I don't appreciate that. Kris is willing to open fountains and hurt everyone around them because they were the first to get a call. That's why your phone connects to the garbage noise in the dark world. Kris has the soul that the mad darkners want, and the whims of the player are the consequences of carrying the soul's power. I mean, I can agree with that part. Kris knows this, and we will do anything to keep the soul entertained so the player doesn't choose to leave. Okay, that's weird. So what he's saying is that Kris is trying to keep us playing the game, sort of like Flowey was, a little bit implicitly, because us not playing would destroy the world. I don't see this as being indicated anywhere. There's not really meta text set up to indicate that yet. So this is still mostly speculation. First to get a call. I mean, this is a decent idea that Kris, the same way that Spamton got a call via, someone who's probably Gaster, basically, that maybe Kris has linked up to this mysterious person, and that's why Kris has all this weird behavior and knowledge that's hard to explain. Maybe, but again, nothing more to get into there for now, so I don't think we can discuss it much more. It's just the one piece of evidence with the phone makes the garbage noise. This is just a compliment. What if there is no fountain? What if Kris just broke a gas line? This was the meme from the GDQ speedrun. I'm assuming this is a joke. Okay, it expands. I think they might be serious, actually. Sorry, dude. I'm not reading your short story about a Kris hitting a gas main being a major plot point in Deltarune. Maybe they're saying it's like another fake out, like Kris ate the pie, but that's not all Kris even did in Chapter 1. They didn't just eat pie. No, I'm not going to acknowledge this any further. We don't have enough time. Okay, good video. Joseph Anderson, Homestuck. Haha, Homestuck. Good video. Cool video. Moss bag of Undertale. Hell yeah. That's a compliment I haven't earned yet, but I appreciate it. The game is so engaging, and adding more mystery boxes feels unnecessary. I'm already nervous about Gastro overcomplicating things. We don't really need a third entity. That's also my take, as anyone who's watched the video would know. Adding complexity to the story of these games is like almost an inherently bad thing, which is weird, but like Toby's stories tend to be quite complex, but it's a task of balancing the complexity against the sort of the meaning and the emotional core that makes everything stay coherent. And I think, as this person has echoed, that adding in all of these mysterious specters that have their motivations and are secretly managing things tips it too far toward complexity and doesn't have enough either emotional resonance or sort of metatext associated with it. Okay, this person is in the Discord. Nice. Okay. This is just agreeing with me, I think. Shoutouts to Sans Undertale, by the way. Making noises. We don't understand why Kris does what they do in the chapter endings. We are interfering, so they get rid of us. Yeah, this is mostly just agreeing with me. I don't have too much to respond to that, but alright. It's also not interesting to just respond to comments that agree with you totally, so I might be skimming over those. I keep scrolling up too far. That's a compliment. Aha, the Jaru Jaru video is recommended, because I think this is one of... Okay, the story with this... I have a bunch of other Deltarune videos thumbnails present in mine, and I got sort of called out, rightly so, for using them without like really having watched any of them. I was really just looking for props that like matched the audio. I wasn't thinking any further than that. So I was like, all right, this one says Kris is evil. This one says Kris isn't evil. You know, it's a visual representation. And this person is telling me to watch one of those, the Jaru Jaru one. Okay. Kinship between Deltarune fans and the trifecta, Deltarune, Homestuck, and Kingdom Hearts, the only three pieces of media you'll ever need to consume. Okay, this is getting weird. Oh wait. Dafa Akira says, I showed Dork the joke. It may have been my fault. It's no one's fault. I'm apologizing just in case anyone was offended. I don't think anyone was actually upset. But it was just a weird thing to do, I guess, without thinking about it too much. Marco Golem informs everyone that their spaghetti bowl needs to be refilled. Yeah, I did sort of put Dork's thumbnail into a context that implied that I disagreed with it, when I in fact do not. I watched that one, and I do not disagree with pretty much anything in it. It's a good video. Okay, wacky comment. I think it is all technically one soul, but Kris is an invention of Kara, using Frisk's possessed soul. The body is a grown version of Kara, who would be nearly dead if not for using Frisk's soul, and who loses control of the soul when the player is active. You'd love to see it expand into like a short novel. Oh, there's going to be a lot of those. Alright, so I think this is getting at the sort of post-genocide interpretation, where people think that after you give Kara Frisk's soul on the genocide route, Kara gets like alley-ooped by Gaster into the new universe or something. Which I think entirely comes from that line that Kara says in the post-genocide monologue about, let's erase this pointless world and move on to the next. I think that's like the exclusive source of the speculation that Kara is capable of moving between worlds. For the record, I interpreted that as just the next game, whatever you're playing next, because Kara at that point in time is sort of doing this weird like metaphor for the player's avatar in games in general. It's very confusing. I don't want to derail myself by just talking about Kara for 3 hours. But anyway, it's getting at that. Even though Kara has control during an Undertale run, you, the player, has control of Frisk's soul. Does Kara have control over an Undertale run? That was mentioned in the, again, post-genocide monologue, literally, since when were you're the one in control. But for the vast majority of the time, you are in control. I mean, that's just the case. Until the player loses direct control, where Kara... I'm gonna have to learn a more efficient way of skimming these comments, I think. I'm not sure where this is leading yet, and I'm getting bogged down in details. This would fall in line with the trend in Deltarune, where only in cutscenes does the body of Kris have some autonomy. That is true. Basically, it seems like the only times where Kris can remove their soul is when... I mean, there's not a great sample size. This isn't like laying down the law here, but it sort of looks like that Kris has control when we're not in control, i.e. in a cutscene, which sort of makes sense. Okay, Kara has the power to create universes from nothing. When Kara recreates the Undertale universe, Kara could recreate the universe to be the Deltarune universe. I think I see where this is going. So this may be representative of like a larger set of comments that are going for this post-genocide theory. Basically, okay, my response to the whole Kara post-genocide thing is that at that point in time, the game's, it's in a very like meta state of storytelling, right? Kara's calling you out. They're saying that they're a personification for like the feeling you get when you grind in a game. They're sort of implying that they're not bound to Undertale, that you should just delete it and then play a new game. And when Kara destroys the world, I think that's still getting into the, you know, that meta aspect of determination, where in the same way that determination lets you control time, which is actually saving and loading the game, it also sort of extends to being able to delete your save file, perhaps, or make a new one, which I think is what the point of Kara deleting the world is, because Kara shares your determination. Am I making any sense, chat? Have I gone completely off the deep end? I'm sorry, I haven't rehearsed any of these. Okay, basically, yeah, I'm just not convinced by that, because I don't think the big genocide monologue scene was supposed to be taken literally. I could have just said that. I think it's a bit more complex than that, and trying to interpret that literally as like, okay, Kara's, you know, gonna hop into Deltarune with Gaster in tow. It's a bit of a stretch, and I don't think it really links up to anything thematically. Huh, okay. This is gonna be a long fucking stream. We've looked at like 4 comments so far. Someone in chat, Sans Probus, says, one thing I've never understood is how Kara's personality persisted after death. Could someone explain it to me? No. I have no fucking idea. Ask Toby. Both Kara and Asriel existing without a soul or a body is not really explained ever. And that's my official response to that. Thank you, Toby, for giving us this bulletproof lore. Third soul is actually Sans. I will not elaborate, kind of based. I think that Deltarune fans trying to explain away all the potential character of Kris so that they have no moral ambiguity is an unexciting interpretation of the potential of the game. That's what I said, okay. I do, however, think that some third entity exists, because to me that's also very interesting. Okay, we got something here. And not in a what does this mean for the lore way, but in the idea of having two puppeteers fight for control of a body that carries a lot of interesting and horrifying potential. I kind of agree, actually. That's one sort of angle I can see at a third entity interpretation that makes a bit of sense, is that we're going to end up with a story about you, the player, is being challenged by another person who wants to control the same vessel. And I don't like that as much. I don't think that's as likely as it just being sort of a player versus protagonist deal. Because it's just a bit too janky, but it's not out of the question, and I could see it working. This is just elaborating. Have a truce between you and Kris to fight the third entity. That's kind of whack. Kind of cool. Oh, it's long though. Okay. Right. So they're talking here about, we do get a little bit of Frisk's personality in Undertale, which I alluded to in the video, but it bears repeating, I guess. Kris's actions that don't relate to weird soul bullshit seem to paint the picture of a teenager who likes pranks, felt isolated in their adoptive family, misses their brother, enjoys to finally have friends. Yes, that is the character of Kris. Kris has a very strong character in Deltarune compared to Frisk and Undertale. Mostly because of the backstory, but there's a lot we can infer from their circumstance. I'm on board. I'm on board with all that. I wrote a comment somewhere, I forget where it was, but basically I said that my stance is that Kris being sad is a much stronger plot point in Deltarune than a lot of people give it credit for. And I base that on nothing, it makes sense to me, so take it or leave it. A person with a long name in chat says, you'll be streaming for a while. Do you have a counter to count how many comments you've read? No, because that would add even more time onto reading the comments. But there's about 1,200 in total. I don't think we're going to get through all of them before everyone just falls asleep and leaves. But I don't care, I'm just going to keep going. Third paragraph. Snowgrave Root really tosses a lot of curveballs into any theory crafting, since as far as we know, Kris is at most just kind of a little shit-based with an antisocial personality, and not some sort of heartless monster. That's basically what I said in the video. They like goofing off with friends and playing piano, and their throat wells up when you drink the hot cocoa, because it reminds me of their brother. Yada yada yada. Okay, they would willingly open the fountain because, knowing the potentially apocalyptic nature of doing so... oh, wait, what was this saying? Wait. Because they're 15. I think this is supposed to be rather than. So this is still just rather than someone who would open up the portal that could destroy the world. That's sort of what I was saying. So, last time it happens, it led to one classmate being scarred for life, and the other a lifeless corpse. Oh, this is the Snowgrave. I forgot. Okay, I know all this argument. I made this argument. Okay. I'm not sure why I am scrutinizing this so hard. I think they're basically just agreeing with everything that I've said in the video. Which is cool. But maybe not the best use of time here. We don't really know until we get the other 5 chapters. Don't have to tell me twice, buddy. I don't know what Toby will do. Don't have to tell me twice, buddy. Nice. Alright. That was a big one. Got that done. Chat member asks, will you delete stream after you're done? No, it's going to be a VOD. This is going to be the official, just a monolith inscribed with all of my responses to the comments. It'll persist eternally unto future generations. If Epayon CH and some Japanese text says, I made a pretty pog comment yesterday, totally 10 out of 10. If you made that yesterday, then we're probably not going to get to it for a very long time, because I'm going in a chronological order here, so sorry. Oh, here's a dude, Howard Heyman. So this guy, I stumbled across his video just in my recommended, like months ago. It was this random video I'd never seen before. It was like 40 seconds long. I thought it was a shit post. I clicked on it for no particular reason, and it turns out it's just a trailer. It's just like an animated link to this blog post he made on his personal website, which is a fucking immense, like 150 page or something long written dissertation on like Undertale. And it was like I reached into a dumpster and pulled out the Dead Sea Scrolls or something. I was amazed. And so I, for a while, was commenting and like giving my response, because I was just, no one else had seen it, and I felt really bad. It was like, this is someone's magnum opus, and it's just like languishing in obscurity here. So I don't know. Give it a look. He does a really cool analysis of like the comedic timing and stuff in like the Undertale and the pacing, which I'd never seen before. It's pretty neat. Okay, the actual comment, though, what does it say? Something worth pointing out, but I read in an interview with Toby during a pre-production of Deltarune that it would feature no carryover characters from Undertale. What? That it would... So Toby said in an interview that there would be no characters from Undertale. Okay, I haven't exactly heard of this. The connections were added somewhat later to help market Deltarune. Okay, so this is... Basically, Toby says something similar in the anniversary live stream, where the original intent was to have the NPCs of Hometown all be humans instead of monsters, which is like a huge lore drop that he just like blurts out in the live stream, and no one seems to mention it ever. Kind of annoying. So, but they were originally just monsters, and then it just felt too weird after Undertale got so popular. So he just made them all monsters, just to avoid having to retcon more than necessary, right? Which is, it's a great foundation for any argument about whether the monsters like still turn into dust, whether the monsters can use magic, because if you think about the role the monsters play in the story, they were all originally humans. So if the monsters in Deltarune are able to do anything like plot relevant, like that humans couldn't do, then he wouldn't have been able to swap it over so easily. So I think that explains a lot of the weird jank you have around monsters like not being able to use magic, but they still seem like they turn to dust, but humans aren't much stronger anymore. Otherwise, like, I don't think Susie would be trying to shove Kris into lockers if you could just slap her across like the entire town. So yeah, that's a really good point, and I wish more people knew about it. How long does this go? Ooh, okay, it's not long. Maybe Alex is the third entity. I have not played that game, I know nothing about it, and I probably will never look into it, but thank you. Check the replies. Nostalgic. I probably won't be reading all the replies, it's just too much. Briefly checking chat here. I can't believe we can't get a canon Kris persona because of Undertale being popular. That is indeed a tragedy. Although some would have you believe that Ralze is exactly that. I'm not prepared to explain that. It's their theory. I don't necessarily subscribe to it. It could be that they are stronger, but Kris doesn't want to hurt anyone and only acts threatened. That could be the case, but I'm just trying to think of an instance where, picture being Susie, and you're going up to the human who you know is physically strong enough to just like punch a hole in your chest and kill you instantly, without even trying, just by like being angry, and you're gonna push that kid into the lockers and threaten to bite his face. Not his. I knew it would happen. My brain sometimes decides that Kris is a man, and I can't help it. I'm sorry, guys. Kris is not a man. For the record. Monsters, okay, Dork says monsters could be stronger due to lore reasons, like the war possibly not happening, having an effect on them somehow. That, I mean, I don't think you need to go into, like, the reasons I haven't watched any takes on like that Jaru video I know of, and like whether is Deltarune an alternate universe or an alternate timeline. I don't buy the alternate timeline at all. It's never made sense to me because the character ages just don't match. Like Asriel in Deltarune is college age, and Undyne is like an adult. She's a cop, but in Undertale, Asriel was actually much older than Undyne because she doesn't recognize Toriel in the ending, and you know. So I don't think there's any way to do that without like retconning almost to like the very beginning of the timeline, to the extent where like almost nothing matters. But that's a tangent I didn't really need to get into. Basically, I think rather than quibbling about what specific timeline changes could have made all this like really janky lore differences happen, just say it's an alternate universe, because you'll have a lot less grief that way. Papyrus equals Gaster. Hell yeah. Dork, I want to do a video on that at some point. The other knight candidates. Neat. Yeah, I've been hearing lots of like sort of obscure long shot knight theories, but there's no like short shot knight at the moment. So I'm all ears. All right. Oh, we have this Rich Connor person who I think is who linked. Is this? Am I? Let me confirm this first. I think this is the person who linked Shay, the speedrunner who I used, to the video, so he saw the clip, so that's cool. This person's hooking me up. Oh, did I skip this one? Shit, I'm getting distracted. Johan Stenfeld says, by the way, the part about it not being Kris's soul, but the player's soul, is actually what I've been thinking. However, I have only thought about it in the lines of, if the soul belongs to the player, what happens to Kris's soul? Where is it? Any of the things you brought up? Okay, I think they're saying that I just went into more detail than they'd considered on that point. Okay, that's fine. I was behind in the stream. Did you read this? Oh fuck, I'm not good at reading chat. Scrolling up. Really, none of the characters are from Undertale. All the characters are created and then divided up between games. Sorry, I don't know what that means. I'm not going to be able to follow any coherent arguments in chat, okay? I'm just putting that out there. I'm not experienced at reading chat. It's not a good medium to like try to put together like a good point in, so forgive me if you're trying to like write a thesis in there and I can't understand. Have you considered that Kris did have a soul but has lost or misplaced it somehow? Says anonymous something. Okay, this is a very important point. I'm going to wait till a comment calls me out for the same thing, because I have a response to that. Okay, the video is good. This is referencing the speedrunner. If I click this, I'm going to get scrolled to the top. All progress will be lost. Okay, this is going to be a novella. Yeah, baby, look at that. Ooh. All right. Oh yeah, Linker45, yo, that's mine. It is indeed yours. Alright, so after giving it more thought, I have to say that the third entity speculation can be more flexible. I will explain. So, there's a third entity, and it's Gaster. No contest. Alright, starting off fairly strong on that point. He continues, there isn't that much evidence of anything else, so he is our best bet. But I think the focus used in the video might not be the right one, as in he controls Kris indirectly. My point is that Gaster has a lot of influence on the world. He establishes the connection. He controls the save files, these are points that I covered in the video, which I agree with, obviously. He controls the save files, and his presence is all inside the game too. Okay, he is the puppeteer, controlling things. This is extrapolating on what we already know, but this sort of comes from that Twitter post I think that Toby made where he was like LARPing as Gaster. And he was saying like, I want to create a new future together and stuff. So there's a lot of people who think that Deltarune is Gaster's experiment of some sort, whatever that means. And also, of course, like the dark yet darker, the darkness keeps growing, shadows cutting deeper. That references the creation of the fountains, so people think that Gaster's maybe accidentally created the dark world, maybe Gaster created Deltarune. There's a lot of speculation floating around, and again, it's too much, not enough evidence. I can't go anywhere discussing this. It has to just be shelved as speculation for now, as far as I'm concerned. But not impossible. He manipulates the events and characters. Just like he manipulated Spamton. There's a good argument that Gaster was manipulating Spamton. Yeah, okay. Something similar could be the situation with Kris, since they had direct... So basically, I think this is getting at... Gaster is not directly controlling Kris, as like Gaster is a soul inside Kris's body, but Gaster is manipulating Kris from afar, which is possible, you know? I've tossed around ideas before about, like, we don't know what Kris knows about the plot. Like, prior to the start of the game, like, literally the hour before the game starts, Kris could have been sitting in bed, like, sitting up next to Gaster at midnight, with Gaster whispering the secrets of the script into their ear, and we'd never know, right? So Kris could have an arbitrary amount of information that we don't have access to, and that could come from Gaster, so that's all possible. Get more speculative? I don't want to get more speculative. His view in the world would change, meaning their awareness is higher. Actually, that's what I just said, sort of. Like, Kris has prior knowledge, and therefore the weird behavior is explained. Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. Make a note about who Kris is prior to the events of the game. Everything I said is based on the fact that Kris has a soul of their own, but understandably is just a little weird and detached. That's what I would agree with that. Like, Kris doesn't not need to be soulless to be a weirdo. This plus the possibility that Gaster told them the world is not real or free. Okay, this is like an extrapolation on the previous extrapolation, but like, sure, it's not unreasonable. So he can manipulate Kris. Would give Kris a player mentality. As if in the world is a video game, his curiosity would grow like ours when playing the genocide route. So this is saying that Gaster red-pilling Kris, that the world is a video game, made Kris go, like, become the Joker, basically. Become like a nihilist who just wants to experiment, kind of like Flowey. I'm paraphrasing, but I think that's what this person is getting at. Which I don't buy. Like, the thing with Flowey was it took a long time, like lots and lots of Groundhog's Day loops, and being soulless before he became fully detached from, like, morality. So I don't think that just knowing the world is a game would do that immediately, so I'm not big on that. the dropping the Yoshi in the pit is canonically why Kris became the Joker. Cool. I think that's mostly a joke. It goes toward characterizing Kris as kind of a weirdo, but not that much of a weirdo. More so relative to Asriel, who was crying about it. Yeah, that was long, thanks. But not the longest. We're going to get way longer than that. Okay, next comment, not bad. Shay says, look, Mom, there I am. This is the speedrunner whose footage I just stole. Very cool. It was actually the perfect footage for the clip, I'm not going to lie. Like, I was just trying to find something of like a player doing something that does not make sense within the context of the game world, no matter how many lenses you apply to it. And speedrunning is the perfect example of that. So yeah, Shay's cool. I watched his GDQ run recently. That was very entertaining. I have to admit, I don't actively follow Undertale or Deltarune speedrunning scenes, so I'm not like an active fan of Shay, but cool that he's watched this. I have nothing but respect for the vocation. The fact that this is your second video, okay, that's just a compliment. Rich Connor GMN says there are better things to show. I'm curious what your example is. Speedrunning's always been like the primo example of shit that doesn't make sense. Oh, that wasn't 100% power mashing? Okay, that makes... again, like, I haven't watched too many of his videos, so I don't know what his 100% power mashing looks like. That was... The existing clip was pretty strong mashing, I thought. Alright, so okay, so concerns of mashing aside. Next comment. Okay, this is lore hiding behind a compliment. Question the canonicity of the first human's name. Yeah, that... So the big rant I went on in the video about Kara's name not being Kara, I was worried that would get misconstrued or like taken more literally than I meant it. It didn't seem to be received that way, which is good, but I was really just trying to like shake up anyone who had this rock hard assumption that Kara was called Kara, and if they were called Kris instead, that meant is impossible. There's no way. That's all I really meant by that, is like there's more malleability to the first human than some people, I think, tend to believe. Chat member asks, what's the importance of the name Mike? I have no fucking clue. That's not a thing I've really speculated on all that much. I'm assuming if we look at like the pattern of like Jevil references Queen, which is the antagonist of the next chapter, then Spamton references Mike, that's a piece of evidence that Mike will be the antagonist of chapter 3, but that's about it. That's all I got. I know Spamton says more, but I just haven't really looked into it that much. Okay, however, one thing that I find very weird and might even support the third entity's existence, or is a minor detail that I'm focusing on much, okay, is the TV. Why did Kris turn it on? From the smile that appears, it seems to have some sort of significance, but why would Kris, the normal teenager, who just got into the dark world, etc., turn on the TV? Yeah, why does Kris do that? Okay, we can say that Kris creates the fountain for their own motivations, like Susie was just talking about, isn't the dark world great? We should bring a Lancer and Rousey to our world and do homework together. So like, it's kind of obvious why Kris might want to keep making fountains, but yeah, the TV is weird. That speaks to sort of like a ritualistic quality to it, like where Kris has a more detailed plan than would make sense if they were just some random kid who was going along with this. So that is a good question, and this could tie into what was discussed previously about Kris having prior knowledge. Kris knows stuff that the player doesn't. Or it could be a third entity, I guess. I mean, you've heard all my arguments against the third entity. I don't need to keep doubling down on that. This has been bothering me for the longest time, and it's the only reason I started to consider the third entity theory, which I previously saw as dumb. I think, again, like the Snowgrave argument is like this, just but strictly better, in my opinion. Like, if you're going to point to any reason that says Kris would not have done this, it has to be... they have to be possessed by Gaster or like Grandpa Semi or something. It's the Snowgrave fountain, like, but this also, I guess, is a piece of evidence that fills that same role. The other option is that Kris received information from someone about something like this. Okay, that's what I just said. Oh, but he's saying it's Rousey, specifically Rousey. Everyone thinks Rousey is sus. It could be Rousey, I don't know. My opinions on Rousey being secretly anything, secretly the villain, secretly Sans, secretly knowing what the player is, are like, Rousey is sus, but we don't know why. I don't think there's anything that indicates that Rousey is good or evil or knows any specific thing, so Rousey is always a suspect, but again, speculative, and there's not a whole lot more to discuss whenever he gets brought up like that. The mysteries around the goat will keep piling up. I don't think the TV smile means nothing. I'm assuming Toby held on that shot for like 10 seconds as the literal last visual in the chapter for a reason. You're fair to assume that. I don't know how you're going to come up with stuff more to talk about, considering the small portion of the game we currently have. I don't know if this guy's watched like other Deltarune theory channels. I've made like 2 videos. I just walked in the door here. People have been churning this stuff out for like months and years. All right, I'm barely scratching the surface. I'm like cherry picking the juicy evidence. You have no idea. Rousey sounds Texan. I don't know how else to pronounce it. I could say Rousey, but I'm just gonna forget. It's Rousey as far as I'm concerned. Just to make an Omori video, Lamau. An Omori video would be fun, but the thing is, I was making these videos primarily because I just know way too fucking much about Toby Fox's games. Like, I spent, or I should say wasted, like 2 whole years of my life just, like, squatting in the Undertale fandom, watching Let's Plays, and absorbing this shit. So I have all of that prior knowledge that sort of helps. I don't have that for Omori, and I would have to, like, form a take, I guess. It's just a bit harder, I guess, when it's not Undertale or Deltarune. Chat member says, Andrew, this will bother me for the rest of my life. What are your thoughts on the birdcage in the room and how there's no apparent reason for soul storage? Okay, so the birdcage, it's mysterious. Like, obviously I don't have the answer to that. What I will say is that in Chapter 1, I thought the birdcage was very clearly something that Kris had planted there for the purpose of, like, soul storage, as you said. It was like a weird object. But in Chapter 2, we see them take out the soul and put it into 2 different improvised locations. That being like the couch cushions in the bathroom cupboard, which sort of makes me think that maybe the cage was just there and Kris was just using what was on hand, and there'll be some reason later for the cage. That's the only insight I have on it right now. Because, yeah, fuck, I don't know. I don't know where the stain comes from, unless that's like Sans continuing to leak ketchup from when you stab him in Undertale. I sort of just discussed this. Would you ever consider doing essays on other subjects? I would, but it's just harder, and so I'm sticking with Undertale and Deltarune for now, because I know that I actually have insight to offer for those games. Alright. The wait for Chapter 3 is going to be insufferable. Ain't that the truth, buddy? Compliment. This is interesting. This is probably a top comment. I think it is. 500 likes. And I've replied to it already. I couldn't help myself from replying to a couple of them. I tried to reply to less because I knew that the stream would be the opportunity to do that. Okay, but Steven or Stefan is saying, the biggest thing I noticed in Deltarune is how much it appears to be a coming-of-age story. Both chapters involve a character standing up to a corrupt or overbearing parental figure in order to assume a more independent and adult reality. Kris, by all evidence given, was a lonely kid with a reputation for being weird. You get this from his room, and it has a barren room, and it's gloomier than Asriel's. Yes, so Kris is weird even before the start of the game. Kris is kind of, you know. Why are these things important? Simple. Your actions as the player are giving Kris a different approach to life. Just one day of control and Kris already has a friend in Susie. Went on a cool adventure, accomplished something even though it might not be the real world. The success in life continues in Chapter 2. He's listing examples in Chapter 2. Yeah, so Kris is basically being taken on a fun ride by the protagonist. And this is, I mean, I replied pretty much what I would have said if I felt like extending the script. Yeah, I agree with this very much. Basically, Kris being sad and lonely is important because the main difference between their life before and after getting, you know, the player taking control is that they're having fun adventures and making friends now because we're forcing them to, you know, socialize and be heroic, which I think that's a big part of Kris's motivation. If Kris is sort of willingly going along with the player and they aren't totally butting heads at all times, which I think is a pretty likely scenario, this is a reason why Kris would want to keep going along, is because the player is making their life better, even if it's by robbing them completely of freedom. So that's a very interesting point that I think is going to get expanded on later in the story. It's a fair bit better than we can gather what life was like before. Yeah, Kris, I don't think Kris was very happy beforehand, especially after Asriel left. It was implied that Asriel was like their sort of tether to reality, or happiness at least. So this is the what I said basically about Frisk not having much character in Undertale.
Yeah, it's not really made relevant in Undertale, except for that scene at the very end when you're talking to Asriel and he asks, what was your reason for climbing the mountain? It's like hinted at as an idea, but it's never explored at all, like what Frisk's backstory or motivations were. What their motivations are to repeatedly dive into the greater dog while mashing the keyboard to get a new world record time. Yeah, this is just emphasizing what was already said. Okay, so this is, I'm a fan of this. This is very much what my take sort of is on a potential for like why Kris would cooperate with the player. I think this is going to matter a lot. Moving on. Actually, let me get some tea first. My voice has already started to crumble into dust. So we're 50 minutes in. That's not so bad. I figured this would go pretty quick once we got started. And I have no plans, by the way, for how long this will go on for. Basically, we're limited by people watching this more than anything because I'm in a very sort of westerly time zone, and it's going to be earlier for me than most people in chat, I think. But I'm just going to keep going. What's chat doing? Marco Gollum, will you do all of them today? I have no idea. Based tea enjoyer. Yeah, it's lemon ginger tea if anyone in the universe cares. It's like the best for making my throat not die, basically. Okay. Okay, this person's commenting on the fucking, like, the text box from Toriel that I had to, like, edit into the very end of the video because I forgot to incorporate it into the script. Or I didn't forget. I realized it a long time before the video was published, but I had already, like, gone way too far into the script and, like, editing that I couldn't change it. So I just sort of had to pretend I didn't know that for most of the video, which is very awkward. So John is offering possibilities for why Kris might have... Okay, so the line, I should specify, the line that Toriel says is that Kris does this sometimes when they're in the bathroom crawling out the window and stuff for a long time. So Kris is often in the bathroom for a long time. This sort of implies, given the context, that Kris is often ripping out their soul for some reason, because that's what they're doing in that situation. It's not necessarily the case, but it seems to be the implication, unless it's sort of just, people have suggested it's like a red herring, or it's just to give in-universe justification so that Susie isn't suspicious. But this person's offering some ideas. So maybe Kris has ripped their soul out before. Yeah, I'm sure. Kris got depressed and liked to go off on their own. That's a common one that I see, is that Kris just spends lots of time in the bathroom because they're sad. Kris has absence seizures in the past. I'm not sure what that is. It's probably something in real life that some people have. I guess so. I think if it's going to be in a story, just being a thing in reality doesn't necessarily apply unless it's previously set up. So I think we're safe to disqualify that, but okay. Any combination of the above. Okay, so this is just some ideas for why Kris maybe wasn't, or not even wasn't ripping out their soul, why Kris would be having bathroom shenanigans before the start of the game. So yeah, it could be any of these, really. Anything like related to depression or having a panic attack or just taking really long shits. I don't know what Kris does. Okay. From the gameplay language, I can intuit that the soul is a little red heart that controls your actions and is linked to your health. That's all you need. This is... my money's on there being just one soul, Kris's soul, that we forcefully take control of. This ain't Kingdom Hearts. Very good point. Very good point. Souls aren't containers for other souls, and it doesn't make sense. This person is talking out of their ass. Like, none of this actually is necessarily true. It's just an opinion piece, but I can empathize with the sentiment of this, which is just stop overcomplicating the fucking soul lore. It was bad enough in Undertale. But yeah, this is sort of irrelevant without offering evidence. I'm happy to hear someone talk about what would make for good storytelling for once. Above all else, That the game is limited by needing to have a good story is the thing we can be most certain about. Oh, look at this. That's a big lad. Okay, this is a real novella. Fuck, I burned my tongue on the tea. Okay, let's just go. Okay, so a third entity can be written well, with a lack of foreshadowing toward that possibility. I think calling that possibility likely is very premature. It's possible and explains some things that are difficult, but it's clear it's not the trajectory the game story is currently headed. I would agree with this. This is a point without much evidence, but I think this is a legitimate argument. And why? It's basically arguing that if Toby did this, it would almost definitely make the game worse. And that's subjective, is the main problem with that argument. Is that, like, what do you mean it makes the game worse? Maybe I like the game better this way. But I think there's some, like, kind of fairly basic points of storytelling that, like, if, like, some plot points, if they were true, would just very much be Toby sabotaging the story for himself. That's what I say to people who think that Gaster is just like this massive, like, long con red herring. Because, like, Toby's been setting up Gaster for, like, 6 fucking years. And that's just after Undertale. I don't know how long the character's been in Toby's head, but Toby's been dropping hints like a cheeky little asshole for 6 years. And now you're saying that it's just a big hoo-ha funny. Like, he's just that's gonna be the twist, is that it was all, like, nothing. And that he wasted everyone's time, including his own. And that's just, it's not gonna happen. Like, there's a difference between being a funny troll and, like, destroying like this massive setup for no reason, just throwing it in the trash that has huge narrative potential. So yeah. Anyway, too much of a tangent there. Let's briefly look at chat before I get into the second fucking paragraph. Chat member says, I think too many people need to think of Deltarune as its own thing instead of trying to tie Undertale characters as the... Do you think that too many people are doing that? Or people need to be doing that more? Ambiguous from the way you've actually typed that. Remnancy. I have always had this anti-Gaster feeling for some reason. I don't know, I want to consult a doctor about those. If Gaster isn't relevant, I'll kill myself. Alright. Alright. Gaster deniers are frustrating, etc. I know. I prepared a funny meme, actually. Where is that? Where'd it go? Someone in the Discord server posted this. I don't know where it comes from. It's very funny. I'm not going to just pause and let everyone read the funny meme, but... Anyway, okay, I'm putting off reading the second paragraph. Let's go. Not related to the video, but I'd like to take a moment to address an argument that annoys me, one which claims to prove that Kris is not the knight, operating under the assumption that there is only one knight, which currently seems likely. That's a lot of parentheses. If we were merely trying to argue against that possibility and not pretend to be a proof, I would not be a knight. Okay, so he's saying that people are assuming that people are acting like there's a hard proof that Kris is not the knight. Okay. The argument is that because Noelle and Birdley exited the Dark World in the middle of the computer lab... Aha, yes. I think I know where this is going. We know that they were in the... Okay, so this is basically... As far as I remember, there's like 2 pieces of evidence that essentially imply that the fountain in the library had to have been created like on the spot, like not the previous night. It had to have been created after... Birdley and Noelle were already in the room, and that's that when you leave the fountain, they already have their books out on the table, which you can't really picture them putting out the books if they had walked into a dark fountain. And the other one, which I learned from one of Dork's videos actually, is that when Ralze just randomly shows up in Chapter 2, in the Dark World, he says that he sensed a dark presence and hurried over. So like, and he was just talking to Kris and Susie before they left the castle town. So from his wording, it's like, oh, he just sensed this great disturbance in the force and had to run over. So that sort of implies that the fountain was created literally while Kris and Susie were walking from the school to the library, which, like, honestly, I hate. Like, it's super jangy and precise. Like, it's like the timing would have had to been like really precise, also to avoid the traffic jam that pulls in immediately. There's like this 10-second window where they would have had to like execute Mission Impossible to get this to work. But it is evidence, and there's no direct counter argument to it that I know of. But apparently this person has one, so let's keep reading. I lost my place. Oh. Okay, we know Birdley and Noel waking up in the middle of the lab indicates that they were present for the fountain's opening, because we know that it's impossible for people to move in the light world where they are in the dark world, at least within individual rooms. That's arguable. I mean, like, we don't really know how it worked out that Susie and Kris moved from the closet to the unused classroom in Chapter 1, but alright. Oh wait, okay, this is a hypothetical argument, and then this guy's arguing against it immediately. Alright, never mind. This is the problem with reading these like novel comments live. They're quite complex. Where in the world does this fact come from? Oh boy, so he's going to review the evidence. It is possible for actions in the dark world to cause movement in the light world. This is obvious because we see Susie and Kris walk through the door, and then they come out in the other classroom. Yeah, that's true. We do not know where Susie and Kris were when they left the Dark World in Chapter 1. Yeah, because like the cutscene, it's a black screen, there's a bunch of weird noises, and then the lights turn on and they're standing in the middle. So we don't precisely know where they popped out. That's fair. We don't know where Birdley and Noel were when they entered the Dark World. That's kind of... I don't know about that. At the entrance to the lab. This is getting a bit more precise than I think is like necessary, but basically it's saying that the rules aren't set in stone to the point where you can argue this with 100% certainty. There's a lot of vagary around getting in and out of dark worlds, because in Chapter 1, remember, like when they walk into the closet for the first time, they're stumbling around in there, they walk quite a ways back, and then eventually they fall in. Whereas in all later chapters, it's just like they jump into it and it's immediately a dark world. So that's already like vague and inconsistent. Gotta love that. So you could picture, hypothetically, like Birdley and Noel walking in and having their own version of the closet scene where they're like stumbling around in the dark room and they're like, oh, the lights are off. I guess we'll put my books here and look for the light switch, right? Like, there's nothing specifically that says that's not possible. So yeah, there's uncertainty here. There's room for argument. Okay, one last thing. So everyone knows, if you ever experience a glitch where the YouTube highlights... Oh, okay, this is some meta lore about the YouTube comments, is if you get your text highlighted in red and try to post it, it's not going to work. So there you go, that's just a PSA. Don't post a comment with red text in it. Alright, what does chat think about that one? That was like a small saga. Do y'all actually believe Birdley died? Or is Toby Fox going to do another Kris is your knife in the empty tin moment? I think Birdley is either dead or in a coma. I don't think Birdley's just going to pop back. I mean, we saw what happened to Birdley. The whole thing with the pie was off screen, so I don't think that's a particularly good comparison. Do you intend to make a Gaster video yourself, or would you just be another Gaster video on the pile? If I were to make a video on Gaster, it would be a specific angle on Gaster, not just like a reviewing the evidence, because there's one linked in the comment or the description of this video that was pretty good and went over the evidence. Oh, Red highlights. Yes. Yes, you made the comment appear highlighted. Nice. The game is vague. Alright. Okay. Chat's good for now. I think I can ignore chat for a few more minutes. Didn't this person just comment? Yeah, these people double dipping. It annoys me for some reason. I don't even know why it annoys me, but it does. For a comment directly addressing the video's contents, I liked it a lot. Okay, so they saw the select screen, the chapter 1 file select from a few years back. So this is just mentioning the fact that the chapter 1 has a unique file select screen if you quit before completing the chapter, which I covered in the video. Okay, this one has some potential. There's a chance that after the Snowgrave route, Kris makes another dark fountain simply to try and find a way to be free instead of hanging out with friends like the pacifist route. Huh? Kris makes a dark fountain simply to try and find a way to be free. Oh, so you're saying on the pacifist route, the motivation is to hang out with friends. On the Snowgrave route, motivation is different, to find freedom. I get it. Because so far the fountains are mostly being sealed by the player, which could look to a child like Kris as if the player being fearful of the dark world and making the soul vulnerable to damage? I don't know what that's getting at. Okay, so they're saying that Kris thinks that by the dark fountains are the only way to get freedom from the player. There's nothing to really base that on, except for I think a little bit of Spamton dialogue, where he's like, you think that making frozen chicken with your side chick's gonna let you taste that sweet, sweet freedom sauce. But maybe that's the implication, but I don't think that is alone enough to diegetically convince Kris that, oh, I better keep making these fountains so I can meet more weird guys in dumpsters who can sort of belittle me and tell me that there's maybe a way to achieve freedom. So I'm not really into that. Roy Spark says, if someone adds a comment now, would it be there or is everything preloaded? That's probably not going to be relevant because I'm going chronologically, but if I get to the end, I'll refresh the page. How about that? My idea, this is a chat member, my idea is that their motivation in the Snowgrave is for the cops to come and try to stop them. That's sort of interesting. Because there is sort of that repeated gag, I assumed it was a gag anyway, of Kris trying to tell Undyne about the Dark World and she doesn't believe them ever. So maybe getting Toriel to call the cops, opening the door, creating the Dark Fountain, people have hypothesized that Undyne's going to get sucked into the Dark Fountain in Chapter 3. So I don't know why Kris would think that Undyne can somehow solve the problem. But I don't know, maybe there's some reason Kris wants Undyne in there. Okay. Alan Johnson says, the contrast between Kris and Frisk as protagonists remind me of One-Shot's. One-Shot's explanation for why you can't be a horrible person, because Nico, the protagonist, is not a horrible person. Okay, so I'm assuming some people in chat have played One-Shot, or at least know of it. I actually deliberately avoided using footage from One-Shot in the video. I used music just to tip my hat, I'm onto it. I know about Nico, I know about One-Shot. Yes, sir, says the Nico profile picture guy in chat. Very cool. So One-Shot is a game which got compared to Undertale a lot when it came out. It came out 2017 maybe, where you're a little, it's an RPG, but the protagonist is acutely aware that you are controlling their body, and even more so than Deltarune. It's super blunt about it. The first 10 minutes of the game, Nico just turns to the screen and goes, "Hey there, buddy, you want to help me get the thing to the MacGuffin?" And then you just talk to each other. So yeah, there's obviously a huge parallel between Deltarune with Kris and the player and what they do in One-Shot there. But, okay, this person had more to say. Maybe I shouldn't have cut them off. So yeah, Nico will stop you from doing anything out of character because you're not controlling Nico in that game, you're just instructing them. Wait a minute, why does this get to Gaster? Oh, it's long, okay. If we go with the Deltarune is Gaster's fan fiction he made in the Void theory, I'm not sure that's something you can just drop and like expect me to know about. Is it? I don't know. Deltarune is Gaster's fan fiction? That's like a known stance. Maybe that's the same thing as like it's an experiment, but just made unnecessarily concrete for no reason. Okay, the Gaster fan fiction is a meme. Why are you telling me about it then? I'm sorry, but like, you made it sound pretty serious. The third entity theory sucks even with this interpretation. Oh my god, this guy is just like arguing against himself the whole time. It's kind of concerning seeing how the third soul theory gets immediately pointed at Kara. Does it? I guess it does. I don't really know, to be honest, how common the different interpretations are, but I definitely saw some people doing that. How it immediately gets pointed at Kara, who doesn't even have a spot in the story where they could fit in. Sort of what I said, yeah. I get the creepy times the player got kicked out of control were from Kara and Undertale. Yeah, that's just true, yeah. Sorry, I always have to pause when I'm going to talk about Kara to like sort out, am I going to say something that's like strictly canon, or am I going to go down some like narrow Kara rabbit hole by accident? But yeah, that's just obviously true. Like Kara does take control sometimes in Undertale. But only after you killed everyone. Yeah, sort of. I mean, in cutscenes, Frisk moves by themselves. It's unclear why. And maybe we weren't even supposed to think about it that hard. Oh, that's kind of fascinating. So he's just well into talking about Kara now, basically. A player character without a player. That's interesting, but I don't know if I want to get into that. T-posing Kara? Okay, these are good points about Kara. This is like a very fundamental dissonance. I'm assuming I'm not going to be lynched for talking about Undertale lore. It's basically the same game, let's be fair. But yeah, how Kara is an Undertale, like half the time they're portrayed as like a diegetic character with like a backstory and like a couple personality traits and this relationship with Asriel and all this stuff. They existed before the player was part of the story. They had all this stuff that they did. And then the other half the time, they're like this metatextual demon entity who is like to personify you as the player, or like is the player, or is, you know, like Flowey at the end of the game says, you know, don't reset, promise, Kara? Like, talking right at the screen. This is all upsetting and annoys me every day, but it's probably not directly relevant to the video. Okay, where's this going? Gaster befriends your mom. Nice. Yeah, Kris got their soul controlled by us because Kris does not normally shamble like a zombie, and why would they ever put the soul back in if they could not function without it? Oh, if they could function without it, I think. Oh, okay, it's propped up. It's cropped up. Where is it? Kris had a soul of their own, but it got ousted for some reason, possibly due to us coming in. All right. I've been waiting to address this point because there's a lot of comments that actually make essentially the same point, which is I seem to, in the video, make a dichotomy between Kris was either like soulless before the player's soul comes in, or Kris has two souls, one the player and one their own. That's assuming you're not directly controlling Kris's soul. But yeah, the dichotomy is in fact false. And I didn't mean to imply this, but the situation where Kris had a soul, and then you as the player come in, boot their soul out right before the game starts, and then become their new soul, that's just as valid. And I think that's actually what I was picturing in a lot of cases, but I think the way I worded it made it sound like this was like a specific different thing that I wasn't addressing. But no, this is basically what I meant by Kris was soulless beforehand, because I just meant during the portion of the game that we play, Kris only has the player's soul. I wasn't really thinking about when Kris lost the soul. Does that make sense? Yo, dude, how's your voice doing? My voice is going downhill pretty quickly, but I'm gonna stick with it. Okay, no one in the chat is directly addressing whether that makes sense, so I'm going to assume that it makes perfect sense, or everyone's just too scared to contradict me. Is it possible that Kris had a soul before the game, but it was substituted? This is the same point. How convenient. But it was substituted for the player's soul by Gaster. It's a roundabout way of saying they don't have a soul of their own. Yes, exactly. This person, I could have just read this person's comment. In my mind, this fell under the case of Kris not having their own soul, but it's sort of different. Like, they had a soul before, and then the players kicks it out when you start the game. Fair enough. Okay, this person's going to argue that Mystery Man is canon because of the plug face in the Queen's basement, which is not a good argument, really. There's nothing really concrete about that whatsoever. If you don't know, in the Queen's basement, there's this little plug enemy. I think that if you stand still, its face will change into this like weird, like smiley face, which looks a little bit like Gaster. It doesn't look that much like Gaster or I should say Mystery Man, the sprite that appears in Waterfall with like you know who I'm talking about. It looks a little bit like that guy. I don't think it looks that much like that guy. And this guy is saying that this single-handedly confirms not only that Gaster is in Deltarune, and that Gaster is a third entity, but that there is a second Gaster in Deltarune, apart from the one in Undertale. There is not enough evidence that you've put forward so far to be talking about any of this. I'm sorry. The plug face vaguely looks like Mystery Man, and that is it. There is no further evidence. Okay, this is just rampant speculation. Never mind. Never mind. Let's look at chat. There are a couple popular comics and fanfics that depict Kris being controlled by Kara and the player, and that is where all the dumb, baseless theories come from. That's going to be true for anything. Like, as long as a theory exists, there's going to be fan content that perpetuates that theory, and as long as there's fan content that perpetuates the theory is going to exist. So I don't see them as different. They're both sort of a response to the fan base wanting to believe something to be true. All right. Instead of trying to... Okay, this is a quote from the video. Yeah, this person's agreeing with my wham line at the end of the script where I say, instead of trying to figure out the third entity might be, we should be trying to figure out Kris. And they're just agreeing with that, basically. Kris is going through the in-game equivalent of an identity crisis. None of the actions they take truly belong to them. The social life was non-existent before the Dark World shenanigans. In this way, it could be a commentary on how even the most fully realized video game protagonists can only exist as a vehicle for player desire. That's possible. I'm not sure I would be comfortable labeling it as a commentary on anything in particular at the moment. It is a commentary on something. Oh, they're suggesting video topics. Interesting. What are your thoughts on what the angel represents? Ah, okay. So there was a big, long-ass discussion in the Discord server the other day about what the angel was, what it represents, all the religious symbolism. I'm actually not really all that well-versed or interested in that side of the lore. I mean, there's not a huge amount of evidence in total. I don't want to misrepresent it, but the angel is just sort of in like, I don't know, territory for me right now. It might be the player. That's my only guess. So I probably won't be making anything on that. The significance of the Snowgrave route. Ooh, that's a good question. If the genocide route was a meta-commentary on the level of TDM and sluggish gameplay players will endure just to get a rewarding ending, where does that leave Snowgrave route? So I don't know if this is specifically what the genocide route was commenting on. It's a commentary on something. I could give my takes for what it's a commentary on, but I don't want to get even more sidetracked here. The Snowgrave route might be a commentary on something else. I don't know yet. For now, it seems to be pretty similar to what the genocide route is, in terms of why are you doing this? There's no reason you should be doing this, but I guess if you want, you can kill everyone. It's sort of getting at like RPG party members and how they don't really necessarily make sense within the diegesis. Like you can order them around, but how much free will do they have? So it's sort of like it's lampshading that by making you actually like tell Noelle to do things that she would never do, and like because you're in control of the party, she has to follow along, and it sort of like breaks her consciousness. It's kind of fucked up, kind of interesting, but I don't know specifics yet. Maybe we'll find out more in the future. Third Soul is a G-Man hair. Okay. Chat says, what Kris does to Noelle in the Snowgrave route is what we are doing to Kris by playing the game and controlling them. That's pretty true, actually. That's a good point. I don't know what it means, but it's true. It's a good parallel. Snowgrave may be a commentary on how players will always try to go against the game, and how it should go. Could be. I don't know. What's the Snowgrave route? I thought we weren't in control in Deltarune. Whoever said that? Who's talking? Who's saying that? What's the Snowgrave route? If you don't know what the Snowgrave route, this is not the place to learn that. Sorry about that. Okay, you should do a video on Deltarune's connection to Undertale timeline and stuff. It's pretty clear so far that Sans came from Deltarune. It's not clear. It is implied. There is evidence that indicates it, but why do you gotta call it clear, okay? Not as simple as saying a prequel because of Clam Girl, Goner, and Deltarune saying we're meeting Susie. Yes, Clam Girl references Deltarune and Undertale. And Kara's involved. It would mean... Okay, this is something that bothers me. It's not necessarily relevant to what he's trying to say, but these are implications of Deltarune being a sequel. You can't use implications like this as evidence that it is a sequel. You have to like construct an argument that it is a sequel in the first place before saying, oh yeah, that would mean that Kara could have popped over. I don't know if he's actually using the evidence in that context, but I have seen people do stuff like that. It's sort of like circular logic. Yes, someone else pointed out that save points give us power instead of determination. That may have been me in my previous video. I'm not sure, but I definitely did mention that. Oh wait, power... Oh, in the Undertale Genocide Run. Okay, that's not what I thought that said. Is that true? In Undertale Genocide, you're filled with... I thought they all just said, like, 17 left, or something like that. Does anyone in chat know if that's true? Can we get some fact-checking? Kyle Hart, yes. Deltarune, Toby Fox has stated that Deltarune is neither a prequel nor a sequel to Undertale. That doesn't mean it's not related at all. I just wanted to clarify that. Time travel is canon. It doesn't have to be either prequel or sequel. It could be an alternate universe. Okay, Dorked says they just give kill counts and then say determination. Okay, I believe Dorked over random YouTube comment individual, so I think we're good to move on. There are moments in the game when you get to peek at Kris's feelings. The obvious part after Spamton, but also the part where you receive hot chocolate. Yeah, that's true. Kris chokes up. There's several moments like this. Yeah, so Kris does have some level of autonomy while you're controlling them. It's just unclear to what level that autonomy is. Like, we know that they can change their facial expression, or like, I think if when Queen asks you if you want to join the army, her like evil army, and you say yes, then Kris will respond sarcastically. So like, they have some ways of getting around our orders, but right now it's not clear how much freedom they have. I've heard some people suggest that Kris could actually override the player's control at any time if they really wanted to, like sort of the same way they take out the soul, because like they have to shamble out of bed before they rip the soul out, and they're doing that against the player's control ostensibly. Which, and if that was true, it would imply that Kris is just fully on board with whatever the player's doing. They're not even trying to get their freedom. Which, I'm not sure if that's the case, because that makes the Snowgrave route really fucking weird. Like, Kris just has to be okay with everything that happens. I think what's more likely is that the player is mostly in control of Kris, but with, like, great effort, or when the player's not paying attention, like in a cutscene, they can sneak in a little bit of, you know, independence, and ripping out their soul is how they actually can achieve full autonomy. So that's what I'd assume for now, anyway. This is referencing the Omori meme. There's going to be 50 more comments like that, and I'm glad everyone found it so traumatic. That was the intent. Oh, we got leitmotif arguments in chat. Jevel's theme has a separate motif in Spamton's theme. Why am I trying to put it into this conversation? I have no idea what the context is. I'll go back to the comments. I don't think there's actually a soul in Kris. Oh, I don't think that's Frisk's soul is in Kris. Neither do I. Good start. But to answer how it would get there, keep in mind that Deltarune is intended for players who... Okay, we know that. It could be the player's memories of playing Undertale, effectively duplicating... This is wild speculation. Well, not speculation. It's just so vague that, yeah, there's no point discussing it any further. This is referencing the... I don't know what that's referencing. Shit, I can't click on it. Okay, this... what they're referring to here is the section about when I'm going over the Chapter 1 save selection menu with like the weird Gastery language going on. Okay, so this is one of my ideas, that this is all a simulation made by Gaster, perhaps helped by us, the player, who are also Kara. Why you gotta go doing that? You just keep stacking on points until I can't take you seriously anymore. You were good. You were good for a while. And then it's either just a simulation, the past, or the future, in a parallel. Why is this suddenly becoming so incoherent? That Sans able to remember or learn on the future. We're not getting anywhere with that one. I'm sorry. Gaster stuff can get incoherent quick. Yeah, it can if you don't know what you're talking about. Or sometimes even if you do. What if Frisk and Kira combined themselves to have a body like Kris? What if? It's a good question. Okay, this is weird. The problem with Gaster being the third entity is that if we assume Gaster has made the universe in Deltarune, this is an assumption that, you know, as I've said, lots of people have, that Gaster created the Deltarune world somehow. It's contrary to Gaster wanting to destroy it with the roaring. Where is it ever indicated that Gaster wants to destroy it with the roaring? Oh, no, wait. Okay, so that's because the third entity is what we're using to explain why Kris makes the fountains, which, if they keep doing that, might create the roaring. I get it. Okay. Fair point, but it's based on speculation, so I don't know why I've spent so long staring at this. Homestuck. I'm surprised that you didn't consider the possibility of Kris having 3 souls. I did. That was the last video I didn't consider it, and then I got 4 billion comments saying this exact same thing, and then I made a whole video where I extended the runtime by like 15 minutes just to consider that. Come on, guy. It leaves my mind muddled having to reference fanon theories more often than what is in the actual game. What are you talking about? Don't reference fanon in a lore discussion. Just ever. The sprite being a likely candidate for the third soul. There's no proof that... Oh my god. Oh, this is worrying. It's it started out this incoherent. Oh, okay, we got reference lore. The person who mentioned 2637, that was the Sieve gaming reference. Classic, yeah. Love that. Is it pronounced Sieve or Kiev? I was never clear on how you pronounce that guy's channel. Anyway, I wonder if I'm going to get through this whole comment. Okay, I believe... So this is founding... It's like starting on like... an assumption of Kris having 3 souls, which isn't a great start, but what do they have to say about it? I believe the change in having 3 save files instead of 1 will be very important to the narrative and gameplay. It's too far to say, but I have a premonition that the reason why there seems to be 3 save files could be due to a unique link between... Oh, I got this a lot in the first video too, is that you have 3 save files because there's 3 party members. And it's like, at no point can I ever see it being considered how that effect would lead to that, or how that cause would lead to that effect. Like, there are 3 people who are vaguely associated with you in the game, but all the whole idea that save files come from souls in the first place is carryover from Undertale lore. And in Undertale, it was your own soul, your determination, that made the save files. So being attached to these 2 other people, why would that give you access to their save files? It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so that's, I guess, a point, is that your heart takes damage for all of the characters. There's a certain point where that might just be like inevitable gameplay abstraction. Like, that's a bad argument to fall back on too much, just to say that, oh, it's just a game, stop analyzing it. The point is to overanalyze it. It's like a Toby Fox game. But I think that, like, I can't think of any other way that would even work. So I don't think that's a particularly strong point in favor of all the souls being linked together somehow. I said viewpoint. Okay. Oh god, this is, it's starting off on like an argument that I don't like, that isn't strong, and then it's just extrapolating more and more and more and more. I don't really have much to say about this because it like sort of lost me out the gate. The possibility that the soul could be a link between space and time. Okay, I'm actually like going cross-eyed trying to read this. I don't. This is a bit too. It's loosey-goosey. It's if you want to make this many points and raise this many questions, you have to really go step by step, provide some evidence. This like chain of just logical leaps is exhausting, and I can't understand it. This isn't Kingdom Hearts. No, I hope it's not. General Kazatsky, I hope it's not Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so Bricks in the chat says, to be fair, we moved the soul for Susie during the Susie versus Lancer fight, and the soul is specifically moved from off screen. Yeah, so that's true, but like I think that's an argument against it, if anything, is because like even with Susie there, we're still just using Chris's soul. Like Susie is taking damage instead of Kris, but how any explanation you can come up for that's like diegetic somehow is like so dauntingly janky that I'm just not willing to try, to be honest. It's dork, even as someone who has written a million words of Kingdom Hearts fic, I hope it's not Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, that's a common sentiment, I think. I don't actually know very much about Kingdom Hearts. I should make that disclaimer. I just know it through memes and that one like 3-hour-long lecture that some guy did. I'm purely a poser, but it's very funny. Okay. Deltarune flavored wild mass guessing aside, I am loving the visual puns. I was staring at this for a while. Like, is this literally saying that like I'm just my video had too much speculation in it? I mean, that's like not an unreasonable point. I was getting a bit worried at some points, but I don't know. There's only so much I can do to please both sides here. And a lot of the points that I went over in this video, as I said, I wouldn't have discussed them if not for the comments on the previous video bringing them up. Like, I would have just dismissed them out of hand and not thought about them any further, but seeing like a million people going, no, this is, I promise, like, it was worth looking into at least. Huh. This guy was hassling me on the community posts to put Luke's lore in the video. And Luke's last name is Eyewalker, and internally the sprite is called Mike Wazowski or something. That's the Luke's lore. You happy? Okay. Okay, this is another one that's saying the player's soul replaces Kris's. We've been over that. We know what my take is. Though I think their personality type pregame implies they weren't a normal human with a normal soul. I can't help but think of the fan comic Paper Trails that I haven't read, where they were created with the intent to one day be a puppet. Alright, I mean, it's a fair point to bring up that Kris has a little bit of, like, blank slate vibes going on, but, like, not that much. I mean, if you know how to play piano, I think that disqualifies you a bit from being a blank slate protagonist. And we just don't know very much about Kris. Like, we know they played, like, Smash Bros. And stuff, and dropped Yoshi into the pit, so I think that's mostly a symptom of just not having a whole lot of data on Kris. I think there might be a little bit more normal than what they're implying there. I see Zombathan keeps posting what I think is the same comment. Don't do that, please, because I'm not going to probably see it anyway. What do you think about Gaster's Are We Connected? I mean, I gave my thoughts on that in the video. I sort of took it as an implication because of the way that scene plays out. It says, "Are you there? Are you connected?" The soul then appears, and then the narrator, who's probably just Gaster, says, "Excellent." So that's sort of like you being connected to the game is the soul appearing. So that seemed like evidence to me that the soul was yours rather than Kris's. But again, you can bend that to be like, oh yeah, Kris's soul got like sucked up, and then you got put into it. So it's not specific enough to make a concrete judgment. Recommendation for someone called Kooky Autumn's Universal Mother video. I think I've seen that pop up in like recommendeds at some point. It's, to my knowledge, it has to do with like the queen being like everyone's mom or something, metaphorically. I didn't watch it, but it's recommended by this person. Yes, more than 3 people have played One Shot, I can confirm. John Patron does indeed have a lot of money. Anyone who thinks that Kara is involved in Deltarune because OMG a knife are a lunatic. I wouldn't put it quite that strongly, but also kind of yes. When I introduced someone to Deltarune, the first thing they asked me after playing was, "Is Kris autistic?" That's a legitimate question. Yeah, a lot of people have sort of pointed that out, like they're a pretty good match. But I don't know. Green shit plus knife equals Kara. Very true, very true. Sugar on Fire asks, what vid is this on? The latest one. Everything about Kris's soul in Deltarune Chapter 2, I believe. Where I talk about Kris's soul for approximately 38 minutes. Okay, but is there a reason for giving them the knife, asks chat member. Is it a callback? I think it is a callback, but like that was sort of, in the video, my stance on that was that like Kris being similar to Kara, that's not just when they're doing their spooky, Jeff the Killer smile and staring at the camera. That's like, there's a lot about Kris that's similar to Kara. And that's specifically fixating on like the knife and the spooky face. It's cherry picking a very specific moment that gets kind of overblown by fan interpretation, I think. Apparently I copied the Nier credits. I have no idea what the Nier credits look like. I've never played Nier. That was a shmup that I threw together in 2 hours in Godot. So there's the lore for the credits. The last bit reminds me of Red from Transistor. Okay, Transistor is a game I haven't played. I watched a playthrough like years ago by like Yogscast Rithian or something. I forget everything about it. Okay, Red is not silent. She can't speak because her voice has been taken. I don't think this is going to be productive because I can't really comment on it because I don't know much about Transistor. But if anyone knows Transistor, there's one for you. I think that some influence from Mother 3 may have inspired the soul thing. Sorry, I don't know why that was so funny to me. Just suggesting that there would be Mother influence on a Toby Fox game. It's pretty wild. Actually, I remember this. I didn't read it because I don't want spoilers from Mother 3. I have never played it, and I vaguely wanted to. So, sorry, buddy. This is in reference to Toby Fox talking about Undertale and how his follow-up game wouldn't be able to recreate the feeling of playing Undertale. Good to keep in mind. I feel so dump. Damn. I didn't mean to make anyone feel dump with my video. Oh, ooh, we made it. Okay, so this is I was excited to talk about this because this comment right here is, I think, the single most individually addressed issue in the entire video. Like, more people have commented on this specific point than any one other thing. And I kept seeing this comment pop up, and I felt like I was going insane because, like, it's not like the most ridiculous argument, but it's also like, I don't think it's a very good argument, and it's not like self-evident enough that all these people would have come to the conclusion independently and just all had this strong opinion. And it turns out I went to my Discord and asked, has anyone seen a video that talks about this? And apparently there is one, which makes basically this exact point. And all these people have come and like copy-pasted that argument into my YouTube comments rather than actually thinking for themselves. Maybe that's too harsh of a way to put it. But it's that like restored my faith in my own sanity. And I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, it's just someone else's video made this argument. I guess I should actually address the argument, though. It's that on the subject of Flowey being less physically affected by not having a soul, because I say that Flowey does not have a soul in Undertale, but Flowey doesn't have any of the weird, like, shambling around kind of jankiness that Kris does when they pull out their own soul. So for the differences, we can chalk that up to the vessel being fundamentally different. Monster bodies are apparently made from magic in Undertale, and Flowey himself is this weird freak flower mutant thing. So all of these comments are sort of saying the same thing. Like, they're phrased in different ways, but they all boil down to the same argument, which is that we can't extrapolate the effects that Flowey experiences from not having a soul onto the effects that Kris would experience. Which, like, maybe it's an argument, but the way it's phrased here is like, people find it really self-evident and clear to them that because Flowey is a flower and not a human, it wouldn't make him shamble around lifelessly or have any adverse effects besides not having emotions. But because Kris is a human, obviously it would have this effect because of some logic they vaguely sort of... it's just not a strong argument. Like, if you wanted to establish... Like, this is a plot-relevant point here, is that Kris behaves differently than Flowey, well, soulless. If Toby wanted this to be like the canon solution to this, he would have had to set that up at some point. That's like, it's just a piece of world building that was never actually established, is that not having a soul has different effects on weird flowers than it does on a human. We have no idea what not having a soul does to a human. And so I think the only reasonable way to proceed is either to not consider it evidence at all, or to assume that it would work the same way between them. And the fact that it doesn't is an inconsistency. And if you really need to remove that inconsistency, just say that Deltarune and Undertale are two different universes and it doesn't have the exact same effect. Like, making up this weird specific kind of world building points about like it's different for flowers than humans it's just like the wrong way to go about trying to resolve that dissonance. And I don't think it deserves being like touted about this much as like the one true answer to this. Oh, we got him. All right. Okay, that's my rant out of the way on that comment. Okay, Chad is asking me why my profile picture is Nikola Tesla, and that is because in 2012, Nikola Tesla was pretty hip with the young'uns. I think the Oatmeal made a pretty sort of viral comic about Nikola Tesla. He was a bit of a meme. And I made him my avatar when I first made a YouTube account in 2012, and I just never changed it. So that's the story. There's no further thought toward it. Chat member says, the river person in Undertale goes out of their way to make a distinction between humans, monsters, and flowers. I'm not saying that Flowey isn't distinct. Flowey is neither a monster nor a human, and it is only because of that Flowey is able to absorb both human and monster souls. That is established, though. Like, it's actually said in the True Labs logs that, like, okay, this is why Flowey can do this, because he's unique in this way. But there's nothing that's said about, oh, Flowey being a flower lets him move around freely without having to waddle like a zombie or have red eyes or anything. That's just, it's never indicated. Someone mentioned Papyrus's comment about the human shambling from place to place. You're not soulless in the genocide route, so I don't see why that's relevant. Someone says, reach out to me on Discord about making a custom one. My Discord profile picture already is a custom one. I got my brother to do it. I paid him good money to make Nico Tesla, so I'm not in the market for a new one. I'm sorry. You can still let me know if you'd like. I'm curious. Couldn't it just be Flowey having determination injected into him by Alphys? It's not determination issue, right? So soul power is a different thing than determination, which I think it's sort of implied even in Undertale. But more to the point, in Chapter 1 when Kris... Or no, that's not Chapter 1. In Chapter 2, when Kris creates the fountain, the soul is not inside Kris's body. And you need determination to make the fountains. That's the one thing we know about determination. So if you're saying that Kris has to shamble around because they don't have determination while soulless, while Flowey does because he was injected, that can't be true. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to make the fountain. There we go. Okay, another comment by the same guy, the same person. There is one more potential example of a soulless beings. The bodies between Asgard's... Oh, this is going to go into the... this is like my least favorite piece of lore other than the fucking essence bullshit. The coffins, apparently, after you do a pacifist route, the coffins in the basement of Asgard's castle all pop open. Which this person says implies that all the kids were brought back to life by the souls. Like, I think, well, for one, this is like the least likely explanation. I don't know what the fuck a good explanation for this is. Because these kids would be fucking, like, desiccated corpses at this point. Like, they don't just stay fresh forever. And it's not really made clear whether, like, you can just put a soul back into a dead thing and it comes back to life. But I don't buy this at all. It's just, like, where would they go? Like, are they hiding somewhere in the underground? Like, they don't walk past you. So I don't really buy that argument about the kids coming back from the dead. Even if they were embalmed, that would be weird and gross. Why would that be a plot point? I just don't understand why. And that's, people say that about Kara too. That there's like that ancient theory that like it can never fully be destroyed. That Frisk is like Kara's body that has like been reanimated, like Kara's literal body from when they first fell and has like crawled out of their grave. But that's like, how long has Kara been in the grave there? Like, Undyne doesn't recognize Toriel in the pacifist route, so that means that Toriel had to leave before Undyne was like much older than a baby. So Kara's been sitting in that dirt for like 20 years. I don't buy it. Okay. Regarding the soul contained in Kris's body with the capabilities of it, I think the following aspects should be mentioned. During combat, the specific soul takes the damage for all the characters, right? That was mentioned before. When Ralsei asks Kris to think about Susie during the first chapter, the soul goes from Kris's body in the top right. Right. Toby pointed that out on the live stream, so we know that's real, honest canon. The soul can control Kris, but not Susie ever. That's true. Yes, the Susie scenes are jokes because we don't actually get to choose what Susie says, despite having the same interface. Yeah, with Noelle, we can control Noelle. That's a fair point. There's a bit of a difference in that regard because when we're trying to control Susie, she's never nearby Kris at all. Like, there's no way that Kris could be diegetically communicating with Noelle, which would be the default assumption for how Noelle is getting manipulated in the Snowgrave run. I know there's points where it implies that the narrator is directly talking to Noelle, like if Kris goes down in the Snowgrave route, then Noelle will say that they can still hear Kris's voice, even though he's like unconscious, or they're unconscious, sorry. But like it seems like most of the time it is just Kris like physically telling Noel to do stuff, and he, like, it's not possible if Susie's in the Ferris wheel. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Fuck. I have my own theory. So this somehow implies that Noel is the angel. This is a weird thing. People like the idea that Noel is the angel. And I think that almost entirely comes from the fact that her outfit looks like an angel, and she mentions like flying away with angel wings in the Ferris wheel scene. And like that's a solid sort of hint, but it also just like doesn't make sense in a lot of ways. Like the angel is actively worshipped by a church in Kris's town, and we're saying that Noel is the angel. It's like, no, the angel has to have been like a pre-existing mythical entity of some sort. We don't know what that is, but just saying it's Noel because she dresses in a white gown is, I don't buy it. Yes, and okay, chat says Noel made an angel doll, so did Kris and Asriel. Are they the angel too? Yes, and Snowgrave Root Spamton says, calls Noel an angel, which I guess is another point onto the pile of evidence. It's a huge plot point, and I'm not comfortable really saying that's enough. That's the only issue here. There's not no evidence, but I just don't think there's enough. Okay, what was the point of this overall? So the capabilities of the soul can control one and maybe multiple bodies, life management and purification. Are these like your cooldown abilities in an MMO? Like what? Whoa. Kris makes one without a soul. Okay, this is getting into the whole thing with like Deltarune being about control, like, or not having control. We're controlling Kris. Susie says your choices don't matter. I don't know what the point being made specifically is. They're just saying that it's somehow connected, and I don't really know how to elaborate on that. English wasn't actually noticeably crappy, so good job. Damn it. The problem with these long comments is that I forget the start by the time I get to the end. It's difficult to keep them all like in my mental like active memory. So I'm sorry if I sort of missed the point of some of these longer ones. Chat says, is the player the angel? That would be my wild guess at the moment, but I don't know. Heaven equals light world. Any lightener can be referenced as an angel. Maybe that sort of makes sense. You could also say that like heaven is fully into like our reality. If you want, it like goes even further. I think it's ambiguous at this point what Spamton was going on about there. What if we go to sleep and wait for Toby to finish the game? Yeah, that's a good idea. If you know anyone who is capable of putting you into a medically induced coma, feel free to pursue that. In Undertale, the angel was a role that anyone could embody. But in the Undertale, the angel was like a vague element of a prophecy. It didn't seem to actually have a religion based around it. The angel was just the top part of the Deltarune, which was, I mean, in retrospect, obviously that was just a reference to Deltarune. Toby's first idea was to make Deltarune, and then he made Undertale. So I don't think the angel exists in Undertale in the same way that it exists in Deltarune. People are given lots of ideas in chat of who the angel could be. I don't know who the angel is. You probably have the same evidence that I do, so all I can do is say, yeah, maybe. All right, let's move on. Homestuck. Yeah. Okay, here's my interpretation of Snowgrave. Remember how in the beginning of Chapter 2, Susie questions Kris whether they would still be friends if the Dark World was not real. Punctuation, my dude, it helps. But how would that question like this affect someone who has been abandoned? Okay, so Susie is sad. She makes a friend in Kris. And then Susie asks Kris whether they would still be friends, even if that was all a hallucination, basically. Oh, no, wait. Okay, this is talking about Kris. Yeah, so Kris is worried by Susie's question or something because Kris assumes that they wouldn't be friends if not for the Dark World. I don't think that was the sort of intent of that question. I think the point of it was that, like, oh, they could be friends without the Dark World. It's just the way they met. And they clearly they enjoy spending time around each other. So I don't think this is the sole justification behind making the new fountain. There are multiple reasons Kris would want to do that, but I don't think they'd be worried about Susie immediately dumping them if they didn't keep making the fountains. I don't know how far you along reading the comments, but take a moment to chill for a sec. Is that the universe telling me to take a break for a sec? Would anyone in chat be enthusiastic about like a piss break or something? Oh wait, that person's in chat. Marco Gollum. Oh, Dork says, I saw a theory that in Snowgrave, Kris is trying to intimidate the player. They make a fountain as an act of defiance to say, I can doom the world, so stop. I mean, that seems like kind of a bad way to intimidate the player to like threaten to destroy your own world. Why does Kris know if the player cares that the world gets destroyed or not? I think Kris would care a lot more than I do, actually. I'm calling their bluff. Gaster GIF piss break. All right, I saw one person ask for the piss break. I'm not ending the stream. I'm just going to like take 10 minutes or something. 5 minutes even. Piss break. All right. Okay, I'll reactivate the Gaster GIF, and then we can all resume here in just a short while. Okay, I am back. I hope I didn't make the piss break too short. And I'm also sorry to anyone in Australia whose the stream is currently being banned because I said the P word. I understand that's an unforgivable slur in your country. Yeah, okay. Let's just look at chat for a second. Let's take a wee break from the comments. Mark Gollum is asking, can you please read the rest of the comment? There's a read more. Oh, there you go. Sorry, I'll remove the gastric gift. This is the rest of Marco's comment here. Do you like jazz? Do you think Kris likes jazz, given they play the piano? Not plugging. And that's it. All right, that's an excellent comment. You really saved it by not plugging your stuff. I'm getting math help. Can you help me, Andrew? I'm not giving you help on math homework. I graduated over a year ago. That means I've forgotten everything I've ever known about how to do math. All right. Oh, Hoopla's here. I think their comment I sort of was rather harsh on earlier, and I should specify that I don't mean personal offense at anyone. I'm actually glad that anyone is commenting on this, and especially if they've left very long comments, because that takes a lot of effort. I know how long it takes to write comments like that, but I don't know. I think what I think about Deltarune lore, and that's not going to change. Freeform jazz. I think there's an argument that the Deltarune soundtrack's a little bit jazzier, mostly because of just Rude Buster's existence. I don't know if you want to count like Ghost Fight as jazz, it's ragtime. I'm not like a jazz expert though, so I don't know why I'm talking about this. That is just an equation with the answer given. Do you want me to solve for x? Okay, I'm going to go back to the comments. I'm astonished, by the way, that we have 180 people watching this. I was expecting like 20, like honestly. I had no idea whether like YouTube viewership would carry over into the stream at all, but I guess it does, and people don't mind whatever the fuck this content is. I guess people just make streams of themselves sitting and like just talking for like 8 hours, right? So maybe this isn't so far out of left field. Okay, the last thing you said about not liking the third entity and that we should just get to know Kris is why I don't personally like the theory that Kris could be Frisk or Kara. They don't need to be either of them. This is kind of an interesting point. I've talked to a lot of people in the Discord server about this, where some people have said that they really don't want Kris to be like just Kara or just Frisk or just a pre-existing character, because that would remove their own like personhood or like relevance as their own character. And I feel that. But it's the reason I personally wouldn't mind if Kris was like sort of the Deltarune version of Kara, or fulfilled the same role as Kara, or was just meant to be somehow Kara, maybe Frisk too, mostly Kara, is that in Undertale, those Frisk and Kara were super vague, mysterious, like blank slate weirdos that I think rather than, like, if Kris was supposed to be one of them, I don't think that's them coming from Undertale and invading Kris's character. That is Kris retroactively going back to Undertale and defining the character of Frisk or Kara, because they didn't have much going on in the first place, and Kris has very strong characterization. And that's why I'm good with it, because mostly at the end of the day, I'm just like fiending at all times for like Kara to matter or have a personality or to not be this confusing lore point that just doesn't make sense forever. So that's all I want. I want to know what Kara's deal is. And so that's why I like the idea that Kris could be sort of a continuation, a spiritual successor to that character, even if not literally the same character. Kara Lakers based. I have, by the way, the classic Nera Kara post just here in case I needed it, just for reference. It hasn't come up yet, but oh fuck, the lo-fi beats ran up. There you go, beats restored. Just because I like this fucking post so much, it's like the Bible of Nera or Kara interpretation. What do I think of Nera Kara? Nera Kara is my favorite piece of Undertale theory crafting ever, specifically the Tumblr post I just pointed to. That particular interpretation of Nera Kara is like my favorite. It's nothing compares to it. It's like excellent. It's not perfect, but it's like, I think it's one of the very few fan theories that like solves more problems than it creates. And that's like a massive achievement. And it's also like just makes the game way more interesting, even just as fan. And if you don't want to argue for it being true, Kara is always cool to watch people like do their own takes on and fan fiction or whatever. Okay, I can feel my like humanity being restored by the lo-fi beats. I didn't realize how much I was missing them. Okay, so this person is just making the assumption, without even stating it, that Gaster is the shadow crystals. That's not usually a good way to start discussing the lore. But okay. Pieces of Gaster. We know Gaster was shattered into pieces. One of the Gaster followers says that in Undertale. Maybe it's the shadow crystals. Maybe it's the eggs. Maybe it's the peepist. Fuck, I don't know. And this somehow implies that Gaster doesn't have a soul. Like that's why I made such a big deal about pointing toward Gaster having a soul. Is that like it's such just a weird thing to have to know that it's like it doesn't even make sense. It's like I don't know. If you have to ask that, you've taken a wrong turn. I think you're not going to come out well. Did you know that pipis in Indonesian means piss? I didn't know that. That's excellent. Apparently pipis in Australia is a type of clam, and also piss is banned in Australia, so it's sort of like a trifecta of cultures. If Kara is the narrator in Undertale, I'm reading chat, then who is the narrator in Deltarune? Ah, excellent question. What a funny and insightful question that is. It's almost like for the last 2 weeks I've been preparing a video on the narrator in Deltarune. That is my next video. I'm going to be analyzing pretty much all the narration in the game. I've transcribed like almost 700 text boxes into a spreadsheet. I've been in the Discord. I've been talking to people. Have been like bringing up the Japanese translation. I've been talking about the Japanese translation. It's getting nuts. Narrator lore is like popping off. Do not ask me what my take is, because it's fucking just a clusterfuck and I don't know what to think at the moment, but I'm going to do a video, and even if I don't have a conclusion, I'm going to do the video and say that I don't have a conclusion, so there. You are going to talk about the jukebox. Yep, jukebox is on there. Trust me, jukebox is on there. The trash orb, Mama the trash orb is on there. Reminds me that I want to do a deep dive on Kris character analysis. Yeah, that I'm gonna do so many long streams of Deltarune to go through to get all the dialogue branches. Yeah, getting the dialogue in one place is the hard part, honestly, because you can look at like the internal strings file, like the dialogue dump, which I mean the chapter 2 version of that is only available from data mining right now, which is sort of sketchy in its own right, but it's also like it's mixed in with unused dialogue and you can't tell where it comes from. So the only real way to go is to like just watch the game a bunch and transcribe it. What's the jukebox? In Deltarune, when you interact with the jukebox in the castle town, it says it feels like you'll never find a working one, which is an Undertale reference. One of many Undertale references in Deltarune, which some people think that makes it, it implies some stuff, you know? One thing that was fascinating, I'll say preemptively, I don't want to get too sidetracked on talking about my next video, but just today we were looking at the Japanese translation, me and like a couple very like active people in the Discord. And we thought for a while, like we were going nuts, because it looked like all the Japanese narration was in first person. And this was like cobbled together by like, you know, asking people on like Japanese language servers and this weird, we don't have any official translator obviously, but I think it turned out to be a false alarm, but it was weird. It was getting exciting. Yes, Dork, the Discord server I did not expect it to be this active. There's just continuously, just at all times, these like rambling hardcore discussions about the lore. I have to stop like using it so much because it's just sucking up all my time and energy. It's actually worked too well. Okay, back to the comments. I don't know what that means. Is this person just calling Kara a character? That's some wacky fan, and that's not what I meant by my rant, by the way. Yes, I mean, in some ways, Kara should be older than most of the cast of Undertale, except for, like, the Dreamers and Gerson or something. Kara is at very least older than, like, Undyne and Alphys and stuff, and Sans and Papyrus probably. If anyone wants to join the Discord, I'm seeing it's linked publicly on my YouTube channel. It's in the corner. I know where the links are. Just click on it. This person wants to know what the Amogus Spamton mod is. I have no idea. I just googled Amogus Spamton and took the first gift that I saw. I'm back from the dead after 3 months. I know the video took forever to make, man, but come on. This is going to be long, I think. Yep, there it is. I think the idea that multiple souls are in Kris is strange and overcomplicated. My understanding is that Kris has lived their entire life with a normal soul, and when we became connected at the start of the game, we as the player take it over. Okay, so that's just a variant. That was one of the branches in the Super Soul Searching Christmas Tree diagram. And I like it, actually. I'm a fan of that interpretation. It's maybe tied with the player's soul replacing Kris's. But I don't believe removing a soul results in instant death. It does not. There's nothing really that implies this. Unless... Oh, no, there is. In the True Labs and Undertale, apparently if you take the soul out of a living monster, they die immediately. It's not specified what happens to a human. But Asriel does this anyway, of course, at the end of the pacifist run, and then he puts everyone back afterward. It's not really ever explained. I don't know. Oh, they address this immediately. Yeah, this is one of those borderline, like, do you know what you're doing here, Toby? Are you sure? I don't really know how to explain that fully. Does chat have opinions other than the fucking math equation? Who's talking about gender? No specific gender in Toby Foxkin. Chad is sidetracked talking about pronouns. Oh well, okay. Soul equals life force. If that's the case, maybe determination keeps humans alive. Kris limps like a zombie. They only have enough determination in their body to keep them going for a few minutes. I mean, I addressed this earlier. Kris makes a fountain, which is the one thing that you actually confirmed canon need determination for, so we can assume that this isn't really the case. It's like they're bleeding out. Like, this is sort of aesthetically what's implied, is that Kris not having a soul somehow is not sustainable. Like, it takes great effort. But I don't know of any specific plot mechanic that, like, explicitly justifies that. That's the difficulty, is that, like, what is actually causing that? I'm not really sure. Maybe Kris wants to cause the roaring? Yeah, this is too speculative, admittedly so. Hope this makes sense. Yeah, that was a decent, very coherent. I replied to it for some reason. What did I say? Oh, I see. This was me specifying that, like, some people seem to, not many people, but, like, I went over a lot of weird theories that I don't really have much faith in the video, just to try to be as broad as possible, not to dismiss anything too readily out of hand, and so I felt the need to sort of like defend myself when people say they're like, oh, these ideas are all dumb. They don't deserve this much thought. And I was like, well, if I don't bother refuting them, then who's to say they don't deserve thought? Like, people can just keep saying that, like, no, you haven't thought about it.
Hey kid, wanna buy a pronoun?
Yeah. Maybe Kris wants to kill their loved ones and destroy the world, just like Kara. Lucas BC is not a Kara enjoyer in chat. Yikes. Third entity being Germa is possible because Toby watches Germa. This was in the anniversary live stream. Toby just references Germa for some fucking reason. So there. That's definitely the reason why I made that gag in the video, not just because I thought it was funny. Deltarune, it's no masterpiece. Yeah, Joseph Anderson, if you know, you know. So this person has some unspecified point of umbrage with the video that apparently all the videos have, but they have not specified what that is, so that's unfortunate for us now reading the comments. Evo, I recognize this person from the Discord. This is... It's just a compliment. Okay, well, thank you. Omori reference, there's the second one. Oh, here's the second. Here's the copy-pasted one from the video that I haven't watched. We discussed this already at great length. And if I go over each one of these, God help me. Okay, as for Flowey's supposed inability to feel positive emotions, I think that's probably just trauma. No, it's very much implied that not having a soul just hard cuts off your ability to feel compassion. Like, again, that's a thing that happens in the real world, is like people can get traumatized and it has these psychological effects, but I think explaining away explicit plot points with IRL lore is never a good idea. Shut the fuck up about Kara. I hope Kara makes it in Deltarune, but only as roadkill Asgore's truck runs over offhandedly. Bastion Sky Warrior just like laying down the law about their opinion on Kara. Very interesting. A lot of people really don't like Kara, and I have no fucking interest in indulging the like 1,000-year-long Kara morality debate that apparently exists in the Undertale fandom and is endorsed on the like the subreddit has links to like Kara Defense Squad and Kara Offense Squad. It's like the two factions you can apply to. And I am terrified to put my toe into that. Well, I guess I already have implicitly. I don't think Kara is all this nastiness. Okay. But then you look back at Undertale, Frisk definitely has their own soul. I have no idea what I think about Kris's soul now. That's a fair reaction to being flashbanged with all the fucking evidence I dredged up in this video. A lot of the writing the scripts for these really is just like, okay, we have all this evidence, what does it mean? And then I just like sit and stare at it for about a week sometimes, and maybe eventually come up with some answers. It's really not easy. Okay, well, this is more just saying this video had a lot of breadth to it, which was my goal, so that's good. I wanted just to put out a bunch of evidence, and the conclusion was more of like an optional thing. Why are my parents divorced? Gaster. You also say, okay, that's good. Gaster memes are good. I haven't read the comments. Has anyone suggested this idea that, oh, I think I could maybe tell you that. If there is only one soul. What if the red soul is just the player's manifestation? Okay, this is that point, the other point I mentioned previously, where, yeah, the player's soul replaces Kris. I was counting it as part of that one branch. People thought that I had missed it, so it was just a misunderstanding. I think this is very plausible. Okay, there's more here, though. It's obvious that Kris has been controlled by another mysterious entity. Is it obvious? I'm not sure it's obvious. Why is it obvious to you? Is this just referencing the Toriel, like, Kris does this sometimes line? Because that's not as strong a point of evidence as you'd need to go on with this. So maybe this is Gaster. Wait, where's Gaster? Oh, no, Kris was experimenting whether a human can persist. Who is experimenting? It's long. That's annoying. Okay, this is a repeat of the previous one that I could barely understand. So we're talking about chapter 0. I think this is referencing, there was some like screenshot, like a development screenshot of Deltarune with 10 chapters from 0 to 10, or I guess it'd be 0 to 9, or 11 chapters, whatever. I haven't actually looked at it. And some people think that this is secretly, there's going to be this many chapters. I think it's much more likely that it was just a procedurally generated placeholder menu that they hadn't cropped down to its actual size yet because it was in development and wasn't supposed to be shared with the public. Okay, I believe Kris shambles around because of the pain and shock. Okay, that's different. Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. Again, like, the specific reason why Kris is doing this is ambiguous, even if you want to say it has something to do with tearing out the soul or not having a soul. The specific reaction is sort of weird, so this is a possible explanation. Saves in Deltarune. Perhaps every soul... Okay, for every soul a being has, one save file will manifest. Yeah, I brought this up in the video, or actually, no, this was from my first video about Omega Flowey having 6 save files. So I'm familiar with that. Yep. Yeah, this was the reason why the 3 save equal 3 souls argument was generated in the first place. This was the crux of the whole thing, so that's all very old news. Okay, there's something interesting that came from chapter 1. What is that? Yes, okay, this is the first comment that mentions the contents of Asriel's drawer. So for anyone who doesn't know, in chapter 1, depending on what save file you start, the contents of Asriel's drawer will be different. It's like a school ID, a track and field t-shirt, or a third thing that I forget. And that's like the only difference between save files, and it's just there, and there's no obvious explanation, and it's fucked up. And I have no fucking idea what that means. That's the long and short of it. I have no idea what it means, and it gives me a migraine. So I hope we'll find out more about that in chapter 7 or something. Snowgrave is an anagram of wrong save. Did you know that Asriel Dreamer is an anagram of serial murderer? I don't know if anyone knows that. No, that was unfair. I didn't know that. That's interesting. This is all a dreamer plan. I don't trust Asgore. Asgore gets too much fucking hate. Honestly, like everyone's saying that like, oh, Asgore got fired. It's his fault that it hasn't been found. It's like, why is that? Like, police just fail sometimes, right? I don't even think that's necessarily why you got fired. It's the one thing that it could have been that we know about, but I don't know. Asgore's already like the most divorced man in history. I don't think he needs to be like a fuck up and a weird schemer too. This person is in chat right now. I agree fully. I give this one a little heart. That must mean it's a really good comment. Or something. I also gave the comment that was just like 50 pretzel emojis the heart, so use your own judgment there. Okay. The idea of a third entity makes little sense from a storytelling perspective. It implies Toby had the idea to make our player character someone different than her own, i.e. like one shot, yeah. Allowing for a deconstruction of what being a player character does to someone, yeah. Similar to how Sans is a deconstruction of an NPC, yep, I'm with you. But decided to also add the third entity that does all the stuff. Yeah, that's basically what my point is. Is like we have this thing going, the dynamic between Kris and the player. The third entity sort of sucks up. Anything you want to add to the third entity's plate is taken from Kris's plate. And it's like, at what point is there not enough, to keep Kris relevant? Apparently there was a great theory in chat. Where is it? He got fired for killing Gorilla Bee by pouring water on him. That was like a shit post that I brought up in one of like the rambling Discord discussions where, was it like Asgore crashed his truck while transporting a huge urn of water for his flowers and Gorilla Bee died. That's excellent. Did I finish this? Okay, I don't see a good writer having an interest in an idea but doing nothing with it by adding a third entity that, yeah. Basically what I'm saying too. It's like, it's not necessarily for us to judge what's best for the story. We can't just pretend that we're Toby and saying, nah, Toby wouldn't do that. I'm a better writer than Toby Fox. But like, in some cases, you can kind of do that. I don't know. I'm starting to realize that Undertale lore is maybe possibly confusing. Read this and then tell me what your opinion is afterward. Okay, so let's see the diagram with the theory that the soul is ripped straight from Undertaker. The first step is easy. The soul is summoned from the genocide route, as I mentioned in the video. So it's not Kris's soul being puppeted. Oh, why is it so fucking long? I shouldn't be reacting to this negatively. It's purely an emotional response. I am also going to assume that Kris has a soul because calling Kris soulless is a little harsh. So what you going for here? Like the soul gets yeeted from Undertale and replaces Kris's soul? I'll edit if we... Oh my god, this is like a live computation. If the answer is greater than 3, it can't be. For some reason. So in it's... Why is it twice? I'm sorry, I'm just picking on this person's spelling, but it's like, both times it's the Undertaker. There are 3 entities who control the soul. Frisk, Kara, and the player. That is true. You can sort of argue that Undertale is a 3-entity situation, except that Frisk never really presents as an entity who has agency. Like, Frisk has the body, obviously, and probably the soul, but they're not really a character who attempts to influence the story, whereas with Kris, the player, and a third entity in the way that I meant it, there would be 3 agents vying for control. However, there was never a mention of the player controlling Frisk's soul. Oh boy, okay, this is going to go off pretty hard here, I think. Looking at chat to procrastinate. I wonder why genocide is treated as universal. I think folks forget that some people are content to just do neutral or pacifist and never do the darker routes. I've literally never done a genocide route. Fun fact. So I've watched like 400 of them on YouTube, but my save file is clean to this day. Just to let you know, I noticed that you're still on the first 2 days. I edited mine. It's more comprehensive and less scattered now, even if it ate the pin. Oh, I think... Did I pin yours quote? I think I pinned Dorks later on, and it usurped it. So I'm sorry. I'm hoping we'll get to yours. I'm not exactly sure how to find it though, because you had some good stuff. We're stuck with this for now though. Okay, 31. There's no player and Only Frisk and Kara and Kris's soul. Is this for Undertale? Why are Frisk and Kara and Kris in the same sentence? Why are they all... There's... Are these unrelated? Is it there are Frisk and Kara and Undertale, and then Kris has a soul in Deltarune? I have a feeling I'm not going to understand this very easily. We have to replace any mention of a player with Frisk. I mean, I think I know what they're saying here, is like the dichotomy between the player and the protagonist is not like explicit in Undertale. It's sort of there, but it's not drawn attention to. It's like, and most of the time, Frisk is just treated as the player directly. Unless you're secretly Kara, or, you know. Of course, it's not that simple. Kara would manifest when the soul is removed. Yes, okay, okay. Oh, so this is post-genocide. I didn't understand what this person was saying. I thought I understood, but I didn't. This is all about Deltarune. So this is the post-genocide Kara theory. Okay, got it. But with no player. It's just Kara, and Frisk's soul is the player, and also there's Kara. Okay. Boy. A player and Frisk and Kara and Kris. Too many entities, dude. I can't deal with it. Okay, it's theory 3. There's a player and Frisk and Kara and Kris's Solus. Why are all of these have Frisk and Kara in them? And like, I don't agree with that point by itself, right? Like, the fact that how do you get Frisk's soul from Undertale to Deltarune? It's like, why? And how? People seem to think this is a really easy thing to do. It's like, oh yeah, it's just the same as the soul. It's just in the new universe now. I'm degenerating into rambling because I'm just finding it hard to follow. So I'm sorry about that. Oh, okay. We don't want to add Gaster on top. Okay, this is too much. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to understand this without staring at it for an hour, and I don't really want to, so I'm just going to move on here. This is sort of the approach that I took with the video and like breaking it down into a bunch of interpretations, but we've added so many souls that the diagram I used already had like 30 outputs. This is going to have like 400 or something. You need a huge amount of evidence to like start talking about this stuff. Ralsei shoots projections out of his eyes. Is that a reference to that like the Deltarune subreddit Discord, the guy who just rambles about Ralsei being able to make holograms? What if the soul we control was taken here from an alternate universe? It's pretty much explicitly shown that Gaster is going to teleport it in. A soul appears. We don't know what that means though, and the most complex and difficult to justify explanation for that is that Gaster teleports it in from an alternate universe. So I don't think it's really a one and done piece of justification there. I know you're saying if, but I'm saying like I don't think it's likely enough to justify so many people immediately just jumping to that as the answer. Aside from, I mean, that's the reason, if you remember in the video, I specifically bypassed all the discussion about arguing about whether Frisk's soul could have been teleported into Deltarune, because I knew that would like descend into all this nitty-gritty like quibbling and there would be no conclusion. So I just said that like, what's the point if your third entity, it's out of character for Frisk to do any of that stuff. So that was my strategy there, and I hope it worked somewhat. Okay. New comment. Oh wait, this is the new comment. It could be that Gaster or the player or someone overwrote Kris's soul with the one that represents... Yes, okay, that's the same point again. We're not going over it a third time. Likewise, the soul could potentially belong to Frisk, but that wouldn't change the interpretations, since it would essentially represent the player. It's very easy to test the theory. If the soul mode ever changes to anything other than yellow, it can't be Frisk's. Why? Why? The Determinators and Susie Undertale Summer... Oh, they're referencing a video. Is this a point that someone made in like a different video? Okay, I just want to like, what is that point about the soul being yellow? It can't be Frisk's if the soul changes to something other than yellow, but like Frisk's soul changes to purple and blue and all these different colors in Undertale. Is there like some like profound deep lore that I'm missing? I don't think anyone in chat knows what the logic behind this is, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Is this gonna be big? No, okay. Okay, the narrator. We talked about the narrator. Which Toby makes a separate autonomous entity in his games. Ooh! Why are you so confident about that? Oh man, it's... You know how hard it is just to convince people that like this is the case in Undertale? And Deltarune, there's like much less evidence and it's even harder to do? Why are you so confident about that? The narrator seems to know Undertale. Like, okay, I'll tell you real quick. The argument against anything of this form, the narrator knows about Undertale, therefore it's Kara. You want to know who else knows about Undertale? Toby Fox. And he's the one writing the dialogue, so the default is that the narrator is no one, and Toby's just referencing his game, so that's not really great evidence. People say it's because the monsters are the ones who change the mode of the soul in Undertale, while Kris's changes on its own. But didn't the soul only become yellow in Undertale because of Alphys' like phone shenanigans? Like, isn't that the same problem? I don't know. Oh yeah, this guy has made 5 comments. I got a bad feeling about this. I don't appreciate that. I mean, I guess the alternative is just all of them being in a fucking wall of text, so maybe this is for the best. Kris not recognizing their handwriting, Rudy's name, recognizing Sans, knowing about... Slow down, guy. What are you talking about? Weird behavior on the Snowgrave. Stop it. Make a point and then give the evidence. What are you doing here? I'm sorry. I'm skipping that one. It's too incoherent. I can't tell what he's trying to say. Okay, this is a point I can comprehend. So yeah, if you die in chapter 1 before saving, you get like this unique game over screen where it says in the like the all caps font from the intro, and then the world was covered by darkness if you choose not to continue. So this sort of does imply that like the future where the player has no influence on the game, or that Kris doesn't have influence, is that the roaring occurs or something, or like the night causes the roaring independently of Kris, which is interesting. I don't know how it's being used in this argument though yet. What is the demon strings? What the fuck are the demon strings? Am I drinking Kris, Susie Rousey, or Noel tea? Which one of them would taste most like lemons and ginger? Oh, the Kara servant stuff in the Undertale files. Is that what it means? I'm not sure that's what it means, but I know what you mean. When it says, originally it was like this big sort of disclaimer that says, please don't data mine. And then after the game was obviously data mined, Toby just changed it to be like, I, your humble servant, will follow you to the utmost. You have made yourself clear. Yeah. Which, it sort of sounds like how Kara speaks. It's weird. I don't know what it means. Oh, yeah, Demon A, Demon B, Demon A. Yeah, okay, the files were called Demon. Okay, so that's like a really obscure reference. I'm sort of impressed that this person is able to pull it out. But what is the point of them? What is the point? Kara somehow meeting Gaster is implied by the demon strings. Okay, I technically don't really know all that much about the demon strings, I guess. So I'm unable to refute this under the present circumstances. Kara being the one that discards your soul. Oh yeah, okay. So in the Goner Maker sequence in Deltarune, when it cuts out at the end and it says, no one can choose who they are in this world. It's a different... In the English translation, it changes from being like the all caps to like a normal, like a capitalized font. But in the Japanese translation, apparently, it also changes the mannerism in which, like... I don't speak Japanese, right? But it was something to do with like the way it uses kanji versus hiragana and katakana. And apparently at the end part, it speaks the same way that Kara does in Undertale, basically. Long story short, in the genocide monologue, I assume. So this is the main source of the theory that the person who seems to cut off our like Gaster guy in the intro is Kara. How's that for a summary? What the hell is Rousey? So this is just a bunch of questions. I don't know if there's a point to this. It's just a bunch of questions. And they're decent questions. Like, I don't know the answer to these. The seraphim, religious symbolism, yeah. We're almost out of the Valley of Death here. The nature of the soul is unknown in Undertale and Deltarune, as is its function. Something we will learn by opening the library books. I mean, the soul function was kind of known in Undertale. The Snowden library had more information than the hometown one. They knew that it was the source of compassion, at least, but the humans were like a counter-argument to that, I guess. Not to get started on Noel and Sand. That's like deeply ominous, and they're not even going to elaborate on what they mean. I'm kind of happy about that. Wow, okay, that guy had a lot to say, but I don't really know what most of it was, unfortunately. Oh, there's more. Okay, also the narration in the main menu changes when the fountain is closed. I think I mentioned that, yeah. Oh, but they're saying it's specifically because the fountain is closed that this causes it to change. Maybe? It's pretty mysterious. That's an explanation, I guess. Some have said it's Kara by virtue of no one else being able to be the narrator. This is the jankiest, so it's like you have to first prove Kara, which is like really hard, and it's like it has flaws no matter what you do. And then you say that not only is Kara the narrator of Undertale, but that they're the only ones who could ever be the narrator in any Toby Fox game. And then that implies that this is Kara because they're the narrator in the menu. That is some whack shit. I'm sorry, but like, yikes. Kara's a real given name. Yeah, Zdeno Kara, Boston Bruins classic. Or a given name. Yeah, it's Greek, I think. Sans des. Okay, what's going on in the chat? Ralsei knows about the player. They describe how to play while Susie asks what Z means. That's, yeah, the Ralsei tutorial dialogue. I'm like back and forth every day on like whether that's a huge hint or it's just Toby needs to somehow have a tutorial and everyone is going to scrutinize the fuck out of it no matter what. So I'm not sure. Like, it could be deepest lore. I'm not denying that. But you'd have to like really do your homework and make sure like, oh, there's not other instances of characters just casually breaking the fourth wall like that, which I'm pretty sure there are, but I can't think of examples like that now. Kara isn't even real. That's a rather strong point to take, chat member. Ralsei asks Kris to imagine what Susie is up to and then talks to Kris in private. Yes, yeah, Ralsei is super sus. I'm not denying that. Like, that's a legitimate thing that, like, while you're looking at your, you know, Ferris wheel cutscene, it cuts back and Ralsei is, like, whispering in Chris's ear some shit that you didn't hear. So, Ralsei knows some stuff, but we don't know what he knows. Penumbra Phantasm. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that's a Toho reference, otherwise I have no idea. Just name drop Kara was mentally abusive theory. Refuse to elaborate. Leave. Ralsei says that the Darkner's purpose is only to serve Lighteners, but literally everyone else is creeped out by that. That's kind of, I mean, it fits with them being like entertainment. They're all the Darkners so far are like things that people use or like as entertainment or tools. So it makes sense if they're supposed to be like made from those things that they'd want to serve the Lighteners. Makes you want to kind of ask what Ralsei's made of. The horned headband theory and stuff are all pretty cool. Yeah, Dork's just gonna do all the arguing for me in response to the abusive Kara theory. Thanks for that. I'm sort of sick of responding to that. All right, more comments. I like your Kris hot take. Nice. Maybe Kris somehow knows that they are being played like a game, and while they don't like it, they know if there's not an adventure to be had, time cannot... Oh, this is... I remember this one. This is like a really weird take, actually. Kind of interesting, but weird. Basically, they're saying that the hiatuses while the game is in development are diegetic. Like, time literally does not advance until you beat the game and play the next chapter in universe. Which is bizarre and kind of fascinating. I don't think there's much to indicate that, but it's kind of fun. And this Kris has to keep opening the fountains to keep the player like progressing. Yeah, so this makes like any theory of this form where it's like Kris makes the fountain after the Snowgrave route because of some overriding goal that's more important than like literal death of their classmates. Those are interesting, but they're difficult, I think. There's not really much. Even Ralsei warning Kris that like the fountains could destroy the world is, I think, weaker than the fountains definitely having killed Birdley or something like that. Yeah, or if Kris just wants to have more adventures. That's a good explanation for the non-Snowgrave path. Or maybe they have some sort of plan with Ralsei, or with Gaster, or with the Knight, or with Grandpa Semi again. Yeah, that Kris has prior knowledge in general is possible. Yep, wait for chapter 3. Self-aware but not self-loathing. That's what I'll have engraved on my tombstone. Thank you. W. Yeah, interesting and overwhelming. that we have all this despite the game being 2/7 of the way through. Yep, there's Toby for you. Remember, I have this memory that'll never go away of arguing with someone in like probably like January 2016, like Ground Zero Undertale fandom about like I was like saying like why isn't MatPat making more Undertale videos, and the guy's like MatPat makes FNAF vids because it actually has lore. Undertale doesn't have any lore you can actually analyze. I think that's it's haunted me ever since. Okay. I agree with Kara, and the third soul is Kara supposed to represent us and have our name. Oh, an Undertale. That's not what I said, but I know what you mean, so that counts. And this is the counter argument to that, as I've alluded to this multiple times, but like Kara's like 5 different things at the same time in Undertale, and anytime you just try to argue for one, the others creep in from the sides like you're trying to bail water out of a sinking boat. It's just like absolutely maddening if you've ever tried to like really buckle down and make a Kara interpretation. Kris isn't a real person. All right, that's a take. Let's see what this guy has to say. Think about it. I'm thinking about it. Have you ever seen Kris in a real room? Have you? Oh, this is a joke. Okay. This is a joke. Never mind. False alarm. Chat. What is chat? How do we know for a fact that people other than Kris can create dark fountains? Because Ralsei stops Birdly before he can try, and Ralsei is hiding stuff. I mean, that would imply... I mean, that's technically possible. You could always argue that, but that would imply, like, from the writer's perspective, that Toby is hitting us with, like, a hard misdirect there. Like, Toby wants us to believe that everyone can, but he's actually going to trick us. And I don't think that usually makes for... Like, it strikes me as a bit of a misconception that, like, in order to make a good plot with, like, a twist in it, you just have to deceive the people reading or playing or watching it as hard as possible and then prove that they were wrong later on. Which is, like, it's not really the point. I think anyone can do that. It's, like, you want to have it be surprising without ever, like, directly misleading your viewer. And I think that would fall into that category of, like, Toby just like sort of unfairly giving us evidence one way and then saying, oh no, I tricked you later on. I think Birdly could make the fountain if he wanted to. We have the argument about how could they fit in the closet and stuff. Yeah, this was... I don't want to get into that. I think Dork knows my stance on that. I left an embarrassingly large confrontational comment on one of her videos about that. Okay. I despise lore and theory talk, says the person who has just watched a 40-minute essay about lore and theory. Love it. Okay, there's another, so this is another comment that's saying that the Toriel quote about Kris locking themselves in the bathroom is related to depression / anxiety / self-harm / just Kris generally being sad and not the happiest, which is, yeah, it's plausible. It kind of makes sense. It could go in that direction, but I don't know. I don't blame you for forgetting what comment that was. Okay. Oh, that's always good when it starts with a disclaimer that they haven't finished the video yet. And it's... ooh, okay. Let's go. I didn't mention the strongest evidence for why it's not Kris pulling up the Dark Fountain. And there's a third entity. What is that? Oh, it's the Toriel quote. Okay. When they take forever to wash their hands, and the cage looks like it's seen a few crashes. This doesn't have anything to do with the souls. I don't see why people think this actually implies, like, the cage is not visibly dented by the soul going into it. Because no one, including Noel, noticed anything before that. Okay, I see where this is going. This is the argument that Toriel's line was about Kris ripping out their soul previously, like prior to the player, or like you playing the game, which is a possible interpretation of that line. It's very hard to explain, though. That, like, there's a reason I couldn't integrate it into the script after I remembered that dialogue box, because it sort of fucks everything up if you take that stance. And I guess this person's gonna stretch that to its full potential here. Kris has some inexplicable reason to rip out their soul and do things, even if it seemingly does not benefit them and there's no player. Okay. What are the ways out? Kris wasn't in control before Chapter 1, and it was the third entity. Okay, wait, they're throwing this under the bus immediately. Fair enough. Or they didn't start acting weird before we appeared. Oh, wait. Or the cage... Oh, or they're both red herrings. Okay, so this person... I thought they were gonna, like, drag me here for not accounting for that, but it looks like they're slowly just interpolating toward basically my take as well. is that the other explanations are so fucked that it's easier just to say that Toriel might be misleading there. Why is there a conveniently placed wagon? I don't know what the wagon is, man. Like, the wagon is vague and mysterious, and I don't know. But it could easily be in Chapter 3. We get, oh yeah, Kris used to have a parakeet. There's going to be some, like, parakeet backstory that we just get dumped on us by the QC's diner person, and it's all going to make sense, so who knows. Kris benefited from ripping out the soul. Yeah, interesting. But everything we know suggests otherwise. They can barely walk. It's funny that literally no one brought up Kris shambling about like a zombie one day and then suddenly walking normally the next day. Oh yeah, this is saying like if Kris... Yeah, I addressed this in the video. Like, we can assume that Kris wasn't like crawling along the ground and like face planting in their day-to-day goings-on before the whole soul shenanigans started. This evidence, somehow we've made it from there to Kris being the knight theory, or not being the knight. I'm starting to lose the plot here. I doubt that Toby wants us to feel... Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure exactly what point is being made here. I'm a little bit... Maybe I've just become exhausted, but I recognize this. I see people bring this up, that like they can't picture a game story constructed in such a way that it would make you the bad guy for just playing the game. But this is, it also relies on an assumption, which is how Kris feels about having the player control them. It's like, for one, like, in my opinion, I don't think that's an invalid story at all. Like, even if Toby wants to make a game where, like, we're just inevitably harming Kris by playing, then, like, fair enough. It's a thought experiment. It's interesting. I don't think you have to take it personally. But two... What was the second point? Yeah, the second point is that Kris might just not actually hate the player. They might be working together to some extent. And again, we don't know how much prior information Kris has that we're not aware of yet, so... Basically that. I think this is getting at the point referenced many times about Kris not having a soul prior to us plopping into the body versus us replacing Kris's soul, which I was considering to be the same thing. Wait, what? There's other evidence. Yeah, sorry, this comment has gone on for too long that I'm unable to comprehend exactly what it's getting at, but it seems mostly coherent here, and it raises some good points, so just have to move on. How's chat doing? Vent Comics? What is that? People are really upset by the thought that they're being forced to, like, inconvenience Kris. That's really interesting to me, because, like, the point of a lot of, like, Undertale was that you're supposed to feel bad for doing things in the game, and that was interesting, but, like, you were still doing them. Like, it was sort of assumed that, like, it wasn't actually a judgment of your morality, that you weren't, like, taking these fictional characters as seriously as real people. So I don't know. I don't see why that's so upsetting. I think it's just interesting, like, that if the player might have conflict with Kris later on, because I think that if we are actually that much of a burden on Kris, then there's going to be a reckoning at some point, and that's going to be really cool. Okay. My personal interpretation is that Kris is this universe's version of Frisk. The same letters in both names, similar physical appearance, yes, as I discussed in the video. They both are controlled by the player and live in the same time period as we see. Oh, what you mean they fell, they're the same age as Asriel Dreamer? I don't think you mean that, but that is the case in Deltarune, that this person who is apparently Frisk incarnate is the same age as Asriel, which would not be the case in Undertale. One of the main pieces of evidence for the existence of a third entity that I've neglected is the presence of a narrator. We've been over this. It would make sense for Kris to be sharing their thoughts with someone else's spirit. Since in Undertale, yeah, so every time someone says first prove Nerakera and then use that to justify Deltarune, that's like, that's not the easiest way to do anything. It's like, you're not really, it's a very difficult first step. And it doesn't have to be even the same in Deltarune. Like, even if Kara is definitely Undertale's narrator, it doesn't have to be the case in Deltarune. How much longer is this? Okay, that's fine. Yes, chat member says Kris and the player have a lot more time to develop positive relationship. Don't forget that. We've only seen 2/7 of the game. That's very true, and also true for we have 5 more chapters to develop a worse relationship if it goes that way. So Nerakera should be called Cararator. I'm a bit split on what name is better. I've always called it Nerakera because that has a good alliteration, easy to say. Cararator is shorter. It's a bit of a pun, but it's like you end up with this weird syllable in the middle, which is just like 2 R's. Cararator. I'm not a fan of it. The idea that Kris only had the pie, well, this is the first chapter when Kris removes the soul, is like, yeah, the idea that all they did was eat the pie is demonstrably false, because guess what? If you check the TV in Chapter 1, it's unplugged. It's not even plugged in anymore. If you check the TV in Chapter 2 first thing in the morning, it is now plugged in. So unless Toriel did that for no reason when it was implied to like just be completely out of use previously, that's one thing that Kris did after the ending of the first chapter. Does anyone know that Spamton has an EX form, but in the neutral route he says that he can be EX, but it's broken. I don't know what that's referencing. The knight is Caliborn from Homestuck. Makes as much sense as Caliborn being Caliborn. No, I don't think Asriel being the only one who's a weird age makes it easier to justify, because Asriel is the most direct comparison we have to the age of who should be, like, what am I trying to say here? I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think I'm losing it a little bit, but never mind. Your point stands. Okay, comments. I'd like to put forward that there's a possibility that who's in charge at the end of the second chapter changes depending on what route you take. Okay. In the normal route, it's likely to be Kris, because we know what motivation would prompt that, yeah. In Snowgrave, then it's the entity. This is like the worst of both worlds here. It's like you have to have a third entity anyway, but it's only relevant in one route to accomplish the exact same thing as what happens in the first route. This is like just objectively worse than just having the third entity do it both times. Is there somewhere we can download the graph? Oh. I guess I could post the graph in like the Discord server if anyone wants it. They're referring to, of course, the Super Soul Searching Christmas tree diagram. No one's asked me for it, so. FNAF narrator moment. I've never played a FNAF game, so this reference is purely in this person's mind. But I'm glad that they managed to see it regardless. Oh, this is the person who I think I named the script after. There was literally that comment on the first video that had some like long theory about how the soul was a metaphor for pain, and I had no idea what they were talking about. But I was like, hell yeah, this guy gets it. Oh yeah, this is Mark II, Matt Pat for Undertale. Hell yeah. That's actually what I read on my resume, is wannabe Matt Pat clone. No one's actually hired me yet, unfortunately. Okay, this fucking comment. I remember this. This is like a raid boss comment. This was like, it made just enough sense, but was just a completely specific and weird take that I'd never considered, and I didn't really think was relevant ultimately. But I don't know if I'm brave enough to like discuss this more. I feel like I would just tie myself into a knot. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, let's have a look at it. Okay, so they're saying Frisk is a player character, but I'm carrying that through. What you mean by the sentence is also unclear, but okay. The player does not exist in the text, so what dissonance between Frisk and the player's will is there? Okay, so this was targeting the section of the video where I went on about there being unaddressed dissonance between the character of Frisk and the player's actions. And basically, I think I was worried that people wouldn't understand that, which is like, it was a weird thing to try to articulate. But basically, it's the same in almost every video game where you have a player character and you can make them do things that don't make sense from the like an in-universe perspective. So like that's why I use the clip of that speedrun, is like, why the fuck is Frisk doing that? Like, Sans Undertale cannot look at Frisk in that moment and answer, why is the human child doing that? Because there is no reason in universe. It's purely extrinsic. And every video game has that problem, but only in Undertale is it noticeable because the game goes so far out of its way to actually bring up stuff like this that you're not normally supposed to think about. So what I was saying is that this dissonance between Frisk being a character and Frisk being controlled by you has been dredged up and made like explicit now in Deltarune. But this was saying something to that effect. Sans is talking to Frisk about Frisk. Yeah, this is during the Megalovania speech. Yeah, so Sans, the problem here, what I meant, is that when Sans is roasting you, well, in his boss fight, he's talking about the anomaly and like never being happy. Sans thinks that he's talking to the human child Frisk. Who he's actually talking to and who Toby is talking to when he wrote that was the player. It applies to, I guess, both, but like the thing is that like a human doing that, a human having the motivations of a player who's seeking out additional content for no reason, that doesn't map to an in-universe motivation. There's no reason that you would do that unless you're like Flowey, who was stuck in the time loop for ages and ages. So that's what I meant. That's all I meant by that. Yeah, this is the same thing. Frisk doesn't seem like a character with a personality if you decide to ascribe their characterization to a non-character outside the text. But that's exactly what I want to do, is like, say, once we take away like the stuff that's just the player puppeting them, like what's left, and there's not much of Frisk. Yeah, I think this point is too specific to spend much more time on. It's like, this person had a point, and it was worth addressing, but I don't think anyone else is necessarily following the same train of thought here. Oh shit, the entire chat is just Kara morality debate. This is the worst possible timeline. Alright, you want me to weigh in just real quick on the Kara debate? It seems like it's all been brought up already, like there's like those two lines that everyone likes to use where like Asriel says Kara wasn't the greatest person. In the True Labs tapes, Asriel says that Kara laughed it off when Asgore got poisoned by buttercups. And right, when at Kara's deathbed, Asriel implies that Kara is sort of like coercing him into the plan, which I think is pretty much obvious. Like, Kara was to some extent like manipulating Asriel into that, but those are basically all you get in terms of like if you want to build a case against Kara being a nasty person. Which, like, there's some stuff, but none of it is like damning, and I think the reason that it gets taken so seriously is because like we only have like those 3 points to extrapolate from, and there's very little else we know about Kara, so immediately like those few points just expand to fill like, oh, they must do all these other horrible things off screen that we didn't hear about. And that's my main issue with it, is it's like it's going too far to show that a character is like, or to condemn a character from very little like hard evidence that they were actually that bad. Yeah, and that's ignoring all the facts, like the times that people seem to speak highly of Kara. I think in the Discord recently someone posted a bunch of stuff from the official Undertale art book, which was like, there were cut scenes from the cutscene that plays when you're sparing Asriel, and it replays all of Kara's memories with him. And apparently that had to be shortened. And there was originally a bunch more of like just Asriel and Kara like hanging out and like eating pie and stuff. And part of me thinks like if in the parallel universe where that was included in the game, that would just be that much more padding on the side of like, okay, Kara's not that bad, that people wouldn't immediately jump to like they're irredeemable, they're an abuser, they're Satan. So yeah, I think Kara's going to be complex no matter what. I just don't like people getting like all like bitter, like vehemently hating Kara. They did some like weird bad stuff, but we don't really know much more about that. Okay. This is, I gave this a heart because this is my friend. No, don't worry about it. This is the same guy as before. Yeah, so this person just has like a real bone to pick with trying to like remove the characterization of the protagonists, and sure, like I can see that, but the logic regarding that is very complex and subjective, and I don't want us to arguing against it because that wouldn't go anywhere quick. The game simply doesn't work without 3 entities. Oh, good start. As the player could be submissive or do what Kris wants. I mean, I'm assuming they're talking about like some of the cutscenes where Kris moves a bit on their own. This would be terrible. Okay, this is the same point. Like they're upset that they have to be the bad guy for controlling Kris. That's all that amounts to. They're gonna go down some really specific logical series here. What? I don't like when people phrase comments like this sometimes when it's just like rhetorical questions followed by some cherry-picked piece of evidence, then another rhetorical question, and it's like, I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm not asking these questions, you are. You're asking them because they further your point. It's not... It doesn't come off as well as I think people picture it. It's confusing. Submissible and breedable player, yeah. If you just want to be able to talk to Kris, play One Shot. Someone's talking about their Minecraft house. Cool. Yeah, the Kris Talk Sprite concept art. I've seen those. That's interesting. Nico is secretly evil, and Satan, and a cat. I'm just gonna move on. Why does this have 10 replies? That's kind of worrying. Oh, okay, it's false alarm. It's fine. This is another explanation for why Kris spends a long time in the bathroom, basically. Yeah, it's saying the same thing as before. Kris would spend a long time in the bathroom because they're depressed or something. And as always, I think that is somewhat reasonable. Oh, Mori reference? Okay, now this is the point from before. Kris's soul gets replaced by the players. I have no problem with that. And this is going to be... Okay. Is it saying that? Oh, wait, does it? Oh, Kris hid their soul. That's a bit different. So this is like Kris had to go stick their soul in the sock drawer so that they could get their new one from Gaster or whatever. I mean, I think this is a bit too much to draw from the evidence we have, but sure. That's nice. I try to articulate thoughts that people might already have in ways that are better than you can easily do without writing a script for weeks. That is the goal. Yep, it is an important detail. This is literally the fucking gas line again. Get out of here with the gas line interpretation. I hope this dingus sorts by new at 2 in the morning. I replied to this within 5 minutes, I think. Oh, yeah, and that was the other part of it. I forgot about that part. Okay, what's this saying? The secret bosses have so far been manifestations of Kris's current emotional state. At the moment when he creates the fountain. I wonder who he is. Now this runs on the outlandish and unbelievable assumption that Kris made both the closet and the cyber fountain. Draw and quarter me for assuming the kid with the knife who creates dark fountains is the knight who creates dark fountains. Okay, so immediately we're really defensive about Kris being the knight. Here's the thing, like, Kris being the knight, for a long time I was pretty convinced that Kris was the knight, like, despite all of the like arguments to the contrary, right? I thought it was too much for it to be a misdirect. I thought it was supposed to be like an early game twist that would make the knight, like, it's not actually the big deal. There's something beyond that, and it was just Kris the whole time. I'm not really so keen on that now. I've heard more evidence against it since. But this comment is assuming that Kris is the knight. Okay, so the parallel between Kris and Spamton, they're saying, indicates that there was a deal that Kris may have made with Gaster, basically. Yeah, honestly, I don't find that too far-fetched. The interpretation that however Kris got into the state where they're like a player's puppet, it may have actually been like a weird deal with the devil situation where it's like, you know, you give me your soul, you give me your freedom, and I'll give you in exchange this protagonist player entity that'll make your life way more interesting, but you won't actually get to control it. I could see that being the case. It would be an interesting way for the story to go. It's not the only way it could go. Okay, so they're going for a thing where the secret bosses are like 5 stages of grief, but for Kris regretting letting the player take control of their life. Sure. It's speculative, but sure. Oh wait, are shadow crystals a persona? Shadow crystals, are they a persona reference? I don't know what shadow crystals are in Persona. You would have had to have explained that for that point to make sense. I'm sorry. Does anyone in chat know what shadow crystals are in Persona? Why is someone adding me with a response to something that I don't even remember? How long ago was that? Oh, it's in regards to like Asriel being born. Stolen from Jaru. Okay, so that's where that, yeah, the timeline analysis. Seems like a lot of things I don't agree with come from that Jaru video. Okay, what else is here? Kris might have little brother syndrome based off of Asriel's trophies being displayed in the room. This is just like a detached point. It's just like Kris is sad, basically. I agree, Kris is sad. We're on the same page there. Okay, so this is the first one I've seen that's like talking about the interpretation that like Kris and Caddy studying the occult was like it's actually a plot point and it's gonna have like a huge significance. I like don't know about that. Like immediately when I saw that line, my brain just snapped to like, oh, Toby's he's just making a joke that they're Molgoths. That's like all, because Caddy with an I is like. She's absolutely like a Molgoth stereotype, and the fact that they were like studying the occult, like that's not something in real life that actually lets you summon demons. That's something that edgy teenagers do to compensate for not having a personality. I'm sorry to say, but so I'm assuming that was just a statement about Kris's character more than like no, they actually figured out how to summon a demon. And apparently it's also like a Shin Megami Tensei reference, which would fly over my head, but. That might be reason alone to include that. So my chips are against this actually mattering ever, but I can't provide any like evidence that actually refutes it. Yes, Kris likes demons because of the pop-up ads. It's mentioned a few times that Kris is into like the occult, but the question is like, is that actual like foreshadowing, or is that just like keeping consistency with one of Kris's few known personality traits? Kris is so quirky, it's literally insane. Yeah. Kris likes the devil. They're not devil horns. His whole family has horns. Why do they gotta be devil horns? Will the recording of the stream be available? Yes, this will be immortalized forever as my canonical response to every comment. Which it looks like you've gone through about a fifth of them so far, by the way. So great. We're not going to get through them all today, if anyone was actually wondering about that. Right. Your videos give me a moss bag vibe. I like when people say that. Okay, so this is basically like Kris has the mission. The mission is too important. Kris knows Kris knows they've got to keep making the dark fountains to banish the angels' heaven, and that's more important than the roaring. It's more important than Birdly dying. Okay, like you could conceive of a situation where Kris has like knowledge beyond the player. And they're just aware. They're like, oh no, this is actually the most important thing. That would be kind of bad though, because that's just like the whole plot is defined by something that is just being arbitrarily kept from you, which isn't great in my opinion. Like, and this thing about banishing the angels heaven, I think it was literally only mentioned in Ralsei's prophecy. Like, it's never been referenced again after that. So fuck knows, honestly. We don't even know what the consequences are, or what would cause that. Yeah, chat member. Kris having an agenda could work. It could work for a lot of things, but I'm thinking like this is one of the less likely versions of the Kris has an agenda explanation, where it's just like they know how to save the world and they're not going to let anyone stop them, you know? Okay, there was a parallel event in Deltarune to what killed Kara and Asriel in Undertale. What's that mean? Oh, so there's some weird shit that went down that parallels, yeah, Kris and Asriel, or Kara and Asriel, like, merging their souls, and that somehow explains Kris being jank. I can sort of see where that's coming from. It's very vague, obviously, but parallels are good. They may have messed something up when separating souls and trying to put things back. So this person's saying that for some reason Asriel and Kris tried to like merge their souls together. I'm not sure how that would work though, or why, but it's just speculation. I shouldn't be thinking about it so hard. Why would they make a human Flowey? But why though? This is just a very specific piece of speculation that has no particular evidence behind it. Consider that Kris could be an alternate version of Frisk who shares surface similarities to Kara, but aren't the same. What does that mean though? At the point where you've taken a Frisk, but they're not exactly the same person from the same universe. They're like an equivalent Frisk in an alternate universe, and also they look like Kara and have traits of Kara. What is left of Frisk? What essence is like actually remains that even makes that even creates a point for saying that character is Frisk? I don't quite get it. Maybe that's the same argument you can make against it being Kara. Maybe I'm being unfair there. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have been so quick to dismiss that. I don't know. But we'll generate one over time. This is Kingdom Hearts now. Dissociative identity disorder. Yes, this is a thing. Kris got DID from being sad, and there's no meta text about players and protagonists at all. It's just a known personality disorder. This is one of my least favorite forms of speculation. Yep, this is the argument about Flowey being different because he's a flower. I'm glad I covered that early. There are two souls in Kris, yours and theirs. They take yours out in cutscenes. Makes a lot of sense, right? What? I don't know what you were trying to say. I don't know if it makes sense. Oh, no, wait. So, yeah, this was just a branch of the Christmas tree diagram. This was encoded in there. Don't worry about it. What the fuck is this? There's a hole in that one. Making this video must have been like peering into the infinite abyss that is Toby Fox's incomprehensible machinations. That's a lot of syllables. To be serious, though, I really wonder what Toby's thought process is when making the story of this game. That makes two of us. He's got the immense expectations and baggage that comes with the sequel to Undertale to balance with the story that seemingly wants to have its own themes. So far he's done quite well, but we're only that ratio of the way through. And judging by the way Undertale operated, we will likely get some big brain-melting stuff by the end. Yeah. I'm always wondering where the whole game is leading to. The game has so many factors, both normal and plot-wise. The greater Lori Toby's wild ride stuff, okay. that is really difficult to imagine what the end game. Yes, it's hard to predict the ending of the game. Fair enough. I originally wrote a huge list in this comment about many of the big questions, but didn't. I appreciate that. Thank you. This actually it brings up a good point, or not a point for like a theory, but like something that's really interesting to me is thinking about what Toby's headspace is making this game, right? Because we know that Deltarune was conceived before Undertale. It was an idea in Toby's head. Oh, fuck, the beat stopped. Thank you for notifying me. But so Deltarune existed in Toby's head before Undertale did, and then somehow the ideas he had for that mutated into the game he actually ended up making, which was Deltarune. But now he's going back and he's doing the first thing again, but it's now the successor to its own successor, which is this really bizarre, fucked up situation that I don't even know if it has precedent in the human history. And when I remember when I first heard about Deltarune, like back when Chapter 1 dropped, I was like, oh my god, Toby's making a different game. And my assumption was that he would just do everything in his power to make it not like Undertale. He would just want to ditch that as quickly as possible and maintain like an independence beyond just being the guy who made Undertale. But no, he completely went the other way and made a game that was like as associated with Undertale as physically possible. And in some ways, like the game is commenting on what happened to Undertale. In some ways, the game has its own themes that seem like they're almost like predecessors to what Undertale was commenting on. It seems like simpler in some ways, and it's so confusing and interesting to think about this like weird hybrid of like pre and post Undertale Toby thoughts that are just stewing in this now. And I don't know, if you could answer any of those questions, all of the other questions would be irrelevant, but still, I like to think about it. Sorry to anyone in the chat who is now realizing that it's going to take like 20 real-world years to get to the top of the comments. I guess I'll just do another stream like this if I don't finish. Is that reasonable? Just like keep doing this until I get through all the comments? I'm not sure I'll ever do this again in this way, but like I promised that this time I would read the comments, so like fuck, why not just read all the comments? It's only 1200. True. How am I gonna bookmark? I'm assuming I would just watch the last stream and see what the last comment was. 97 million hours. I'm gonna keep going for now. I'm not quite exhausted yet. But the writing's on the wall. I could take a break. What a good idea. Yeah, okay, let's do another break. I can get more tea. I can revive my vocal cords. I don't gotta sleep. You gotta sleep. I live in the Pacific time zone. It's not even 10 o'clock here. I stay up till 3 in the morning these days. So I'm gonna be the last person awake probably. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna call another break for 5 minutes. I'm gonna go get some tea. If anyone is still left when I get back, we will continue. There are not requirements to join the server. If you give me money through Patreon, your name changes color, and absolutely nothing else happens. But you can do that if you want. Yeah, the Discord server, it has 2 identical lore channels simply because one of them is often just going along and no one can use it for like an hour at a time, so there's just a second one. Are we arguing about Kris being the knight still? Why would Toby reveal that secret so early? Again, like, I don't think that Kris is necessarily the knight, but I don't think it's the reason for that is because it couldn't work with the story. I think there's a version of the story where Kris being the knight was like an early game twist that we sort of move past, and then it's revealed there's more stuff after that's more important than who the knight was. And I think that's cooler in some ways than having everything just put off until the very, very end, because then you have, like, the plot has twists in the middle, too. You have this information to work with going forward that the rest of the story has to account for. My biggest night suspect. Kris. I don't know. I don't really think Kris is the knight, but I don't know if anyone... There's no more evidence for anyone else. I think probably the most likely answer is that the knight is someone that either we don't know about or who couldn't possibly be guessed at this point. The stream is not ending. This is the break has just ended, and I'm waiting for my tea to steep and restore my vocal cords. Is Asriel a candidate? Asriel, as far as we know, is not in the town, so unless Asriel is, like, hiding in the broom closet or teleporting back, I don't think it's Asriel. If there are 1,000 reasons why Kris is not the knight, I think that's a really good topic for a video essay that you should consider making. Is Everyman a candidate? I don't fucking know who, like, Everyman is. It's like a Gaster thing that gets referenced in Deltarune. That's all I know about Everyman. The Song in the Sea. I have no idea. It's very mysterious, but I don't know. The fact that Onion says that it's like an old song makes me think it's an Undertale thing. Not necessarily implying that Undertale's a prequel chronologically, but like, if Toby's willing to push on the fourth wall, that could be what that means. Yes, I think I've read incredibly long threads on why Everyman is the knight. I don't remember what the gist of it was, though. Maybe I should get back to doing the comments. Yeah, Everyman is a True Lab thing, but people associate the True Lab with Gaster for obvious reasons. Add the Discord link on the description of the stream. That's a somewhat competent idea. Maybe I'll do that. Hang on. Ooh boy. Well, where's the Discord? There it is. Will it let me do that live? It will. Nice. Alright, the link should be up there now if anyone wants to join the Discord server. Alright, I'm gonna go back to answering comments now. Gaster GIF begun. Okay. Ali Wasi. I think the reason Kris does all these dangerous things is because the same reason Flowey does everything. Without a soul, Kris can't feel empathy. I mean, if you're saying that in like the 10 seconds between Kris ripping out the soul and doing the thing, that like in that time they don't feel empathy and therefore would be willing to create like a post Snowgrave fountain. That doesn't really make sense. Like, why did they rip out the soul in the first place? That would have to imply that their motivation changes after ripping out the soul, which seems very unlikely. Unless you want to argue that Kris doesn't have effectively their own soul, even with, like, you know, the red soul inside them. Maybe it doesn't provide the role of a soul because it doesn't belong to them. That's speculative, though. What did I say to this? Wait, why did I agree with this? I don't remember why I agreed with that. Let's not dwell on that. Okay, this guy thinks that the third entity is Ralsei. Not in the possession or controlling sense, but Kris's motivations. Okay, so Ralsei is whispering in Kris's ear. In both chapters, there's a moment where Ralsei seems to purposefully try to trick the player's perspective off of Kris. Yes, he does do this. Which then, yeah, Ralsei has a text box talking to Kris, which gets cut off when the cutscene ends. That is true. We don't know what he was explaining, yes. So they're saying this could be Ralsei whispering the script of Chapter 3 into Kris's ears so that they know to create the fountain, basically. Which isn't impossible. Yeah, so that sort of falls into the Kris has an agenda, Kris has prior information. Oh, that's interesting. They're saying that if Ralsei is aware that the player controls Kris, then all the time that Ralsei is talking to Kris, they're actually talking to you. Or they know that they're talking to you, and they're just kind of like acting, where Susie actually thinks that she's talking to Kris. Interesting. This doesn't mean Ralsei is evil, no. Yeah, this is a very coherent and well-considered take. Yes, my theories are good. I agree. This is a clone of the top comment, so I don't know what went wrong between these two. This one was first. Why doesn't this one have like 500 likes or whatever? How big Ralsei PP dough? Nice. Chad is asking whether Toby has a whole team to help with future chapters. I think it's the... Well, I don't actually know. I know Chapter 2 he expanded the team. There was a team that worked on Chapter 2. I don't know if that team is getting bigger or smaller in the future. People who follow Toby Fox more closely have mentioned that he usually talks about that stuff in like dev updates. But I don't actually follow any of Toby Fox's social media because I'm a weirdo, but that's all I know. The option of the player solo placing Kris's, the same one, yes. My video gives this man dopamine. I'm happy. The one weird Kara Frisk looking. Oh, the beta Kara sprite, where it's just like Frisk with a striped shirt, and it's really weird. Yeah. This is a kind of a piece of evidence that can go toward like, I don't know if you'd call it evidence, but it's like, it implies like almost a thought process on like the dev side where Kara may have once looked more similar to Kris or Frisk in terms of like skin tone, right? And maybe Kara's so pale because of some other reason, Like I was saying the other day that like maybe they literally just became pale by living in a cave for years. That does happen. It's kind of weird and speculative to go too far down that road though, so I don't have much more to say about it. One-hour version of the Gaster GIF. I'm not sure how I'd pull that off actually. The fractal zoom footage is finite. The third entity is a Mogus. Think about it. Do you get it? Do you get it, chat? Are you thinking about it? Do you get the joke? You get the joke? Okay. Why can't the player be responsible for Snowgrave? You're the one making the choices. Did you click a button in your version of Deltarune that said create fountain and then you pressed Z and then the fountain was created? I don't get this. You didn't make the choice. It's self-evident. Kris did that. I think Kara Discourse has given people brain damage. That's good. And now they're too invested in the possibility of Kris being evil or good. Yeah, that's sort of what I was implying at the end. I don't think that was necessarily a justified complaint for me to raise, because to be honest, I haven't seen that many people obsessing over Kris being strictly good. It's mostly those like weird thumbnails you always get where it's like Kris is the villain and Kris is evil and it's like photoshopped and they have a knife and some other character's sprite's been edited so they're crying and there's fire in the background, and you know, you get kind of sick of those after a while. Okay, brain damage. Yeah, just look at Kris as a character and let them do things that are either good or bad, and like a story, like, you know, it's a story that is being told and not an actual person you have to be concerned about the morality of, and report to the police if they're not behaving. Kris is portrayed, I'm reading chat now. Kris is portrayed as evil looking and portrayed as possessed. I can't argue with that. The aesthetics of it are sinister, but it's sinister in the way that I think is like, frankly, maybe that's, do I want to say that? I was going to say that it seems beneath Toby to use tropes like that, but that's basically what Kara was at the Soulless Pacifist. It was just some creepypasta bullshit, so I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I don't see it being that simple as like Kris looks like Jeff the Killer, therefore they're evil. That's what the MatPat thumbnails want you to believe. Or no, sorry, Swanky Box is more accurate. I don't know if MatPat's actually really done any theories on Deltarune. Have I talked about the theory that Deltarune is a direct sequel to the Genocide route? Yes, I have at this point. Yes, I have. And I'm assuming I gave an opinion on that earlier, so I'm going to skip that.
Just listen. 7 fallen humans, 7 souls. The chapters of Deltarune are 7.
Okay. Very forceful, like, numerology being thrown at me there. Yes, these all have the same number, but what does it mean? Next comment. Everything can be explained by the fact that Kris is a teen and teens are weird. Honestly, not a bad take. Not everything can be explained. A lot of things can be explained by that, though. You are right. Not only is Kris's lore fucked, Kara's lore is fucked, Kris's lore is unknown. Something, yeah. And Gaster is even more fucked. Yeah, I'm not going to argue against anything this person is saying. It is pretty much straight facts. Yeah, so putting 3 characters with fucked vague lore inside of one body and then trying to figure out what they're doing, yeah, that is kind of messy and kind of not something I want to think about. Good point, good point. Everyone has a take and everyone commits it at the very least one lie by omission that makes investigating, maybe that's true. I feel like everyone, yeah, is guilty of that. Like once you have a theory that you like, it becomes more difficult to find evidence contrary to that. You'll naturally want to ignore it more. That's like a basic kind of human fallacy, I think. Confirmation bias. It's probably just confirmation bias. There's a few people who actually thought that the Discord ping sound was like an error in the recording. No, I edited that in. You think too little of my attention to detail if you thought that was an actual Discord ping. You were all wrong. I will elaborate no further. Nice. We're moving at a faster pace here. If you notice, there's lots of short ones. And a spoiler for the end of this road is that once these comments get new enough, they just become this like weird surreal porridge of just like what I assume is a stream of consciousness from literal children. Like they just get really, really short, completely illegible or incoherent. But we're still too far in the past for that. That's Toby. This guy is Toby fucked. All right, we'll go with that interpretation. Kris is an anagram of risk, not frisk, risk, because he has shitload of souls. Frisk, Kara, their own players, Gasters, and Asriels. What? Is this gonna go? How big is this? How big is this? Okay. It's just a word salad. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'm surprised. Legitimately, I'm surprised by how few people were pointing out this thing with the Chapter 1 save select menu. I don't know for sure if anyone's done a video on it. I'm assuming someone has, but I can see for sure that not a single comment on the last video, of which there were 1,800, ever mentioned it. So it probably is pretty obscure. I felt like almost personally offended that I'm like, wait, did I actually... this isn't like a well-known fact already that I'm just copying from everyone else? The Dark Percy wants me to hear me break down Kara theories. What did I say? Yes. Oh, I admitted it. I guess I'm admitting it on stream now. The fucking big terrifying Reddit essay about Kara was something that I wrote in 2016 that I quickly scrolled through in the video. I'm not going to tell anyone what it's called or how to find it, but it exists. It was there's kind of an interesting story behind its creation. I was in an art live stream for Dreamer Reborn. If anyone remembers Dreamer Reborn, it was like one of the OG like Save the Goat alternate universe comics. And it was like the only time I ever watched one of his art live streams. And there was this other random dude in chat who just asks, "Can anyone explain Kara?" And at that point in time, I was like rabid fandom goblin. I was like, yeah, I'll do it. Just give me 10 pages in a month. And they're like, yeah, sounds cool, bro. And then I literally did. Like over the course of a month, I made a 10-page essay on Kara. I posted it on Reddit. The guy saw it. He read it. So yeah, happy ending. I don't know what the moral of the story is, but it happened. Chat says, my brother asked me over breakfast to explain Kara. It was horrific. Yes. He's like, Kara is a nice child with a stripy shirt who likes chocolates. Wait a minute. Phil Guare didn't watch this yet, but it's been on my mind. That's not a good start. Who is Kris? Kris isn't the one who move and fight. That's the player. Isn't the one doing Snowgrave. What? Okay, this person didn't watch the video. Why am I reading the comment? I probably talked about all of this in the video. Apparently I saved this person from an existential spiral with the Gaster gift. That's good. That was the intent. A little bit of Terence McKenna quotes go a long way, I guess. Oh, someone's picking up on my Sonic Dreams simulator, whatever, Sonic Dreams collection clip. Oh, okay, what's this? Why didn't you add a theory that Kris isn't human? I'm going to say preemptively that I didn't do that because there's no evidence for Kris not being a human, but what do you have to say about it? But we have no proof that Kris is human. Well, if you look into the menu, when you go into the Dark World in Chapter 1, Kris's description is human body contains a human soul. So there we go. We don't need to read this anymore. Why would Gaster want to build your vessel when you first arrive? The soulless Kris is his vessel. Oh, this is a rhetorical question that he's immediately answering with speculation. The soulless vessel is his vessel. He doesn't have his soul in there. He doesn't have his soul in there if he even has one. But he built Kris. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I actually just don't know. Stay wavy. Yeah. This is the fucking... I got legitimately mad when I saw this, because I was like, I tried so hard. That first video, I fucked it up once, and I called Kris he. And that was just a flub. And I'm like, oh, okay. All these people were roasting me, and I was like, all right, I'm not going to do it for the second one. And I didn't do it for the second one. I was flawless. So someone hallucinated it instead and still called me out. It's just kind of makes you grumpy. Hornet is nice. What if Kris had a soul but was kicked out with a player's soul? Another one for the pile. It doesn't have much to do with determination, but it's Deltarune fan theory. And okay, what's your theory? It's about Asgore. I have sort of bad feelings about where this is going. Do we know that Mayor Holiday doesn't like the police, or just that the police are redundant for some reason because of Mayor Holiday? I don't think Alfie's implied that the mayor was against the police. Oh, it's big. Okay. This is kind of a good point. Yeah, it's people who say that Asgore was fired because he couldn't find Des. I mean, on one hand, I don't think you get fired if you're a policeman or you're a detective and you can't solve a case. I don't think they just fire you. That's not really how it works. But yeah, in this case, the police are supposed to be redundant in town, so why would the yeah, it sort of sounds like Mayor Holiday would get her like Deer Mafia to handle it, which, I mean, they've got a point. So in Undertale, they divorced because Asgore decided to kill a bunch of humans. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, in Deltarune, it was probably also some other dramatic event. Maybe. It's safe to assume that it's going to be a dramatic event, just because it's a story, and usually things happen for dramatic reasons. Yeah, Toriel definitely seems to be the one who instigated the divorce, that's safe to say. This is just like Asgore divorce lore, basically. Like, none of it's wrong, it's just kind of depressing. Oh, Dork is saying that Alphys does imply that the mayor dislikes the police. I don't remember. I could check, actually. I have the file with all the dialogue in it. I think it's the only time in the game that the word phrase eye candy occurs, so it should be easy to find. And there it is. Okay. So, fair warning, these are data mined, but as far as I know, there's nothing completely fabricated in here. Okay, here it is. It's no secret that the police in this town are, how do I put this, eye candy. Wait, that came out wrong. They're symbolic, they barely do anything. It's because of the mayor. There isn't any crime because of the mayor. Makes me wonder if she even needs the police, or if they're just getting in her way. Okay, so that Alphys implies that the police may be getting in the mayor's way, but doesn't imply that's the mayor's opinion. That's her speculation. So there you go. For the first time in the stream, I pull sources. Yeah. Oops. Well, let's face it, if I was gonna find like an in-game quote for every point I bring up, this would take like years. Yeah, Asgore was removed from the force, but it's sort of weird too, because in that same like bulletin that describes how Asgore was removed, it's like it sort of implies that he was like a well respected person on the force. Like it's saying whether Undyne will be able to live up to his legacy. So it seems like Asgore was good at his job until he got kicked out. Yeah, the dialogue about something catastrophic happening. I think the secretary tells you that if you want to see the mayor go cause some catastrophe, which may have just been a joke at the nature of squeaky wheel politics or something like that. Asgore ran over Kara for the sole purpose of getting divorced so he can make the eggs husband joke. That'll do it. Yeah, the narrator, that's another sus narrator moment. There's no need to read further. One of many sus narrator moments. I think it's like Asgore getting kicked out is likely related to why Toriel divorced him, but like saying it's definitely just Des, I think, is jumping to a conclusion. Unless there was like some pretty weird circumstances around, we don't know what the case around Des's disappearance is like. We don't even know what happened to Des. We don't know if she disappeared or if she died or something. So yeah, anything could be justified within that plot thread somehow. So is this just more and more divorce lore? Okay, the queen as the mother has popped up now. What's the point? I think it dives into speculation at the end here. Oh yeah, bring us in the mic. I remember this is coming back to me. Yeah, it was some weird extrapolation about mapping Spamton's relationship to Mike onto Kris's relationship to Asgore because it parallels Noelle's relationship to Queen. based on that other theory about the universal mother queen. It's a lot of steps, and it seems to just be for the sake of throwing Asgore under the bus for no reason. I don't think you need to do that anymore. Like, the guy is already well and truly under the bus. Yeah, TLDR is just like, Asgore is terrible. I'm not with you there. Why is Asgore terrible? You've just assumed everything. This person's in chat. Firmly believes that there is a third entity, and that the story being portrayed involving that third entity is perfectly fine as a storyline. The ultimate problem is not with the notion that the third entity exists, or not with the notion that it ruins the deconstruction of the protagonist. It is the undeniable fact that the counter Kris, the one pulling the knives and spawning fountains, whether they be a third entity or the true Kris, okay, so whatever the fuck this is referring to, just whoever is doing the shit at the end of the chapters when the soul gets torn up. Whether it's the third entity or the true Kris is explicitly antagonistic to the player. So how did the sentence start? You're saying that the problem is that this entity is antagonistic toward the player, I think. No matter what they do, and if the main point of the storyline is a conflict between Kris and the player, there are only two narratives that can be drawn from that. Oh, it's long. Okay, well, this is brutal as fuck to claim something like this. Like, incredibly reductive. Without even reading further, I can say, like, that's not a good, like, standpoint. Is like, I can only picture this going two ways and I don't like them, so therefore it's impossible. But either Kris is rampantly nihilistic or evil, and the game is about brainwashing them to not be evil. That does sound like a horrible story. That is not going to be the case. Or the player is being villainized simply for wanting to play the game. People mad that they're the bad guy for playing the game, potentially. I see. I've addressed what I think about this already. Kris is being portrayed as weird and demonic despite only wanting their life back. We don't know why they're being portrayed like that. Like, this doesn't have to be a moral judgment of Kris. This could be caused by fucking any number of weird circumstances. We don't even know what this is supposed to convey to us, that Kris is, like, doing all this weird shit. I think that's, like, an assumption that you're making that makes the story make less sense, but it's because it's an assumption. Yes, the first one is ridiculous. I agree. It's very bad. The second one is the omnipresent take. Is nothing short of genuinely toxic. Okay, I'm seeing alarm bells going off. I'm getting like Kara morality flashbacks where people extrapolate a take on a video game to be like actually like evil to believe in because it has some vague pertinence to the real world. I don't like that. That is like escalating it way further than it needs to be. Don't do that, please. If you're going to argue about the story of like a game being bad, keep it within the bounds of the fucking medium. It isn't even interesting because it amounts to is the player's presence is the source of all problems. Best ending is that's not what it amounts to. You've assumed the least interesting version of that story. That's all you've done here is you've saying this take that the fandom's going with. You've made up a version of it that is bad, and then you're saying that it's bad. Like, there's a million different ways it could go. Where you think the plotline is going, in the third entity theory, based on everything you've seen in the game instead, sees the player being called to this universe for the purpose of preventing a tragic end. Sort of like one shot, some Everhood. One centering entirely on Kris. One ultimately the fault of an entity like us. An entity just as much or more power over Kris. So we've been called in to like, there was an old lady who swallowed a fly, so then she swallowed the spider to eat the fly. That's what's going on, is we're like the second entity that's been called in to deal with the first entity that is possessing Kris. I, 'cause, 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 ' if we play the game normally and don't actively find anything special, we're going to see this tragic end. This is just like an alternate story that you're writing. And it's like, if you prefer this over what you think the narrative with like it just being between Kris and the player might imply, that's fair enough. But like, it's different from saying like you think this is better and actually trying to push it as a theory that should be considered above the existing ones. That requires evidence and stuff. So I don't think you're justified in throwing the existing takes under the bus because you have this one that you like better, without evidence at least. You could say that's sort of what I did at the end of the video, but I was very clear about that. Like, this is just, I went through a whole bunch of evidence, and that was me at the very end, having a glimpse of humanity as like, okay, this is what I like. But maybe I shouldn't be calling you out for that. The game deconstructs the protagonist by making them into their own character with their own influences on the events. But once again, it is up to our choice whether that character's future is saved. Yeah, I don't know. It's speculation. I don't have much to say about that. Passing from scapegoat, a edgelord. What does this mean? I mean, passing from scapegoat, edgelord to a kid whose motivations are totally chaotic, that can vary from sacrificing for his friend to trying to end the world because he isn't. I think I understand it. Okay. I've parsed it. So they're saying that my complaints about the third entity. What are they saying? Right, so the scapegoat edgelord was what I was claiming the third entity was. It was like the people are offloading Kris's weird parts onto the third entity. But they're saying by doing that, by giving Kris those motivations, you make them incomprehensible. And my answer to that is they're not comprehensible now because we have 2/7 of the game. We've been over all the other points I could make about this so far, but like, yeah, Kris could know more stuff. Kris could want to create fountains because they're lonely. They want to keep doing adventures because they have an agenda. Yeah, it doesn't make sense now, but it might later. I know this person. Hit the nail on the head. Yes. Insanity. I also want to learn more about Kris. That's a big appeal of Deltarune for me at the moment. Actually, Solux, I don't know why I gave this the heart. Maybe it just really struck me at the time, you know. Solux from Homestuck. Like, not even like a really popular Homestuck character, just like Solux. I think that's why it was funny. After hearing a biased argument, I didn't expect to have that. Okay, I wouldn't say the third entity argument is biased. Like, I went through the evidence the same as with anything else, but it's just not one that I like, so I wouldn't go that far. Alright, I should address Starlight Shadows, whose comment I sort of just roasted. Sorry about that. They say, I feel like the intent of my comment was lost in a way that makes you feel very embarrassed. I'm sorry about that, actually. And if you want to explain it in more detail, I'm all ears. You can come onto Discord or something, but I know I came off pretty harshly there, but I don't know. All I can do is apologize and say don't take it too personally, because at the end of the day, lore is lore. The point was debating against the notion that there being a third entity ruins the deconstruction of Kris's character. Yeah, like I could tell that was what you were saying, but basically you were offering a counter. You were offering a version of the narrative with a third entity that was like good in your estimation, but you were also kind of, I think, unfairly throwing the version without the third entity under the bus in order to make your point look better. So that was my big issue with that. Was like you were underselling the potential of the other side to create a stronger point. It was definitely not impossible to have a cool version of the story with a third entity. There was a previous comment that made like a pretty good case for it. It's just I prefer not having one. That's the long and short of it. Yeah, just the moon in chat. The thing about your choices don't matter. Yeah, it's always just fucking Susie. It's really weird. I want to address that quickly. Like, that's supposed to be like a theme in Deltarune. People always talk about that being like a big thing that's supposed to, like, the game's about not having choices. It's really just like Susie occasionally cuts you off, and like not really much beyond that for now is the weird thing. Like, we had to wait one whole chapter before we got like an entire genocide route. So yeah, I don't really know what the game has to say about not having choices, because it's given us choices. Every moment I watch the stream, I have a sudden urge to scroll up. Yeah, well, I'll scroll up for you. There we go. The secret green file selection menu almost hints at the theory that Deltarune is an experiment run by Gaster. It kinda does. It looks like an old computer. Not sure what it means, but it's intriguing. I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you all the way. Is it too late for parasocial interaction? No, you are 11 days too early. That's what the Discord is for. Very true. I have historically, by which I mean over the last 2 weeks, been completely unable to resist talking in the Discord for long periods of time, to the detriment of my own productivity. So yeah, that'll work if you want to talk to me. Amazing essay. There's another YouTuber that did an essay covering the politics in Majora's Mask. Okay, and not just the fiery argument in the office. There's no point to it. This person's just telling me that there's an essay about the politics of Majora's Mask. Cool. I'm glad that exists. Alright. Okay, this is the actual top comment, which is just the exact same thing as the other comment, but it got lucky. Which is why these, I'll never be able to fully respect these basic low-hanging fruit joke comments that rise to the top. Nothing against this guy. He knows the grind. They know what they're doing. And they benefited. They got to the top spot, but was it worth it? I don't know. This person disliked the darker yet darker Great Anansi remix over the montage of the save menu. I think this is the only person who has that opinion. I'm pretty sure, because that was like dope. That was the best part of the video. Who doesn't appreciate the classic darker yet darker remix? I love that thing. Yes, that part was sick. Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. Who the hell is Kris? Me, who knows it's the little girl who is hanging out with the Ironheart. I have no idea what that's referencing. Kris did a summer job with Gaster. Okay. This video is just why Kris is better than Kris. I don't know what the fuck that means, but it's vaguely profound. Ligma ma nuts. I'm completely helpless to resist just basic clickbait parody. It's always funny to me. Agree that we shouldn't muddle Kris's specific situation for the sake of exploring the player-protagonist dynamic, but I do think there are questions that need to be asked, and that we could instead use Undertale for evidence. The two questions I've been trying to answer since playing Undertale is why Frisk is gold and yellow, but why Kara looks more like a normal human. That's a kind of a good point. Like, yeah, why is Frisk a Simpsons character? And why does Flowey accuse us of having a stolen soul? Oh, this is, well, that's, I can talk about that. I've always thought maybe Frisk's situation was similar to Flowey's, but I've never been able to find the linchpin to tie it together. So I think Flowey says stolen soul. This is genocide dialogue, right? And at that point, Flowey thinks that he's talking to Kara, because during the genocide route, Flowey continuously sort of projects onto Frisk and sees Kara in them, which is, I mean, Kara is literally in them. But yeah, Flowey thinks you're Kara, and Flowey knows that Kara would be soulless. There's actually a lot of evidence that indicates that Kara is soulless in Undertale, which is sort of a misconception that a lot of people have, is that Kara has their own soul still. But so somehow Flowey sort of sees this as obvious, that Kara wouldn't have their own soul, and that they are borrowing Frisk's, which Kara tells us the exact same thing at the end of the genocide route, so that checks out. Nico profile. Funny how learning of a game makes you see it everywhere. Yep, that'll do it. I was considering doing a video, by the way, which would sort of cross-analyze One-Shot and Undertale, and I had some vague ideas for it, but it lost on the Patreon poll to the current one about the narrator, so that might still be a thing in the future. Yeah, there he is in chat. Michael Dimment. One-Shot and Deltarune are weirdly similar, MB chat member. But you know what's more weirdly similar is Omori and Deltarune. They're actually both really similar in terms of One-Shot for like the meta elements and Omori for the story elements more, but yeah, it's kind of weird. It's been 5 hours. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. This is just a test of endurance. Like, either I claps or the chat collapses first. That's the only way the stream ends. Yes, the stream has gotten more chill due to my energy draining and my brain melting into sludge. But I'm glad you dig it. It's been 5 hours and there's still 11 days of comments. That's a little bit deceptive because I think most of the comments happened early on. The way the views weren't initially as quick. The views didn't come in as quickly as they got to later on, but regardless of that, most of the comments were still within the first few days. That was like the core fan base just like collectively dumped all of their opinions onto it, and then everyone left was casual viewers who didn't really have opinions anymore. So that's why we're still stuck on day 11. What the heck is someone's essence? Alright, I'm gonna go back to reading comments just to avoid responding to that, because fuck, you don't want to hear it. Something that I've noticed that totally busts the options of Kris having more than one soul is them having... Okay, I know what they're trying to say. At the beginning of Chapter 1, there's a description in the menu, body contains a human soul, meaning they only have one. It literally doesn't. It contains at least one. There is no indication that there is only one. Simple as that. People try to make that... It's a beginner's trap, in my opinion. before completing chapter 1 and doing a save inside the castle. Oh, they're just asking when the Gastery file select menu appears. It's any time you close the game in chapter 1 without sealing the fountain. When you open it next, you'll get that screen. I don't know what this means. Kris is just Frisk without the extra Kira. Okay, that was a joke apparently. Kris is probably, Kris is probably a fusion of both Frisk and Kira, mixing the pacifist attitude of Frisk with the at least abusive Kira. Well, we already know what my opinion on that is. Let's say wildly reductive and leave it at that. Actually, you know, I take more umbrage with Frisk being labeled as pacifist and friendly than I do with Kara being labeled abusive. Because everything that Frisk does that is nice is just like our decision as the player. That's all the player's control. Frisk has no backstory that we know of, and all of this at least comes from people trying to reference Kara's backstory. So there we go. That's my hot take. Frisk's personality is fanon. Frisk never baked a pie. What are you talking about? You're making shit up. Come on. I know what you're trying to say. They're just arguing for the unholy amalgam kind of interpretation, but I don't agree with some of the points. Twinkmaster69 though, that is a powerful username. Yeah, okay, Chad is immediately coming up with counterpoints that Frisk actually does be a pacifist sometimes. That's okay. I wasn't really attached to that point. It's alright if you want to destroy it with facts and logic now. Drawing attention to the second part of the tree, if the soul isn't Kris's to begin with, I want to say we have a limited precedent for explaining if Kris has no prior soul, why they act the way we do. Why is that? Oh, for fuck's sake. How do we get to this? Jesus, okay. It's frequently pointed out that human and monster souls have one significant difference: determination. Even human souls of other attributes like kindness, patience. By the way, it's never confirmed that the red soul's determination. It's never confirmed. And color theory is jank, and I kind of wish it just wasn't in the game, to be perfectly honest. Other attributes still have way more determination in them than any monster soul has, yes. Which is exactly why those souls are able to persist after death, yes. Now, when a monster completely loses determination, it falls down. It's not when they lose determination, though. That's never stated. The whole process of falling down, I think, is left very vague. It's just sort of like they wanted a way for monsters to die and get moved to the labs without being dust. I think that was the entire reason for that plot point existing, if I'm being honest. Okay, they fall down, which isn't to say it died, but without determination in its soul, it no longer controls its body. I think this is made up. Does anyone know if this is like actually can be substantiated with in-game text? Because I'm pretty sure that there's nothing that actually indicates this. No. The golf game does not label the red heart determination. The text for the red one is try as you might, you continue to be yourself. It never says determination. So yeah, the closest it gets, I think, as someone mentioned in chat, DT gives people the will to live, but it's not phrased like that. It's that Alfie's isolated the power that gives humans the will to live, which is like, it's not a natural extension to say that monsters die when they run out of determination. Like, I'm not buying that point whatsoever. Okay, I'm wondering, the rest of this might be unrelated, so I'm going to keep going. So this is sort of hypothesizing that Birdly has become fallen down after the Snowgrave route, that's an interesting take. Yeah, killing him in the Dark World renders him catatonic or dead. Yes. Okay, these are just the outcomes of the run, basically. Birdly gets his arm fucked up if you beat up any character, I think, with no clear indication why. It just sort of happens differently if you beat up a character. So they argue that this, Birdly's deal, the rules that govern how Birdly's injuries map from the Dark World to the Light World somehow imply that the Lighteners in the Dark World are manifestations of their souls. I don't see why this would be the case at all, frankly. It's like a non sequitur, basically. I don't see the logic. This is why Susie has magic, but it's only offensive. Susie can learn a healing spell. No, until she wants to actively help her friends, ultimate heal. I mean, this is also the explanation for if they just had magic as a diegetic system. I don't see why it has to be specific to what you just laid down. This is why Kris has no clear personality or expression, has only the ability to act. This is getting janky. This is like trying to make color theory like a huge plot point or something. I don't know. It's like the soul is where the personality comes from. But wait, Kris has a soul. It's your soul. Is this all about this determination tangent? Because I'm just not buying the initial premise of this. That's the problem. Oh my god, okay, what's the theory? They completely lack determination. Kris has no determination for some reason, explaining why in Deltarune save points in the Dark World never mention determination. I mean, that would do it. That also requires explaining why save points don't require determination. That's not like cause and effect. Kris doesn't have determination, therefore the save points which would normally need determination don't. That doesn't make sense. So when the player is introduced, we offer our determination to fill that void in Kris's soul. Is this just going to be all about the same shit? Eventually they get to why would Kris create a dark fountain at the end of chapter 2. Power. Save points mention power rather than determination. I don't even think it's capitalized. Is it? Like, let me consult my spreadsheet of all the narration in Deltarune. Fills you with a certain power. No, power is not capitalized, so that actually sort of undermines this. Like, they're treating power like it's one of those cheeky proper nouns that's like a metaphor for a game mechanic, like, you know, determination or love, but it's not capitalized in the game. Their motivations are unclear. Okay, this is no. I don't buy like any of that. Basically, it's the initial assumptions are faulty, and the internal logic may not even be bulletproof either. Can someone explain to me why Gaster is the ruthless, cruel, vile scientist on a universe where monsters are universally good? Who the fuck said that Gaster was mean? Who said that? No one said that. Why are you pretending that someone said this? Is this like a thing? Is this a common interpretation? River person said to beware someone who might be a reference to Gaster in a different game. That is a... I guess that's evidence. Gaster seems mean. Gaster punched me in the dick and spat on my mouth. Alright. Yes, MB, that I have a spreadsheet of about 700 text boxes of narration. I do have one of those. I think Megalovania is the last one. Yeah, I should know to restart the video after Megalovania. Yes, monsters are naturally kind and filled with compassion. That is in the library, but no one's ever calling Gaster mean as far as I know. We don't know anything about Gaster. How can he be mean? Yes, Kara's in the video at 21 minutes and 37 seconds. It's kind of sad that 70% of this video will crumble the moment Chapter 3 releases. Honestly, not wrong, but, you know, what are you going to do? This person seems very miffed that I've spread a misinformation. What is it? Yes, okay, yeah, that's true. Kris, in Chapter 1, Kris, like, flops out of bed and walks to the center of the room before taking out the soul. And their posture is the same as when they have the soul out of their body. So that sort of generalizes it from, like... That's a good piece of evidence to use, actually, when trying to figure out why Kris is walking like that, because it's not necessarily because the soul is providing, like, power source, but it might just be a case of fighting against the player, or, like, just in order to exert any control whatsoever, Kris has to expend enormous effort, and the player can override it. So that's interesting. And this person doesn't see how the third entity diminishes the character traits or places the narrative can go. The plot can still examine how it feels for them to be the protagonist. You know that, right? Come on, man, don't be rude. All it does is just add another layer to exploring what's controlling them. I don't see how reveal is any worse than a convoluted why Kris justifications for opening dark fountains. The difference is, I mean, yeah, the plot can still go in a direction that explores Kris, but what a third entity would do was mean that the plot to this point hasn't. It removes the two biggest instances of Kris doing something of their own volition, which is, I mean, you could say that doesn't put the nail in the coffin for the third entity version of the story having good Kris lore, but it removes everything we have so far almost, that's a legitimate concern. Gaster farted in my cereal. Someone's heading out. Bye. JXNXOR. Consider getting a name that's pronounceable. But this person still wants to believe that the pie was just one thing Kris did and they did something else. Yes, that Kris unplugged the TV. I mentioned that before. But in Kris, I can't fucking speak anymore, apparently. After Chapter 1, when Kris removes the soul, the TV gets unplugged. It was originally... Or no, it gets plugged in. It was originally unplugged. In Chapter 2, it's plugged in. Ah. Yeah, Steve Gaming reference. Okay, so this person's going on the narrator might be diegetic. That's an utmost concern of mine at the moment, trust me. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the third soul in Kris. I haven't really even thought of that far ahead, to be honest. Like, if the narrator is somehow diegetic, or you got a narrator, like a narrator situation, does that imply that there's a third entity then? Was not even on my mind. I hadn't gotten that far, but yikes. Homestuck reference. Oh, of course, this person made the 414th comment. That means we've done 414 comments so far. This person just gave us our counter. There is another interpretation for the soul belonging to the player. Kris may have had their own soul, but it was removed/destroyed. Yes, this is the same old point. I'm not opposed to that. An even bigger theory. Wow. /J. Some sort of arcane symbolism. I wonder what that means. See, there's a thing that's been bothering me with Deltarune, other than Kris and the rest of them. What is the difference between yellow and red text? More narrator lore. I can pretty confidently tell you that there's no answer to this question, and it's completely fucking random. So, there you go. Things that are used with yellow text are later just used without yellow text arbitrarily. It's not even consistent. And red text only appears like twice in the whole game. And one of them is Spamton telling you to wake up and taste the pain. Blood and piss colored text, yes. I have a 7th question. Oh, like, okay, following the 6th and the... Okay. Is the third entity direct or indirect with Kris? I personally feel the red soul is the player's. Okay, so the reason why this wasn't specifically addressed is because the path I took to reach the third entity speculation was primarily from justifying the 3 save files. Because of the way my first video was about determination in Deltarune, and I talked about how it was weird that we have 3 save files now instead of 1, and because of that I got 4 million comments throwing out theories for how the 3 save files are explained by their, third entity version of Kris of choice, and because of that I ended up considering it. I wasn't considering it so much independently from the third entity just controlling Kris in a vague sense, I guess. But I ultimately, I guess, arrived at that because the Snowgrave argument ended up being more compelling. That's the reason I actually had to explore it fully. But anyway, I personally feel that the red soul is the player's. Kris doesn't have a soul. There's a third entity that is almost definitely Gaster. However, Gaster does not have direct control. Right, if Gaster... That's a fair point, honestly. If the third entity was capable of possessing possessing Kris completely and just, doing their own thing, then they wouldn't need a player. So, yeah, this might be sort of getting at just, Kris has an agenda. Maybe Gaster's been whispering in Kris's ear a bit. That would explain a lot of stuff. Or, if not Gaster, then someone. This person thinks it's Gaster. One soul, 3 entities. Okay. Yep. Maybe what's more important isn't the soul, but the determination it creates. Flowey did get injected with determination, and that's what led... Is this responding to Kris shambling and stuff? This might just be the same old point in a really truncated form. I'm going to go with that. It's just the Flowey doesn't do it because he's a flower argument. Spamton Amogus, classic. Sieve reference. Here's one I give a heart to and everything. There's never been a black and white evil character or good character in Undertale. While they are kept simple in their motives, decision-making, and personality, a major point is that no character is inherently good or evil. Flowey was once a saint who was corrupted by ultimate power. Kara is, to me, an impressionable kid, and the narrator, I wonder, where they got that idea, an impressionable kid and the narrator that changes to fit whatever run you're doing. Asgore just wants to give hope back to people and such. To say, ooh, Kris is evil completely goes against how Toby writes characters, and people shouldn't have spent so much time arguing about it. Yes. Basically, yes. I don't believe Toby has it in him to write a character that is just evil without there being some sort of caveat. And furthermore, I don't think Toby has in it to write a protagonist character that is evil without the player's input. Maybe that's baseless, but this makes a lot of sense to me. My view of Kris is that they are just a parallel to pre-death Kara. Kara is also seen as a prankster and a bit of an asshole. They are also shown to act irrationally, such as poisoning themselves. I'm not sure I'd call that irrationally, but okay, Kara does some weird shit. It's a bit of a stretch to say, but isn't there a parallel here which shows that Kara and Kris are both willing to give up control over themselves to carry out their ambitions? This is like a legitimate parallel. It's not like a hard piece of evidence or anything, but that's like when I had that segment in the video and I was comparing like all the reasons why Frisk resembles Kara, I really should have mentioned this, because here we have a character who is sharing control either of their soul or of their being or something to that effect with another person. And if it is in fact to achieve a goal, that would be a pretty solid parallel to how Kara has to share Asriel's soul and ultimately loses control to him in the process. So that's kind of cool. Not to say that's confirmed or the only way it could go, but it's just kind of neat. While Kris's ambitions are unknown, if we say that they're trying to do something on par with freeing monsters from the underground, it can explain why they'd create a new fountain even after a Snowgrave run. Right, yeah, so Kris has an agenda, Kris has some higher goal. Sure. Whatever they're planning to accomplish, it matters more than their friend's death. It would also mean that it doesn't matter how the player goes about it, as their goals would be accomplished either way, right? Assuming they're... I guess we don't know what the goals are. You could assume it's just sealing the fountains, but it's probably not, because it would be easier just to not create the fountains in the first place, surely. This also ties into the no matter what you do, the ending will be the same thing that Toby said. Yeah, apparently Toby said that this game would only have one ending. I didn't even know that for a while. And for some reason, I'm not all that shook up by learning it, because I feel like this could be true while Toby pulls like all manner of shenanigans to make it completely irrelevant that this is true. Like, I think it'll come down to a technicality, and Toby can still do whatever the fuck he wants. So yeah, I like this, mostly because it just agrees with my take. That is why I like that comment. Yes, yeah, in chat here, I think that's the full quote. There's only one ending, then does that mean nothing I do matters? Response, there's something more important than reaching the end. So you could picture, for example, a game that every chapter has two routes that spans out into this incredibly complex labyrinth, and then at the end, they all collapse back down to the same ending. So you'll play a completely different game depending on your choices, but there still is technically one ending. Yeah, something like that. May we take a sifter of the... I don't know what that means. The complaint about people not wanting to credit Kris with the player's actions and offloading responsibility to a third entity is interesting in the face that the essay itself does exactly that in regards to Kris's behavior in the Snowgrave run. That is a good point. Basically, the way I approached it is that Kris doing weird shit is evidence for the third entity, no matter what. But it might not necessarily be good evidence, is the thing. And I think everything Kris does in the normal route is not strong enough evidence to justify a third entity. However, the Snowgrave run is strong enough, and it needs to be strong enough because the exchange for that, by saying that Kris wouldn't do this or Kris wouldn't be this weird, is that you lose that agency. You limit Kris's freedom to express their character in the story. Maybe that makes sense. That was my logic anyway. I don't think I was actually hypocritical in doing that, but it's just that the Snowgrave Run is more of a problem, and it overrides the existing goal of giving Kris narrative freedom. People like the soundtrack. I like it when people like the soundtrack. Is the role of the narrator in this game in comparison to Undertale's? Yes, the narrator. It keeps happening. Yes, I'm going to make a video about this, so I'm not going to comment further. A lot of comments with so few views. Yeah, that's a good point. There was weirdly like the ratio of comments to views was like 5% or something at some point. It's ridiculously high. The Deltarune fan base just goes hard. Got lots of opinions. There is no Kara. I'm very curious to see where this goes. It has an angry face emoji too. Okay, so the real truth is that there is no Kara. There never was Kara. That was a placeholder name for whatever name you wanted to call yourself in Undertale. Deltarune has Kris, just Kris, and no one else. What do you mean by that, though? Okay. Therefore, the third entity could be... What? Therefore, the third entity could be... Could be what? The third entity could be. Maybe just the third entity could exist is what that means. Gaster's manipulation of Kris to continue the plot of Deltarune on behalf of Toby Fox and the player's desire to play a video game. Question mark. Is that a question? What are you asking? Given Gaster meta-narrative abilities and fragmentation state of being, he could puppet other shapes and beings, like with Gaster followers. I reference myself that Gaster has a bit of a puppet master thing going on. What are you getting to? Why Gaster would want to do this is unknown, yes. As for the question of is Kris just Kara in Deltarune, I have one piece of evidence that confirms the all caps truth. In Deltarune, when you open the menu in the overworld, Kris has 0 XP. This is proof that Kris is not a murderer like the entity commonly... Okay, buddy. You realize that in Undertale, the menu you open has the name that you put in for the fallen human, like i.e. Kara. You start with 0 XP. You literally can read that Kara has 0 XP in Undertale, unless you do a genocide route. So unless this is saying that this only applies to the post-genocide version of the theory, that's like a huge blunder. It goes off the rails. Okay, I don't think that ever made sense. I just thought it might. Oh well. Yes, TR Phantom, the stream is still going and will continue to go until everyone in chat leaves or I can't speak anymore. Unless killing yourself gives you XP. That's kind of funny. I don't know if it's funny, but it is funny. But yeah, still 0 XP. Does suicide give XP? That's just a funny question to me. Okay, the cage. The cage being in the bedroom from the beginning, and Rudy mentioning Kris's marathon hand-washing sessions suggest that Kris was in the habit of removing their soul even before we took control. Yes, this is the Toriel dialogue. Why would they do that? No clue. Yep. Also, the Heart on the Chain line from Spamton. That was the first person who's mentioned the Heart on the Chain line. As well as the Promise in Our Hearts from the Don't Forget song. Yeah, I haven't seen many people try to like prize meaning from the lyrics of the theme song, but there might be something you can do there. The promise in our hearts make me think of Kara and Azrael's lockets. That's a good point, actually. That occurred to me much later, probably after someone mentioned it to me. That the heart on a chain could be like an oblique reference to the heart locket. I have no idea what the implications might be. That makes two of us. I just realized the golden flower in Asgore's room is there while there is no red flower for determination, unlike the other flowers, which each represent one of the souls in Undertale. It's true, there's no red flower. Why is that? This could just be another reference to his boss fight in Undertale, or it could represent Kris for being soulless. I mean, there is... I don't know... Like, there's no diegetic reason that would be the case, but it would just be like Toby speaking to us through a coded flower arrangement. But I don't think there would be anything plot critical hidden in something weird like that, personally. Yeah, and yeah, again, red is never used for determination. Yeah, although I think this, to be fair, this comment never actually relied on the assumption that it did need determination. The most exciting thing is that Kris's rebellion against the player is going to be fun. Yeah, I'm into that. We are the final boss. Damn. It's meta. What if Kris lost her soul? Yep. Yes, the Kris's soul is missing the third option, which is that Kris's soul was replaced. Same one as ever. Deltarune and Undertale are different stories that reuse similar characters, and oh no, this guy's a prick, never mind. I'm not reading this guy's comments. In my opinion, the most important clue is Kris's behavior. The most important clue to Kris's behavior is a question. Just what was Kris doing with their own save file before you saved over it? Which leads to another question, was Kris able to reset before the player took control? Yeah, so this... if you go into Chapter 1 in the Dark World, before you make a save, Kris will have their own name in the save file, but without any like time played. It's just like just dashes. It's not initialized. So that sort of indicates that like we are taking over Kris's... I mean, we already knew that we were taking over Kris's freedom, but yeah, I don't know how to read further into it, though, because it's... Some people say that Kris having a save file meant that Kris... The power of Kris to, like, reset and save and load is independent from the player, but it's weird to me that if that was the case, why does the save file not have any time played on it? It's like... It's been Kris's save file the whole time, but, like, surely if it had actually been used, it wouldn't have, like, 0 time played. So it's weird. I don't know what to make of that. One interesting tidbit on the Red Soul, as I don't see talked about much. When we controlled Susie briefly in Chapter 1, for some reason she's also represented by the same Red Soul that flies over it. Yeah. Did the soul somehow move on its own? Impossible, apparently. But as we all probably know, Ralsei seems to know when the player isn't paying attention to Kris and converses during those times. Might that be relevant? Either way, we know monsters still have souls. Wait, what? Either way, we know monsters still have souls, and Undertale they are white, and Deltarune. Why do we know monsters have souls? We don't know that. Or actually, no, we do. There's the book in the library that implies that everyone has souls, I guess. But I was just caught off guard because it was sort of like a non sequitur from what they were talking about previously. So they're saying that the soul drifting over in the like Susie versus Lancer fight has something to do with Ralsei talking to Kris. I mean, I think both of those are interesting in their own right, but I don't think they're related. I don't see how they would be related at all. Either way, the player manipulates her movements and what she interacts with. You don't, though. You don't actually tell Susie where to go, right? That's just not true, I think. Chris's eyes are red at the end of the chapter because they don't blink while we're controlling them. Yeah, that makes sense. I would say Kris isn't evil, just rebelling against us as the player, yet also knows that if we were to leave and everyone knows would potentially care about would cease to exist. If you assume Kris knows that, then that's true, but again, that's just, it all ultimately gets chalked up to Kris having an agenda that we don't understand yet. Would justify most things that are weird about Kris. This person is Kris is the Deltarune equivalent of Kara enjoyer. You like to see it. And, oh, okay, I've had this idea in my mind for a while, and hearing you'd be scrolling through comments, tearing down people posting their theories, yeah, you got that right, convinced me to actually post it somewhere. All right, what you got? Is it possible that Kara created Deltarune's alternate universe? This is going to be based on the line at the end of the genocide monologue, I think. It seems like the world in Deltarune is Kara's ideal world, that being one without any humans outside of Kris, who, as you pointed out, seems to nicely fit where Kara's role would be. There's a decent amount of evidence that Kara is capable of making and breaking worlds, considering that's exactly what happens in the genocide ending. That also explains why Kris is capable of making dark fountains, as I don't think just anyone would be capable of doing that. I assume the only requirement to create dark fountains isn't to stab the floor with something pointy, as that opens a can of worms involving why things aren't everywhere and common knowledge to people at this point. So there's a few things wrong there. Saying that Deltarune is Kara's ideal world is like, that's incredibly depressing. Like, Kris seems miserable. Like, if this is Kara's idea of an ideal world, what the fuck was the previous one like? Holy shit. I don't think that makes sense at all. And there are no humans outside of Kris. I mean, there are humans outside of Kris. There's the book in the library that contains pictures of other humans, so that's not right. Yes, there is. There's a history of Kara making and deleting worlds and stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a sort of an interesting point about the dark fountains. Like, if it was that easy, then everyone would be doing it. But part of me also thinks that, like, that might be the point of the story, is that, like, maybe everyone is kind of doing it, or like, there's a version I can picture of the game where more and more people learn of the power and start, like, abusing it or something. And I think you can safely write it off as, like, well, stabbing the floor with something pointy is easy, but you have to have intent. The queen says that you have to be determined to make the fountain while you do it, so I don't think you could do it by accident that easily. Okay, it ties in with the player being in control of Kris's soul, as it's shown you're capable of doing so in a post-genocide runs of Undertale, but that Kara is the one really in control, which would explain why Kris is able to just yoink it out. I guess we've now moved on to, like, that was a deal with Frisk in Undertale, but we were just saying that Kris is like Kara, so Kara, I think the allegory is getting a little bit, or what do you call it? The analogy is getting a little bit muddy at this point. Kara overrides your control in Undertale the same way you override Kris's control, or the same way Kris overrides your control in Deltarune. If you put it like that, I see where you're coming from. I'm not big on theory crafting, but this isn't something I've seen talked about, and I can't really think of any obvious contradictions with it. Well, sorry about that. Outside of maybe the library book. Oh yeah, okay, so they know about the library book that says there's other humans. That's a contradiction. But I think that could be explained by the book being written before the war. Oh, so this... Okay, well, you have to assume a weird, like, alternate lore, or alternate history, then. Also how... Yeah, I think there's just too many problems here. Too many contradictions that get raised by this. Which is, I'm not actually sure after all that what I was arguing against, because I'm still, I like the idea that Kris in Deltarune is somehow representative of Kara, but maybe just not this literal of a take where Kara like somehow physically moves over into the new universe. The simplest answer is usually the right one. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but the simplest answer requires less evidence, I'll say. That's my version of that. It's kind of fucked up how Jevil and Spamton both seem to have gone insane after having their reality shattered over the nature of their world. They're video game characters, but they're not just characters, they're NPCs. Kris, on the other hand, is equally aware, if not more so, we don't know that. They know that they're now immortal, hopping through alternate timelines, reloading the saves. There's evidence this might have been the case since Kris has a prior save file. I just gave my thoughts on that. But I think it's just to reinforce that the player's taken over their life. Okay, well, they agree with my take on the save file. Yeah, so that's sort of an interesting angle, is that, like, it's arguably the case that Spamton and Jevil went off the deep end because they got, like, red-pilled as to the nature of their reality. They learned that they were in a game. And Spamton pretty clearly becomes obsessed with ascending beyond his current role to, he calls it heaven, which you could interpret as either the light world or, like, our actual reality outside the game. So that's a fairly reasonable take. And basically they're, I think, applying that to Kris as well. But I'm not sure what the overall point is, so anyway. Oh, okay. Caster GIF went hard. Can I screenshot? Feel free. Fuck, I just choked on the tea and I had a coughing fit. Sorry about that. Okay. Fun fact, Kris's skin tone and hair color are closer to Frisk's than they are to Kara's, yes. Kris also has a blank expression, unless they remove the soul. Frisk also had a blank expression. Yeah, that's at the point in the video that, I was pointing at their sprites. It said Frisky or Caroid, depending on which one it resembled. Yeah. I'm up to speed. Love all the music. Cool. This is another clone of the top comment that got no likes. Proof that the system is rigged and arbitrary. If we were to say there was a third entity controlling Kris, I'd definitely say it's just the Knight. Sure, boring answer, but it would make the most sense. If the Knight is a Darkner, they can't open fountains themselves. Oh, I see what they're saying. So this is like Kris is the Knight, but only because they're possessed by the third entity who is also the Knight. Well, you have to get through the, I don't know, library shenanigans to prove that, I guess. Technically, it doesn't fall under a character who hasn't been introduced yet, since the Knight has definitely been introduced, we just haven't seen them. Well, I think it's safe to assume that the Knight is going to be a character we haven't seen yet, unless they're just Kris. So, I don't think the third entity being the Knight is a controversial answer. I just think that that's not different than any of the other options that I pointed out, like Gaster could be the Knight or something, you know. Okay, also this implies that the Knight is a character that we haven't seen yet, but isn't one of the ones I mentioned, but is also like a disembodied presence inside Kris. And there's like a finite supply of characters who are disembodied presences. You got to keep in mind, like people saying that the people did say this. I don't know why, but people were saying that the third entity was Azriel's soul for some reason. And it's like, is Azriel just at college, just like slowly with like just not feeling emotions, or just like crumpling into a pile of dust within his soul? I don't feel like that was well thought through. Yes, Gaster is a very funny skeleton. Yes, the Birdly is a knight. That was the true point of the video, actually. The other stuff was just distraction. Birdly has all the motivations. Oh, this person's asking how I did the an editing effect where Kara falls down and transforms into Kris in the Dark World. I'm assuming if anyone's interested, they'll have read this part, and I don't have to explain it verbally. I am begging you to make a character analysis for Kris to why they would create a new Dark Fountain after the Snorgiv route. Okay, so this I kind of regret that point in the video where I say like, oh, I have some ideas as to why Kris would do this. But long story short, I'm no longer very happy with those ideas. They didn't end up panning out, so I don't think we'll be getting that video anytime soon, and that point will just sort of remain unresolved. So sorry about that. I can't see too far into the future when writing the script. I haven't looked at chat in a while. I really want to know your thoughts on magic not seeming to exist in the Deltarune light world. Yeah, well, the biggest piece of evidence for that is that Toriel's stovetop in Deltarune, it says it's caked with cinnamony batter, whereas in Undertale, the exact same stovetop was clean because she used fire magic. It explicitly says it was clean because fire magic. So the fact that Toby had basically the same asset, the same stove in the same person's house, and chose to make the narration specifically opposite is very telling. What? I sound like Bill Bird? Have I become Bill Bird? My fucking voice is destroyed. That's why I sound like Bill Bird. I'm replying, by the way, to a person I know in chat, IRL. Have you been watching the stream the whole time, Toby? I hope not. I hope you have better things to do than watch a 5-hour stream of me rambling and gradually sounding more like Bill Bird. Yeah, there's lots of evidence against the monsters having magic. There's a couple pieces that imply a little bit that there is magic, like Kris having that like how to do magic book in their personalized room, but that's not like cut and dry. They could just want to do magic even if, the world doesn't have magic by default. Yeah, the book in the library it's like magic tricks, yeah. What about blood? Okay, well, blood's even maybe not easier. There was a pretty good video someone made about blood. I think it was called like something about like a scientific refutation was the subtitle. I had trouble finding it when I looked for it recently, actually. If I find it, I'll add it to the stream description. How about that? But it made a pretty good case where like I think the most powerful piece of evidence about the blood is the little rabbit in the apartment that says, does it hurt to be made of blood, to Kris, who is a human, and later says, if humans have skeletons inside them, where do skeletons come from, or something like that. Like that's a pretty explicit like hint. The speaking character does not have blood, whereas when Susie says those lines about everyone bleeds, that could easily be interpreted as just Susie being Susie, like quoting an action movie or something. And then later on, Susie says, I'm going to crush you into dust. So, like, unless you want that to have the same weight where she's implying that Kris is going to turn into dust, then you have to sort of reach the conclusion that Susie is just sort of mindlessly quoting action movies without thinking about the specific implications on the Deltarune lore. So there you go. That's my opinion on dust. Fuck the music. Every time. Oh, this was a weird fucking comment, I remember. It's just a bunch of timestamps, but there's no clear logic to what has been picked out or how they are labeled or organized. It's like someone's personal Spark notes. It's kind of fascinating. And I will likely never know what the logic was. The main theme of the game is choices don't matter. That's a point I would have something to say about maybe, but what if whenever it said that, i.e. Susie, i.e. pretty much the only example Susie, they're actually talking to the player. The player's choices don't matter, but Kris's do. Kris does make decisions like taking out the soul or backing away. The player makes decisions too. The player chooses to go on the fucking Snowgrave run, okay? That's I think the idea that like this game is actually going all in on like subverting Undertale, because the big deal with Undertale when it first came out was that it's the RPG with choices. Your choices matter. You can affect the story with choices. And so to make Deltarune about not having choices, you'd think it would have to go pretty hard into like, oh no, we're not going to do any of the things that Undertale let you do, but now it just sort of is. So I don't know what the deal is with this. It's weird. Yeah, okay, someone in chat's found that monsters still turn to dust, a scientific refutation by Jummy. That's the video about dust. Also, on the topic, like, your choices don't matter is something that Susie says to Kris. That's a weird fucking thing to say in universe. Like, because she's talking to the player there, but she doesn't know about the player. It's just a really weird line. I don't know what to say about it. This guy was vining with the somber ending. Nah, dude, I have to keep on brand with the really loud, obnoxious outros. Yes, Ralsei knows keyboard commands. The narrator definitely does too, and I think I can probably prove that. Yes, yeah, the narrator gives you instructions on how to play rules cards like board game. Right there. So, there you go. Ralsei and the narrator are on the same plane of ascended knowledge. Oh, this is Halfbird Chaos, another person who's been making Deltarune videos for a long-ass time before I decided to try it. The topic of soul other than Kris is brought up in the game, but very, very indirectly. There's a book on top of the floor of the library. Is it called the library? Can't actually remember. The most fascinating references are made... oh wait, there's a book on the top floor of the library. Wait, what book is that? I will say, however, that the topic of souls other than Kris... Oh yeah, okay, so just any soul other than Kris existing. Yes, that's correct. There's a book in the library that references souls as a common knowledge concept. True. But most of the references are made in the Dark World. Ralsei tells us that only Kris's soul can seal the fountain. Yep. And when he plays Susie, the soul is the... Yeah, Kris's soul comes from the top corner to do the fight. That is true. Yes, hard to extrapolate further. Yeah, Gaster... Honestly, Gaster wasn't the worst part of this video at all. Like, Gaster at this point has more evidence than, like, a lot of the other potential characters that we could be looking at, like Kara or, like, trying to find out who the knight is. There's actually, like, almost a bounty of Gaster evidence that we've been given in Deltarune so far. This person commented again like 2 days later. Oh, nice. They carried over the misspelling of the library to the Japanese translation. I've heard many good things about the Japanese translation. Okay. With the argument, with Frisk not being willing to go create dark fountains and possibly ending the world, there's a flaw. In the world of Undertale, where... Oh, okay. Yeah, this is assuming Frisk is third entity. In the world of Undertale, where there is no player who chose to do the genocide route. The player. Even though there's no player in Undertale, the player still chose to do the genocide route. There is no point. Literally no point. Like, all the metatext is lost unless you acknowledge that that decision is coming from no in-universe source. Frisk has no actual motivation to do that. And Flowey is put there, who's given this really crazy backstory to justify why he actually does have a motivation to be able to empathize with a person playing a video game, but it's super just a commentary on the player. Kara's just a ghost, and Frisk... okay, so this is just playing that Frisk has always been a psychopath. How do you explain the pacifist route then? This doesn't help. Frisk is going to be inconsistent no matter what you try to characterize them as, because the player is inconsistent too. Crackpot theory of the day. Toby Fox is a canonical character in Deltarune. Oh yeah. Think of it this way. Many people are trying to piecing together the game's plot as a narrative for a fictional universe, a plot that makes sense. Is this going to be a joke? I don't think this is thinking of things deep enough. We are forgetting that this is a game, an art piece with a message to tell. No, it's not a joke. So, what if creation of dark fountains is a metaphor for art creation? This was my previous video. I made a whole video which concluded with this take. I don't think you need to make Toby Fox canon in order for him to express his life experiences through the game. I think he's extremely good at, in fact, not doing that and keeping the annoying dog as like a resolutely irrelevant, pointless meme entity, which I really respect him for. Kris has been shown making at least one dark fountain, and we can assume they will be the one to explore it, solving the puzzles they have created. That's probably why they don't react to it much. Kris doesn't react to anything much. Which brings me to Toby. One tiny detail that has bugged me from the very beginning is that the red stain right next to the cage in Chapter 1. Why is it there? Well, what if the soul the playtester used to check if things would work properly? Oh, that's janky. Before the game's release, at least one person played it. I mean, no, that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. I can't follow you down that road. So basically, the soul may not be ours. Oh, this is a summary of the video. In the event it's our soul, it's likely that Kris doesn't have their own. Yes. There is probability that there probably isn't a third entity, but they probably don't have their own soul. Yes. I think. Or wait. There's actually points for and against the third entity having a soul, funnily enough. Like, if the third entity doesn't have a soul, you can more easily pin the Snowgrave sort of thing on them. And if they do have a soul, then you can justify the 3 save files, so there's actually a pull in both directions here, funnily enough. There can be anyone, maybe Gaster. Yes, very true. Kris is implied to have ripped their soul on a regular basis before the game even begins. Okay, no, this person is just summarizing the video. Yeah, okay. I shouldn't have overthought that so much. This is going to be... No, it's modestly sized. How's chat doing? Art creation theory is a nice take, I think. Yeah, I like it too. I think I might actually be a bit less attached to that take than some other people, despite having been the one who like put it in the video in the first place. That really was just like, I reached the end of the script and I'm like, what seems most reasonable? It seems to be pretty elegant. The 3 save files is a timeline thing because of Asriel's different drawers, small, almost imperceptible changes. Yeah, a timeline thing, but what does that mean? I mean, Undertale had a timeline thing, but what exactly about timelines is it? People keep pointing at your choices don't matter as a narrative theme, but it's just a line from Susie. I saw someone correlate it to Flowey saying this world is kill or be killed. Yeah, that's probably a more accurate comparison, because if this game is actually trying to convey that as a theme, it's like shitting the bed, I'm going to be honest. To add on to Deltarune being about art creation, I think I'd adjust it slightly to be about teenage escapism into stories. Yeah, that's maybe a more general way to put it. I think the way that I phrased it in my first video was the creation of fiction in general, which sort of encompasses escapism, but also like the good parts of fiction as well. I think just saying escapism is it has a negative connotation to it. Just like Evangelion. Yeah, that's all you need to say, actually. Okay, what does Temi have to say here? Aiden Roblox. Cool. So it makes sense for Kris to have their own soul that the player controls, but I think that it makes no sense for 3 souls. So I believe that it crosses into no. And you may say, what about the menu? Okay, this has gone off the rails so quick. I have no idea what you're talking about. You gotta slow it down. Yeah, I think that is Gaster. The menu is Gaster. Okay, and it explains the 3rd save file stuff. And you may say that it explains the 3rd save file stuff, but I think not. No, okay. I believe that is just so you can play the game 3 times. You think it's just Toby doing it for convenience and it's not diegetic. Understood. That is a valid interpretation. But I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be so much jank involved with like having different stuff in Asriel's dresser and having the weird Gaster narration involved with manipulating the menu if it was just supposed to be a convenience that we weren't supposed to think about. I think it's very unlikely, actually, that it's just not supposed to be thought about. And that's it. But you may say, what about the fountain? I didn't, actually. What are you talking about? I have 2 answers for you. Number 1, that is just a gas pipe. Fucking, why is this a thing that people actually... This is a joke, right? Like, this... We see, like, 12 arcane eyeballs flash as Kris jumps in the air, and a glowing light illuminates the entire room. I don't think gas pipes do that. I've never actually stabbed a gas pipe before. Maybe I'll have to test that if I ever want to make a video about this. But, anyway. This is off the rails. Kris is not evil, they are possessed by the night. That is like a parody of what I was arguing against at the end of the video. It's like I wrote that as a straw man to make my point look better. Suburban jungle. Suburban jungle in the intro really, it does kind of hit different. It's a powerful force. This is my mistake. I'm assuming this is going to be like the first question on the diagram or something. Why does the player need to exist? Who's playing the game? Okay, I don't need to address this. For the Flowey argument, I argue that we shouldn't rely on him to show this is the Flowey argument again. Flowey's different because he's a flower, and it was just never mentioned in Undertale. That's how being soulless worked. I wasn't kidding when I said this was the single most brought up issue. It's a very minor point in the video overall, and yet so many people saw fit to pounce on it because there was a convenient argument from someone else's video, apparently, that they could just copy-paste. Flowey learned how to function without a soul. I don't think it's ever implied that Flowey had trouble like moving or anything. Because all that information comes from his sort of monologue in the genocide run. I don't think he ever mentions specific difficulties outside of not being able to feel love. Yeah, you can make like excuses and stuff, but I don't think that Kris moving like a zombie would be such a actually I don't even know what I'm arguing against here. That's been happening more and more. By the time I get to the end of the comment, I've forgotten what the original point was. Gas pipe comes from Scott Falco, which joked about Kris only eating that pie. It's a meme. I thought it was a meme until like 3 different comments so far have been like sincerely arguing for that it's a gas pipe. Grandpa Semi is the gas pipe. Hell yeah. Oh, the gas pipe is a pattern of the Dark Worlds being fake outs. I can sort of see it, but again, that's a ridiculous fake out. That is absurd. If that's supposed to be a fake out. The video brings up a good point. If the soul is linked to determination, then where did the determination come from to create the fountain? I mean, that was, I don't actually know what video you're talking about. Maybe I shouldn't have just read that out of context. That was also in my video. Okay. I always thought you were a demon Kris summoned. This is like, again, I gave my thoughts on the people who want the Caddy and Kris being into occultism to explain the whole plot by they actually summoned a demon who is you. I just can't take it seriously. Like, it screams to me that Toby was just trying to like typecast these as like silly Molgoths who try to summon demons. Have I played the Stanley Parable? I have not, but I'm familiar with it. I watched many a Yogscast Let's Play back in the day. I'm sure there are, I mean, Stanley Parable is meta as fuck. I'm sure you could find a parallel if you wanted to, but I don't really know much about its like meta text or how to interpret it. And I was never super interested, so that's probably not going to happen, unfortunately. Flowey had access to more than a save file when he absorbed the human souls, so 3... yeah, this is the piece of evidence I gave in the first place that led to that argument. I went on to argue against it, so... Wait, did I... Yes, okay, I gave him a snide remark about watching the previous video. How immature. There is a whole bunch about Deltarune we do not know, but goddamn... Once we get a single piece that directly connects, the community over this game will explode. Very true. I can only imagine how much how quick the lore pit channel on the Discord is going to be scrolling once we actually have evidence to discuss, instead of just regurgitating the same set of points over and over again ad infinitum to no avail. I've only made it to 6:30, so this might not make sense. Cool. But you said the only entity in the lore of Toby's games to control the soul that wasn't... Okay, this is the Flowey argument again. But it goes longer? Ooh. Maybe this implies that you, the player, are a monster. Oh, what? Wait. How did we get here? I've got to read this from the start. Who is a monster. He could only do this because his essence inherited a flower that was injected with liquid, the liquid form of determination. What? The problem is I can't click on this timestamp to see what they're actually referencing. Or maybe I can right-click on it. Aha, look at that.
That Frisk soul is their own. They were born...
Oh yeah, the Frisk soul is their own. Okay, so how does this tie in? The only entity in the lore of Toby's games to control a soul that wasn't theirs is Flowey. I didn't say that. I said that Flowey is the only soulless being in Toby's lore. So this is a bad start. If Flowey's a monster, he could... I think this person has just misconstrued the deal with Flowey a bit. It was just predetermination. Yeah, like, Alphys extracts determination from human souls, injects into flowers. That is the procedure. No, okay, yeah, so this is relying on sort of a faulty starting point to get to the conclusion that Kris is a monster, basically. By the end of Genocide Route, Asgore mistakes you for a monster. That is true. This has always been a weird point for me that I've never really known how to explain. It's like, why would being evil or something make you look less like a human? I just don't understand what that line is trying to imply. This is silly though, right? Because you don't seem human anymore. That's usually like an insult if you're talking to another human. If you don't seem human, it means you did something pretty fucking bad. Asgore's a monster though. Like, monsters don't look like humans. Anyway. Okay. This guy made the exact same comment on the last video too. He's really proud of being a Cunningham. Third soul is me, the strongest Goku. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, this person just misconstrues my point. I was saying that Flowey has none of Kris's symptoms, not that Kris has none of Flowey's symptoms. They share potentially a lack of emotion, but this just wasn't implied by what I was trying to argue in the first place. So, it doesn't matter. What if the souls got dissolved together, so now Kris can't function without a soul and they have no control? What? What if the souls got dissolved together, so now Kris can't function without a soul they have no control? I don't know what that means, I'm sorry. I don't sound like an Undertale nerd. How is that possible? That's deeply disturbing, actually. Like, what does that mean? Or am I Serbian? A couple people have asked me if I'm actually Serbian because of the Tesla profile picture, and I just always sort of have to glumly say, no, I just thought he was cool, like 10 years ago. Is it possible that the Snowgrave route could not be canon? That is, let's say a slippery slope and leave it at that. Please add Spanish subtitles. I would love to have Spanish subtitles, but I'm not really sure how to make that happen is the thing. Like, I don't have a budget to like pay someone to translate it for me. So unless someone just offers to make me Spanish subtitles, that ain't gonna happen. That's the way it be. Yes, Celeste music. That wasn't a solicitation, by the way, for anyone in chat to just make me subtitles. I don't expect anyone to do that. It would be a lot of work. The script is like 10 pages long. Oh, this person got like... I got inside this person's head by referencing everything they've ever known. Nice. If you reference enough things, you're gonna hit someone eventually, right? So, that's my tactic.
What the actual fuck is Kris's soul?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, part 3. There's been a lot of debate in the Discord about like when part 3 is going to release. Estimates range from like late 2022 to like literally 10 years from now, so good luck drawing your own conclusions there. Personally, I think that we could potentially see an accelerated pace of development relative to Chapter 2 just because Toby's team is going to get more efficient over time, and naturally working on parts of a game earlier are going to you can reuse a lot of that sometimes for parts later, so I don't think it'll take as long per chapter in like 3, 4, and 5 to make as Chapter 2 did. That's counterbalanced by the fact that there are 3 chapters coming out at once, which is obviously going to take longer, and that the scope might continue to inflate with, if Toby has a team now, it tends to happen that if you have resources to do more, then you will just take on more work and you won't actually speed up as much. When Susie breaks out on her own, you can see the soul. Okay, more reference of the soul coming down from the upper right. So this is evidence to say that the red soul is that of the player, not Kris. I don't think so. I think if it's Kris's soul controlled by the player, it would have to serve the same role anyway. I don't think you can really read something that specifically out of that, or into it, I should say. Oh, this guy's calling out my referencing Kingdom Hearts. I don't get if the Kingdom Hearts clips are to make fun of Kingdom Hearts or to point out how much Undertale and Deltarune are similar to Kingdom Hearts in lore. The answer is both. Very much both. But also with the caveat that I know very little about Kingdom Hearts and don't play the games, and that me using them could potentially be construed as mean-spirited, so I'm sorry about that. But it's just too tempting. Anytime the soul lore goes off the rails, it's the first thing I think of is like Toby is just becoming Kingdom Hearts. There are a lot of parallels though. So sorry to the Kingdom Hearts fans. Yes, I could have just said yes, and that would have been an immense... it would have been better, is what I'm trying to say. Flowey soul, it's different because Flowey's a flower. Where have we seen this before? Based on some stories of Kris when they were younger, as opposed to more recent, it is possible that Kris lost their original soul in the same event where Des went missing. This is possible. People have speculated that that's the case. It's hinted that something might have to do with the bunker. Kris has definitely had a frightening experience with the bunker, but that's all we can really say for sure at the moment. This is also trying to make the dark magic plot relevant. I don't know about that, but yeah, that's a potential that might coalesce in the future, like Des, Kris being fucked up, and the bunker. They went on that trip into the woods and it was spooky. That might be relevant later. Another comment about the Flowey thing. Funny. This is a nice change of pace from Gaster-fueled theories. Yeah, I don't like relying on Gaster. The reason I think Gaster-fueled theories aren't satisfying is because they're too open-ended. Gaster is actually too powerful. Once you've brought in Gaster, you can make a case for just about anything you want. So it's nice being actually constrained by evidence rather than just using Gaster as a skeleton key to unlock whatever kind of lore you want. Sorry if this is a dumb question, but as someone who hasn't learned too much of the lore, couldn't Kris's soul be somewhere else? As in, Kris has a soul, but it was removed and replaced by the players. I know there isn't really evidence, but there's a possibility. Yes, this is the same point from before. This is not unreasonable. I feel like the third save file could just be for convenience. This is the point from earlier too. Yeah, it is for convenience. Trying to tie it to the game plot feels silly. I have to disagree. I may not be able to convince you, but there's a little bit of Undertale's plot that was sort of reliant on saving and loading being very relevant. So now that the idea of 3 souls has been put into my head, what if Kris has a soul of a pacifist? What if Kris has a soul of a pacifist and a soul of a genocider along with the player's soul? Is this going to turn into Frisk and Kara again? It can make sense both in universe and in a metaphysical way. Kris hasn't killed anyone, but they has done some questionable things, like sending the green lizard. You're bringing up the Yoshi lore, man. You're holding it against our guy that they dropped the lizard into the pit in a video game. Come on. Scaring, yeah, that was, Kris is a dick, but don't bring up the Yoshi first. Yeah, so Kris is a dick, Kris isn't innocent, but they also aren't malicious. It's almost, just for a second, it seemed like they were describing a normal character. It would explain the dark fountain they make during a non-Snowgrave run. Is this like a novel? Okay. Deltarune has 2 extreme paths. I don't think any of this implies any of the previously stated ideas. 1 soul for pacifist and 1 soul for genocide? Is that the same deal with Undertale? Like, you also had 2 extreme paths in Undertale. And both of those paths were determined by you, the player. You didn't need any in-universe souls to make those possible, so I'm not into that. Maybe Gaster made Kris from Frisk and Kara, then lets the player take control of Kris' Dark World form. Okay, you needed a period there, sorry. Take control. Kris's Dark World form looks a bit like Frisk to me. This is true. Unholy amalgam between Frisk and Kara, as I said in the video. And then the text came up that said, I have no idea how this works, but it's sort of, it looks like there's a point there, but I have no idea how to get to it. And this exemplifies that, because you have to resort to stuff like Gaster melting them in a tank or something. I don't know. Actually, I think that when the player's soul enters Kris, it kind of nullified Kris's soul in a sense. So Kris has 2 souls, but one of them is inactive. Yes, this was a branch of the diagram. Ah, calling up my Binding of Isaac soundtrack. Very nice. Brain power go bye-bye. I don't know what that guy's deal is, but he's really cool. Yeah. Yes, Gaster using Gaster to fill cracks like a groat is in fact a cop-out most of the time. But on the other hand, Gaster is going to do something. Like, you don't want to be a Gaster denier. So Gaster is going to be responsible for something. We just have to pin the correct thing on the Gaster and make sure not to attribute everything to Gaster, I think is the key. Oh, Dorumin has spotted their own comment. Gaster denier, yeah. Pin the tail on the Gaster. Am I okay? I've been doing this for 6 hours. I think I'm okay. I think my IQ has dropped by a few points. Not because of the comments. I'm not making a jab at the comments, but because I've been streaming for 6 hours and I've never streamed before. But I might want to call it sometime soon, though. I definitely follow the one soul theory. The moral conflict it brings is incredibly interesting. Adding a third entity creates a scapegoat to push the player's bad decisions onto. That's sort of what I said. The main problem with Kara, since they have been reduced to true evil to a large chunk of the fan base. Very true. If there was a third entity shoved into Kris, it would end the same way. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I could see that. Like, even if Toby wanted the third entity to be like an interesting, kind of nuanced thingamajig, yeah, I could see them, the fandom, just turning it into Kara again, which is sad but true. I've always thought that Toby felt he didn't get the point clearly enough in Undertale and decided to be more blatant in Deltarune. I definitely loved how Toby has expanded it so far. Yes, I think this is in reference to the whole weirdness in Undertale about Frisk having like a sort of Kara riding along inside them, and it's a weird fucking plot point. Like it seems really relevant in a lot of areas, but in other areas it's completely ignored, and it doesn't seem like it rises quite enough to prominence to justify adding such a weird thing to the game. There's just a lot of jank that is unresolvable around the whole idea that Kara is like attached to Frisk metaphysically. And yeah, I do have a faint hope still that Deltarune may clarify that retroactively too. If it does end up connecting more to Undertale, then maybe it could contextualize that and Toby can elaborate on what he was trying to do in the first place. So that's nice to think. Yes, Lord English. Papyrus is doing the hikikomori route. Oof. Wow, this has been a long one. I'm impressed anyone's still watching, frankly. I'm very impressed that anyone is still watching this. Part 2 stream when? Asks Toby. I don't know. I'll think of it later when I'm capable of thinking. Headspace is just a dark world. Omori cut his head once and is now filled with black fog. Quote says, I'd hate to ask, but if my post isn't updated, would you mind refreshing? Otherwise, it's going to be too scattered of a post and it'll be frustrating. Oh, I see. So if I do end up getting to yours, which I don't know how likely that is, yeah, sure. Were you not the one? I'm trying to remember why your comment was so significant. I know it was significant, but it was because that you were the one who made the like the Snowgrave route argument for the third entity, right? Like I think that was it. Like in the determination video, someone left a comment which essentially just informed that entire section in the next video I made about how the third entity was sort of justified by Kris making a fountain after the Snowgrave route. Yes, that was Quote, so credit to Quote for that, because I basically just stole it. Totally just stole it. This is obviously in response to the most exciting part of the Deltarune fan base. I don't need to check that one. Yep, this has been addressed before. Same old, same old. I just had a thought. Can you see my cursor? Oh fuck, do I not have my cursor turned on? Shit. I've been gesticulating a lot with the cursor. And no one could see that. Okay, that's very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Let me add the cursor back in. Okay, that's sad. There you go. Honestly, I think you sum up your feelings on the matter and at the same time helpfully compartmentalize everything into a tangible array of possibilities to the best degree it could be. Whoa, that's a sentence. I didn't realize the idea of a third actor was so common. It feels like a blame direction and cushioning their own fall in most cases. Yeah, I wouldn't read that much, I guess, intent into it. I think it's a very reasonable desire, but and there are other reasons that people would want a third entity, but I think that is some of it. I like your old content. What on earth are they referring to? Like the video where I try to kick the barrel through the hole in Noita for like 7 minutes? I hope that's what they mean. That was a cool video. I'm clinging to the nonsensical Kris is soulless but is pure determination, meaning that they have more determination than we ever did back when we played Undertale and thus can have 3 save files and also live without a soul theory. Until it gets torn away from me by the cold slap of reality and Toby Fox, because it's the only theory that I haven't heard elsewhere yet. That's all one sentence, wow. Incredible video, by the way, yes. Well, that's a theory, all right. Just having 3 times as much determination is normal. I think if you try to... Determination is not robust enough of a plot point to add such hard rules into. Like, frankly, if you were going to add like an actual plot point where Kris just has 3 times as much determination as Frisk in Undertale, then you have to ask, like, okay, well, we know that Frisk has more determination than Flowey, but is it still, like, it's not enough to get 2 save files, it still gets rounded down to 1 save file? You have to ask, like, nonsense questions like that. So I don't think the lore is ever going to be made that specific around determination and what it does. Yeah, Homestuck. Why are people calling Kris he? This is in reference to the all the comments. The answer to this is that I don't know. A lot of people want to call Kris he, as we've seen so far. I had a thought while watching this video. What if Kris originally had a soul, but due to you and Gaster forcibly fucking with the balance of things, making a goner, and you basically replace Kris's soul with the player? I don't remember ever working with Gaster. I guess that's what the intro is supposed to imply. He's saying the intro is like you and Gaster conspiring to remove Kris's soul and put the players in. I mean, that's basically what... like a branch of the diagram that I considered. It's just phrased differently, so there's nothing like wrong with that. It's the replacement thing again. Okay, I understand you perfectly well. It's nice to find a Deltarune theory that isn't made by someone who is smearing their own shit on the sanitarium walls while they come up with the theory. That's a rather harsh take on the state of the Deltarune theory crafting community. I am not prepared to endorse it, but I guess thank you. A soul, B soul, I don't care what soul. I want Kris to have their life back. That person is all about the feels and not so much the lore, but I understand. In my personal opinion, the lore is only interesting because the games have so much like emotional power to them anyway. Like otherwise, it would just be arbitrary, random nonsense that no one would care about. Hopefully, not myself at least. The decision tree chart is not nearly comprehensive, but I understand the need to keep it somewhat simple. Yes, thank God. The decision tree chart nearly like broke my sanity as it was. Adding more interpretations would have made it just much, much worse. Ah, we made it! We made it! Quotes here. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, so the deal was that you edited this since the start of the stream. So it's like, I gotta refresh and get to this again. Okay, I'll just do that. Well, must not. How many? This is like way higher than last I checked. Are people trying to like stream snipe now? Is that what the deal is? This is not a good opportunity to stream snipe. Your opportunity to do that was the last 2 weeks. Pinned comment, by the way. I addressed that, I think, previously about some thumbnails being used in unflattering contexts, and that no harm was intended, and also that 40 million people tried to co-opt this to get my attention, which I do not smile upon, and they will not be receiving attention. Their sins will go unforgiven. Anyway. So we just gotta do a bit of this, I think, until we get to 9 days again. Yes, Michael Paul Patassin, I am still streaming. This will take forever. I'm not going to do it all today. There will be a part 2 at this point, for sure. I think maybe I'll end it, actually, by reading Quote's comment here, because it's probably going to take, like, the last ounce of my life force to get through it. Because I think everyone's falling asleep anyway, and my voice hurts, so... we're at 6 days. YouTube is really a good platform, for letting you just really easily access your comments in any order that you want. I appreciate their features. I don't even think you can sort by oldest in YouTube Studio. Like, I just don't think there's any way to do this without scrolling down. People are saying it's perfect for a morning stream. Maybe I should ask chat. I mean, I won't be able to get like a coherent answer, but should I have made the stream earlier? I tried to do a vote on the Discord, and everyone seemed to like the stream at the time it was, but I know I'm like in a really Western time zone, so everyone's going to be later than me. So maybe like an afternoon thing would be better. No, yes, maybe, yeah. I asked Twitch chat. Those are all the same person too, so I don't know why I tried. Yeah, maybe people weren't thinking that the stream would be 6 hours long when I made that poll. Yeah, I think it's probably a good move just to make it earlier in the future. Yeah, people in the UK are kind of just fucked, I think. I think whatever time I choose, it's going to be sort of weird. I should... Why did I stop scrolling? Baka. Morshu. We're gonna get there. No, I can't get distracted. Don't do it. Oh, okay, I recognize this one. There we are. Found it again. Yeah, this is the longest comment on the video, I'm pretty sure. And there's a second one. There's a follow-up. But Quote deserves it for providing valuable content that I could co-opt for my videos. Okay. Couple of theories. Point 1, third entity and why there is only one soul. Personally, I'm on the boat of the fact that the soul belongs to Kris, and we are just using it as a connection point of sorts. Alright. After all, saying that it's our soul goes against the idea of it being meta, because the whole goal of being meta is to say that, say how our control goes beyond what this game can even comprehend, since we can step out of the boundaries of life, death, and time. Yeah, it's true. To say the soul is actually ours is like asking someone to roleplay their characters watching the person who created them, the writer for that character. Asking someone to roleplay their character watching the person who created them. What the fuck does that even mean? I'm not totally sure what it means either, honestly. To say their soul is actually ours is like asking someone to roleplay their character watching the person who created them. I'm not sure if I follow that point, but I'll just move on and maybe it'll make sense in context. To expand upon this, the idea that came from 3 saves equals 3 souls literally makes no sense. Well, this is mainly a carryover from Undertale, to be fair. This is backed up because Undertale's save and load features existed because of 2 things. Alright, as a meta-narrative to show the idea of a single person manipulating time, yep. Because there is only one timeline, and everything you do exists inside of this timeline regardless of whether or not you reset. This is mostly true. I think this is the best way to consider the game, but it's also kind of contradicted by the fact that Flowey has 6 files later. Because you'd end up with the same situation, with like essentially having 6 different timelines going parallel. The other option is that Toby just didn't really think it through, and just it made sense that 6 souls equals 6 saves files, so he went with it. 3 souls for 3 save files makes no sense, because that means each soul would have its own save point. It'd make more sense if you could only have slots 1, 2, or 3, while the others seem to change and adjust based on where they're saving. But no, this is still the point with Flowey, right? Flowey, when he had the 6 souls, he could control all of them, until the souls like rebelled against him and removed his power to do so. So I don't think that's necessarily true, right? Where if we're assuming that Kris has 3 souls, then it would work the same way as Flowey, and Flowey could use all the save points at once. Saying that this is the strong point, though, is that like Deltarune is missing the sort of meta-narrative foundation that made determination make sense in its context. Because without that, you're left with just this sort of honestly janky system of like souls corresponding to different time streams and stuff. So this is a good point. Like Deltarune, if it's not trying to comment on what it means to like save and load in a video game, if you take that seriously as a part of the world, then there's less reason to have this much emphasis on souls corresponding to save files. What I'm saying is that Kris has 3 souls and 3 saves because it makes literally no sense from the narrative of both games. Oh no, okay, this is a quote within a quote. What I'm stating is the opinion that Kris has 3 souls and 3 saves because of it does not make sense in the narrative of either game, because that means you control the save point for each of the 3 souls that aren't even yours, because somehow the dominant soul is able to use any of the save point of the other 2 souls. Again, this is all coming from Flowey, right? All of this logic is based on the behavior of Photoshop Flowey. I forgot about... Okay, this is chat. I forgot about Flowey Omega, but I do bring up a point where we can only see 1 soldier in combat. That is true, and that might be an argument in itself against Kris having more than 1 soul, but I don't think it's directly relevant to Flowey. I think that's an independent point. Yeah, this has been acknowledged. Yeah, why is our soul the only one being attacked? If there were 3 souls, wouldn't we be one of 3 souls trying to dodge the attacks? Fair enough. That is a point. You can argue against it by saying it's just abstraction. Toby couldn't do that in the gameplay, so he just made it 1 soul, but you can also make the other argument, which is that everything Toby's ever done matters and should be analyzed, so therefore saying it's not diegetic is a cop-out. So yeah, that is a piece of evidence. By the logic of 3 saves to 3 souls, that would carry us to basically having 3 lives before we die hard enough to where we reset. Okay, yeah, this has been addressed with the Omega Flowey stuff. Also, consider that when Kris ripped out their soul between the time of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, when people assumed they ate the fuck out of the pie, I also plugged in the television. Yeah, okay, I didn't realize that you brought this up. That's a very, very good point. This means whatever controlled Kris, or simply just Kris, at that moment had the forethought to plug in the television because they knew that Susie was going to come over and was going to sleep over without even thinking there was any other option. That's maybe a bit stronger than I would put it, but yeah, Kris plugging in the TV between chapters has like big implications for them following an agenda, them having knowledge that we don't. Because even if you want to interpret it that Kris made the fountain just to keep having adventures with Susie, that's an impulsive decision. That wouldn't have been premeditated, and it wouldn't have required the TV being on. So Kris knows some shit that we're not aware of. Before Chapter 2, furthermore. Right. This means that whatever controlled Kris had the forethought. Yes. That feels like the person who would think that would be someone who knows the script. Yes, that's sort of what I was saying. Regardless of it being a third entity or not, that has a lot of weight behind it and cannot be overlooked. Yeah, I agree. That's an important point.
Focus point 2.
Third entity argument. A possible third player, or at least someone who's as strong as Gaster. I have to read that twice. A third entity argument. A possible player, or at least someone who's as strong as Gaster. So you're saying the third entity is one of those two things. The whole Gaster save and load thing, so like the menu at Chapter 1. I'm glad to see that's new evidence to so many people, by the way. That's good. It's less like you manipulating time in the universe and more like copying and duplicating actual data. Yeah, that's sort of how it came across, where it was always kind of acknowledged in Undertale that saving and loading was actually saving and loading. You were copying data on your computer, but I think they might be going further with it here. It's hard to say yet. However, just before we are even allowed into the game, we create a goner character. That character is discarded by force and another entity takes control. Yeah, potentially. That sort of follows in the line with the people who think that Kara cuts Gaster off at the end of the Goner Maker sequence because of the Japanese translation and all that. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be Kara. You're saying that it's just whatever entity cuts off Gaster co-opts that process and ends up inside Kris. Yeah. Okay. Gaster created a device that can store 3 universes at a time. Something like that. Create and destroy them on a whim. Someone was able to hack in and force us to no longer control our duly created avatar. Which is big. It means someone else is aware of us and able to do that shit. Yeah, that's one argument almost against the fact that Gaster gets like cut off by Kara or something, is like, that implies such a weird role for whoever that entity is that cuts him off. Like, they have to be really like in an ascended state of being to be able to where the fuck even is that scene? Like, it's nowhere. Gaster is just like sort of talking through the screen, and some other thing is able to like butt into that conversation. Like, what is that? It's weird. I've wondered if the third entity was actually the second player inhabiting Kris. After all, why would we be the only people doing that? What makes us so unique? I have a couple of points to back this up, but no definitive proof. Okay. The Goner character in Undertale. We have no idea about what a Goner character even is, yet we are creating one at the start of Deltarune. Yeah, that's true. That's referencing the Goner kid from Undertale. He's like the grey version of Monster Kid, I think. What if this device was also used to connect to Undertale itself, and the people who use this device to connect with his world? If this is true, that would mean that there are other individuals that could connect to a world at once. So multiplayer, basically. Putting Deltarune in this, if one person can connect to a body, then why can't two, if not Kris's body is password locked? Okay, my problem with that is that once you move from saying it's a third entity in universe to it's a second player, that is implying players aren't abstract concepts here. Players are humans on Earth, us who play the game. So if you're saying that there's a second player, I could ask, who is it of the 8 billion people on Earth? Like, who is it, literally? And no one on Earth is able to do that while they interact with the game. So I don't see how that fully makes sense. Like, you can't really put the player... You can't blame the events that Kris does by themselves onto the player, because players are not allowed to do that. Okay, Chad is saying that, can I explain who cut Gaster off? There is a theory, you know, at the end of the Goner Maker sequence, when it goes, your wonderful vessel, and then it goes, like, cuts to black, will now be discarded, etc. Like, the font changes there, and also the Japanese translation apparently uses a very different mannerism with its like, kanji/hiragana. So that makes people think that is a separate entity than was originally talking to you. Okay, where was I? Okay, 2. Kris can rip out their own soul. This has a lot of weight behind it because it happens so fluidly without hesitation. This means that it is a skill they're well versed in. Thus, they have either ripped out their own soul before or the soul of someone else enough times to be good at it. Yeah, okay. To be fair, Kris is a lot faster with the soul ripping in Chapter 2. So you could imply that, like, oh, they did it once and then they're better at it in the next chapter. Or that could just be the cutscene being shortened because you've already seen it and had the dramatic moment. So, if they were controlled in the past, then why would there only ever be one person to control them at a time? What does this mean? Oh, you're saying, okay, so if we take Toriel's line seriously and that Kris has a habit of ripping out their soul, and that would mean that there's a person controlling them previously to us, which would also mean that, like, why would there only be one person if there's been this sort of revolving door, perhaps, of people controlling Kris? Okay, there's logic to that, but there is room to doubt that line by Toriel specifically implies that Kris was ripping out the soul before, and there's further room to doubt that even if Kris was ripping out the soul, that it was specifically for the same reason as now, which is, like, to rid themselves of a third entity that is controlling their body. So it's a bit ambiguous, but there's logic there. The voice that forces us to not control our original character, do not steal. Yes. So that's what I was talking about, the voice that cuts off Gaster. Which is mostly relevant to the Japanese translation. Clearly that means there are other outsiders who view the world on the same plane perspective as us. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Like, who is in the spooky Gaster void with Gaster? Who else can be there? That's just a weird question that has to be answered regardless. This is completely out there, but Gaster has knowledge on how humans work. Yeah, Gaster studied the human souls and knows how to control them directly. The Deltarune connection thingy. Yeah, it's kind of true. Like, Gaster knows stuff about souls. But what if this copycat only knew how to control monsters? What if? I really don't know. Well, if we go by Undertale's logic, a monster's body and soul are almost interchangeable at some point. Thus, Gaster, having knowledge of humanity, created a device to let us connect to a human. Reading this again. Where does the monster fit into this? I've lost it. I've lost what this is saying. So Gaster knows how human souls work. The copycat only knows how to control monsters. And then this thing about Undertale, the soul and the body are interchangeable in Undertale. That's sort of true. They're just dust and a soul, basically. Thus, Gaster, knowing about humanity, created a device to let us connect to a human. I'm not sure what this is getting at, actually. I'm not sure. The other individual who forced us into Kris only has knowledge of monsters. And, okay, no, it makes sense in the second paragraph. I was premature in my judgment. And thus connects directly to the body. This is why the body movement is being so strange, because it's not meant to connect to something like this. Added on top of this, it has to rip us out, because if it doesn't, we could literally take back control. There's more reasons as to why Kris knows such a strange and dangerous ability. Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. That is all speculation. There's not really much that indicates that would be the case. My theory is that this individual / player wants the world to go by a certain script. That's a common theme I'm seeing. People think that there's a narrator, or not a narrator, some entity who has a script they want to follow. Which, if anything, that should be Ralsei because of the prophecy, right? I've seen people link the prophecy to Gaster even because of that one line Ralsei has that he got the prophecy from, like, the mists of space and time or something, and space and time in the same sentence are enough to conjure Gaster. Anyway, there are prophecies, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that someone is trying to force one. You don't get to choose who you are, your choices don't matter, everything is already decided, and the stage is set. I've said my problems with that many times, is that you do kind of have choices that matter. Kind of like how a video game with a single ending, whilst also having a million side quests, ultimately amounts to nothing changing, the ending will be the same. Yeah, that's the what I thought Toby was getting at before. It was that, like, he can make a game with one ending, but he can have an arbitrary amount of choice within that one ending. They're still trying to keep our timeline on track, the story on track, and is doing everything it can to make sure you can't flip the script on them. Okay, I see what the point is there, but again, I just don't think Deltarune has enough actual emphasis on the point about your choices not mattering for that to really be considered that much at this point. Like Susie says it, Ralsei has a prophecy, but I don't think that's enough to justify this sort of narrative that it all boils down to, like, keeping things on track, not letting the player go off course. There'll have to be more emphasis on that aspect of the story before I'm willing to consider that as, like, a deep element of the plot. Also, a fun little fact is how Kris was taken control of at night. Does this have any value toward the third entity, but it's a fun fact? Well, I think the reason that Kris gets taken over at night is because that's when they go to sleep, which counts as like a cutscene or something, so I don't know. Okay. That was a long comment. I was more thinking it was being less told and more shown because of how Snowgrave doesn't change the plot. Oh, that's true, yeah, Snowgrave doesn't change the plot. So maybe if that continues, that'll be the case. That's going to be how Deltarune really rubs it in your face that your choices don't matter. I should definitely play Mother 3. Sounds like it, yeah. Well, I've already skipped a comment because it said it had Mother 3 spoilers, so I am planning on it, eventually. Yeah, Ralsei being a prophet who got the stuff from Gaster. Is Domi asking me if I'm okay? Is my voice sounding that bad? Undertale is furry Mother 3. I have no disagreement. Yeah, the pronoun jank. You gotta love it. Kira's never depicted with red eyes. Doesn't Kira have red eyes in the ending of the Soulless Pacifist run? I think that's like the only place where, like, their eyes flash in the bed, you know? Deltarune is furry Omori. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Deltarune is furry Deltarune. You should be sorry for the Half-Life 3 meme. Yeah, Kara's normal eyes are not red, that is true. Right. Is there more to this? There's a part 2. Oh, that's a big part 2. Okay, I think maybe we can do it like this. So the last comment I read on part 1 of the stream is this novel, and then the first comment I read on the next part of the stream is this novel. And that way we don't miss any of it. And also my voice, I don't develop like vocal polyps. Alright, I don't want vocal polyps. So that's going to be... Okay, that's officially it. That is the last comment I'm going to read. I might hang around for a few minutes if anyone actually stays in chat, just to answer questions, but yeah, feel free to leave. I'm not going to do anything more interesting. I won't even play more piano because my parents are asleep. Six a.m. Yikes. Yes, hydration. I've drank so much fucking tea you do not even know. It's the only thing keeping my voice working. Yeah, how long has this been? Almost 7 hours? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Our lore theory... Yeah, just... Yeah, sure. There's a Mandela effect within the Undertale community, and it has to do with Sans. His eye never had blue smoke coming from it. I don't think I've ever seen Sans depicted in fan work with blue smoke. But on the other hand, the last AU I have been into, as far as Undertale is concerned, was fucking Dreamer Reborn, okay? So there are an infinite plethora of Sanses that I have never encountered, and all of them might have blue smoke as far as I know. How old am I? I feel for no particular reason that I don't want to say that. I don't know why, but I have graduated. I'm squatting in my parents' basement, to be perfectly clear. I graduated from university, but I think that's all the information that's required. There are also EUs that don't have a big Sans focus, but they are sadly overshadowed. Maybe says the person with the AU that I'm guessing doesn't have a Sans focus. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I agree, though, yeah. Sans is very dominating. If you get possessed, does that change your eye color? I've never been possessed, so I don't know. Yeah, does anyone know what happened to the Dreamer Reborn fan game? Like, because they got a lot further than the fucking the fan game that I was working on in 2016. Like, God knows. It had the funny bird character. How do you feel about Kris's zombie movement before ripping out the soul compared to backing away from the closet? I don't know what to feel about Kris moving in cutscenes, because I can appreciate that, like, it's really hard to convey a cutscene if you can't make your character move a little bit. That almost seems like an unwritten law, is like you're allowed to move in cutscenes without the player consent, but same as always, it's a Toby Fox game, you have to overthink everything, otherwise you're going to get caught off guard. So, I don't know. More focused on Papyrus, Frisk, Flowey, Kara, Undyne. I see. Papyrus and Flowey dynamic. Interesting. Yeah, that's... Okay, yeah, Bear Turtle is right. There's not a single piece of fan art that depicts Sans with a yellow eye, which is literally one half of the colors that it is. Maybe we need a bounty for that. If anyone can find a picture with Sans with a yellow eye, I won't really do anything. I'll be happy, I guess. I haven't played Undertale Yellow yet, but since at the top of the Undertale fan games on Game Jolt, I want to try it out. Yeah, people have been... I was astonished. I only heard like a couple days ago that Undertale Yellow not only still existed, but that it was like releasing soon. Because the last I heard of Undertale Yellow was like in early 2016, and I assumed that it had died like eons ago, like all the other fan games. But apparently no, it just still exists. And it's coming out, so that's kind of cool. Okay, Mero claims to have witnessed possession, ambiguously IRL, and the eyes do not change colors. That is good. Good to know. The Sans Tarot card has a yellow eye. I gotta check. Oh fuck, I shouldn't have opened a new tab here. I don't know why. I feel like you're gonna dox me if I open a new tab. Hang on. Yeah. It's both blue and yellow at the same time. There you go. If people are trying to ping me on Discord to send me stuff, I have like 50 million notifications piled up and I'm not looking at them. So we're exclusively communicating through Twitch chat right now. Oh, apparently Dork once drew Sans with a yellow eye. That is, it's important. Yeah. Fez background, yes. I am one of the 3 Fez fans that exists, I guess. Shoutouts to Phil Fish, everyone's favorite indie dev. Do you think we'll ever see Flowey's legs? I'm gonna say no, and not elaborate further. Dork just gonna screen cap the panel. I don't need proof. I'll take your word for it, but confuses Twitch and YouTube. What exactly is so confusing about this? Don't streamers just sit for like 8 hours at a time and talk about nothing? Like, isn't that like a thing people do? They sit in a hot tub and just ramble, and they never get tired or sleep. Another question about the Tesla profile picture. It's just because I thought he was cool in 2012 and I never changed it. Yeah, Dork's done 13-hour streams. This ain't shit. This ain't nothing. Yeah, come back when you've done a 13-hour stream, basically. I don't have a hot tub. Do I have donations turned off? I wasn't really clear on that. I wanted there to not be ads on the stream, but does that also prevent people from throwing money at me? Because I like having money thrown at me. Yeah, I didn't change my profile picture for like 10 years. An unmodified monster does not have enough determination to save. Correct. So the 3 save files would have to come from human souls if we're using them as proof. Yes, but I don't think that we should, bottom line. I've lost pretty much all faith in 3 souls corresponding to the 3 save files. Andrew, plug your Patreon. Oops, I just did. Yeah, how about instead, everyone who wanted, like, desperately wanted to, like, throw money at me in the Twitch chat, but couldn't. You can relieve that urge by going to the Patreon, because I get like significantly more of the money. Like, it's not just scooped up by Google. I don't know if I violated the terms of service somehow by mentioning anything about Google, but hopefully they won't find out. Yes, quote, you are literally, your 2-parter comment has forced a 2-parter stream. You don't need to throw more if you've already thrown money at me. That's not the point, no. Throw money at me and then you're done. You don't have to throw any more money. Unless you want to. Just saying. I hope the player getting stuck with Kris is that they were actually stuck with them because of our intended vessel was discarded, instead of just, you can give Kris freedom anytime by quitting. If we could give... that's kind of... Yeah, maybe you could make that argument that, like, the only winning move was not to play, kind of like the Undertale... Like, you're never supposed to reset the Undertale pacifist route, right? Otherwise it invalidates the canonicity of the ending. I've always loved and hated that part about the game. So maybe, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait for more specification on that. Merch when? I don't know. maybe never. You ever played Delta Traveler? No, I don't tend to have much of an urge to play like fan games and stuff for whatever reason. I tend to like just sort of passively ignore them unless like people are really trying to sell me. What more videos do you plan on making? Well, the next one is going to be an analysis of Deltarune's narrator, in which I've already transcribed like almost all of the narration in the entire game into a spreadsheet for that goal, so that's up next. I am not on Twitch. I have no intention of using Twitch to stream unless there's a good reason to do so, because my viewer base is on YouTube, funnily enough. Oh my god, chat's actually scrolling faster than I can read. This is terrifying. Do you think Flowey will be reused as a different person for rehearing? Oh, a red herring, maybe. I have no idea. Flowey coming back would be totally bizarre. You'd have to like have a different version of Asriel, and they'd have to be dead and also merged with the human soul and also converted into dust and put on a flower and injected with determination. So actually, I'm going to say no. The answer is revised to no, because Flyway shouldn't exist even in even in Undertale, and Deltarune would just be worse. A pure essay theme analysis. I'm not really sure what that would entail. Oh, do we keep saying Twitch chat? I've been ingrained. I watch streamers, but I don't stream. So that'll be the inaugural stream meme. That's what you do, right? If you're starting streaming, anytime something remotely funny happens, it becomes a running joke for like the rest of time. So from now on, I'm exclusively going to refer to chat as Twitch chat. I think the best fan game experience is TS !_underswap. I've never heard of that, but Delta Traveler is cool. And the Bits and Pieces mod. The Nico, the one-shot Ali has spammed an into it. Yeah, that's going to get patched in for the Switch version. What are my thoughts on the community's obsessiveness with Gaster? I think it's less obsessiveness, and it's partly Toby's fault. I'm losing the ability to speak. It's partially Toby's fault for making Gaster such like obvious, like a creepypasta theory bait character, right? Because I think I explained it in the video, where I tried to, is like Gaster has all these elements where he's really ambiguous, but like could be really powerful. We don't know what his motivations are, but maybe he's linked to some existing characters, so he's not completely disconnected. Yeah, Gaster's like a perfect storm of ambiguity that can just be used to solve anything. Wait a minute, I'm hearing that there's an Inverted Fate game of some sort? I actually know nothing about Inverted Fate, like I'm not going to pretend, but that's interesting. I have no idea how far it goes, how much it entails. But if it's got games, that's pretty cool. Will I do analysis in different games? Maybe, but I haven't thought of what that analysis is yet. I'm just going script to script at this point. I have problem. Okay, these are all replies to other people. The hard mode ending is canon. I legitimately do not even know how hard mode ends. That's how little relevance hard mode has seemed to have had on the community at large. Oh, and also the hard mode ending just isn't canon, if that's what you're trying to say. Like, if Asriel appears next to Flowey and they default dance or something, then yeah, it's probably not canon. Inverted Fate seems to be a bigger kind of beast than I thought. Again, I really don't partake in like AUs or that kind of stuff at all these days, so that's my excuse for not knowing about it. Do I have an estimate for the video's release? It won't take as long as the last one, I pray to God it won't take as long as the last one. That was a shit show, but I don't really know, to be honest. The pre-production phase is taking a long time this time because, you know, having to compile 700 lines of dialogue and then sort through them and then squint at the Japanese translation and just question what I'm even doing with my life for about half of that time. It's taking a long time, but the actual editing, I think the video I can get it much shorter, more like a 10 or 15 minute deal again, which is much better because editing that like 38-minute thing was like just exhausting. I was getting super burnt out by the end of that. Remnant C-Punk is offering help with that sort of stuff. I'm not sure exactly what kind of stuff, but I know you can message me on Discord if you have something in mind. Will you do more streams like that? Apparently yes, because I'm not done all the comments yet, so there's going to be a part 2 for sure. I don't know if I'll continue this going forward. It takes a lot of time. But maybe I will. I mean, people stream a lot of the time, and they don't even make videos along with that, so it seems kind of silly to think that streaming is wasting time. Deltarune will end with Sans using a time machine made by Gaster to go back in time to prevent the events of Deltarune. Yeah. General Kazatsky, your name is in the credits for Delta Bound. I don't know what that is, but cool if you worked on a fan game that actually got published. It's a greater achievement than I can lay claim to. Yeah, Inverted Fate. Sounds like a beast. Yeah, Alfie's never... You get that one little hint of, like, Alfie's uses little thunderbolt bullets in the pacifist ending, and then it's never elaborated on. It's kind of funny. My stream is in my own recommended feed. Yeah. Thanks, YouTube. It's doing its job. Inverted Fate, I have to say, it's better than just another variation on under swap, under fell tail, swap. That seems to be the format for a lot of AU nomenclature. Inverted Fate, much more punchy. Alfie's Neo, yeah. That's like asking you to roleplay a character to react to someone torturing you. I think the problem with that is that it's too many layers of mind reading such that I literally cannot imagine it. What you're trying to convey at this my sort of sleep-deprived state. I have based rec feed. ASMR unfolding ideas. Oh, is the ASMR leaking in? Where's the ASMR? I don't see it. Don't talk shit on swap. I wouldn't know enough about it to talk shit if I wanted to. Except that its name is pretty long. Unironic AU attempt at swap fell. I was observing that. Yeah, I remember something along those lines. I did not look into it further. Most of my knowledge from the AU scene honestly comes from the one Super Eye Patch Wolf video, which was supposed to be like a fandom retrospective to people who didn't know about the fandom, so that's embarrassing. What the fuck is swap? Oh god, yeah. The fan work rabbit hole. I know how deep it goes. Again, I worked on a fan game. I'm not immune, but somehow you can get that deep without actually knowing any of the other ones around you. Have I been staying hydrated? I've had like 3 bottles of tea over the course of this stream. I would bet anything on the fact that Noelle will be a villain at one point because of the line. Yeah, the Noelle is an angel thing I covered much earlier in the stream. I'm not totally sold on it, just because I think it's too big of a plot point to be justified with the sort of meager aesthetic evidence that we have. But there is evidence for that. Swap, swap, swap is Undertale but swapped, but the characters are swapped back, but the characters are swapped a 3rd time again. That's a good description, thank you. That video is really good. Are you talking about the Super Eye Patch Wolf one? Like, that video is really good, like, regardless of how much I know about the AUs, because, like, the parts that I was familiar with, he absolutely nailed the experience. Have you seen the 2 giants of Undertale fan animations, Glitch Tail and Underverse X Tail? I'm familiar with Glitch Tail. That was one. I thought it was updating like up until recently. Like it just never stopped, which is kind of incredible. I never watched any of it. I thought it was cringe back in the day. So I don't really know anything about it. And I don't really know about Underverse or Crosstail. And is that one of like the meta AUs where like the AUs are all in one AU and like Gaster is the guy? And yeah, it's safe to say I don't know about those. Super Eye Patch Wolf does do good stuff, yes. The most far removed Undertale AU. That is a question for God, maybe. We have opinions that Glitch Tail is not good. Okay. No one is leaving the stream, by the way. I was expecting like the viewers would just trail off until I could leave, but like it's been the exact same number. Underverse and Crosstail are AU crossover related. They have good animation and production values. Yeah, a lot of these things have really good production value. I don't tend to have a lot of patience for like really wacky, like battle focused AUs. Like that's not the appeal of the games for me. Yeah, that's a good point. Like the furthest removed Undertale AU is just the one where like every character is someone's OC, and it's unclear how it even relates to Undertale anymore. That's a good point. Do I have chat mods? Some dickheads can, just, you know that. I don't have any mods, no. I figured you would all be well behaved. I could have mods, but I just didn't feel like asking anyone. I dislike AUs that are just Sans. Yeah. The one where the entire underground is actually the inside of Sans' body, Sans' inside story. Everyone's been waiting for 6 hours for streamer interaction? That's what you've been waiting for on the stream called Responding to 1,200 Comments? You've been waiting for interaction? All right. My own project has a feature-length segment parodying Ace Attorney as one of the Metaton segments. that works as a Metaton segment. That just works. I mean, like, Toby already parodied Ace Attorney with the Papyrus date, so that's not even out of character. I'm a great mod, for real. I'm seeing this one repeated. I do wonder about the point of using Metaton Neo's body from a lore perspective in relation to Spamton Neo. Well, I think that the idea behind that was that that was... What are people calling Metaton? Is it actually Hapstablook? Is that people... I'm going to say Hapstablook, i.e. the ghost that became Metaton, was drawing their basically their own OC in the computer lab, because they didn't know any funky scientists who would just build them a body. So they were drawing their cool rainbow OC and then deleted it and then spammed and stole it. What do you think Ralsei meant by making recruits making the castle town stronger? Will you fight them or something? I have no idea what the recruiting minigame is. It really just feels like a minigame, to the extent that it's like passed under my radar in terms of like what it might mean to the larger story. I really don't know what the point of it is. The knight is just a middle-aged nerd that likes D&D. All right. You hope Mettaton and Mew Mew can get cool new bodies. Yeah, they could get canon redesigns, actually. That's a good point. I liked in the I only recently was notified of the Undertale alarm clock dialogue, which I can't believe is something that is actually relevant to the canon, and I should have been notified about. But I liked the part of it where it was trying as hard as possible to ship Mettaton and Mew Mew, and they just bounced off each other like hardened armor plating. Will we see Flowey's feet? Discussion of Ralsei's feet is banned in the Discord server, which Ralsei is basically Asriel and Asriel is Flowey, so no, we're not allowed to talk about Flowey's feet. Hand plates. That is an AU of some sort that I don't know anything about. Sans canonically Fortnite danced. Yes, that is probably the biggest piece of lore that came out of the alarm clock. Which is the most compelling narratively, Kris being the knight or not? Personally, I've said this previously, but I have a version of the story in my head where Kris is a knight, and it's cool still. I think many people assume that the story, it just wouldn't make sense unless Kris wasn't a knight, which I disagree with, but I don't necessarily think that Kris is the knight. The Discord server might benefit from moderations. Were there iffy comments about Susie? I mean, I haven't been looking at the Discord server for the last 6 hours, so if there's shit going on in there, yes, it would have slipped past my attention. So perhaps I will look into getting mods if that turns out to be the case. I have a person's offered to moderate the Discord server, actually. I just said to hold off until there became a pressing need. If I could ask one question to get a single answer and have it be absolute about Deltarune, what would it be? That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I might be able to answer it about Undertale. I think if it was Undertale, I would just ask, what was your plan with Kara? I would just ask Toby, what the fuck is Kara? That's really the biggest question that still gets to me. With Deltarune, it's harder because I don't know what questions are already going to be answered yet, so I still have faith that they might eventually be answered, whereas with Kara I have little. Yeah, and Toby would say a human and then slap me in the face, and then I would leave. One of the lore sleuths has unpleasant comments. Okay. I'll look into that after the stream because I'm not going to be able to read chat and look at the Discord at the same time. Toby has a lot of pressure about talking about Kara, so he's apprehensive. I don't blame him for being apprehensive, but I do blame him for a little bit. This isn't fair at all, but I can't help but blame him a little bit for having the character so hard to make sense of. I don't even care about Kara in terms of like what the morality is. I was never interested in the Kara morality debate, but I just want to know what Toby's idea as the developer of the game was. Like, what was that character supposed to do in the story? Yeah, they're actually the concept art that confirms Kara's name is Kara was something I saw recently, and that's still, I don't think that actually like invalidates my argument or my rant perhaps in the video about Kara not being the canon name, because like internal names that are used for development aren't the same as canon names. Like there was that Street Fighter character who was called Polnareff in the code, right? So but yeah, it is cool to know that Toby did have that idea as a name like in his head while the game is being developed. What the heck is an erase button? I'm pretty sure that there is no erase button. The erase function corresponds to you going into your Undertale directory and deleting the fucking game. Yes, the patch that was added, there was one word of dialogue patched in the hot chocolate where it said, like, Kris drinks the hot chocolate or something, and then it was patched to be you. I remember that. I might comment on that in the narrator video, or maybe not. Yeah, the mythological true name of the Hollow Knight protagonist that Team Cherry will never tell a single living soul. Yeah, all the lore about the tarot cards, every time I ever see someone bring up the tarot cards, it's like, oh, there's this cool thing that confirms something, and then it's like, it was censored before they made it official, like, invariably. There's no exciting lore left in the tarot cards after Toby was finished approving it. Kris is short for Christmas, and that Rudy named them. That is kind of funny, actually. You'd think it would be... I don't want to dwell too much on like what exactly the definition of Christmas is in Deltarune. I think that brings up some questions that aren't meant to be answered. But I would ask, when is Silksong? I don't care when Silksong comes out. I literally don't care. I've ascended to the point where like as long as it comes out on my lifetime, I'd be like, hey, Silksong. Kris is the bastard son of Rudy. So what, like, it's not even that, like, Asgore and Rudy are gay, which everyone seems to be thinking, but it's Rudy cheated on whatever with Toriel. That's the new crack theory? Okay. Yeah, Christmas is mentioned in Undertale, but, I don't know. There's a little bit. I mean, the fact that they have like a church in the town, which is explicitly not Christian, but they celebrate Christmas, is just kind of it's world building funniness. Do you think Gaster stopped helping Spamton when he refused to sell Gaster branded turtlenecks? Honestly, if Toby makes like if Fangamer has on its storefront a fucking plain white turtleneck sweater that isn't even described as a Gaster turtleneck, it's just described as Deltarune shirt with no further elaboration, like I would buy that. It would be funny. Yes, the Kara is not the real name, is basically short for character. That is, in fact, what I said in my previous video. Yeah, Metaton says Christmas. What will come out? Silksong or Chapter 3 to 5? Definitely Silksong, unless Team Cherry has actually been kidnapped by like the Mafia for the last 2 years and we haven't heard about it. I think Silksong could come out like honestly any day. Silksong could have come out any day for the last 2 years. That's what Silksong is. There's no way to predict it. Gaster and Spamton are exes, and Gaster ghosted him. That's a ship that doesn't exist yet. I think it has potential. See if UTG is into it. Rousey is sussy. The $69 Sans jacket. Excellent. Why are they holding back Papyrus? That's a good idea. I don't know. People think Papyrus has been in like the closet for so long, not the closet, the fridge for so long that people are saying that he's the knight, which is like, I don't know what would justify doing that. But I have no clue what the deal with papyrus is. I do think it is papyrus, because it wouldn't have said a trousseau of bones otherwise. That's like, who else is able to trousseau a bone? That's not even a real thing that anyone can do except papyrus. Yeah, the ship name between Spamton and Spamton and Gaster is Gaston. That's pretty good. It's better than Chrissy. I don't think Sans is capable of trousseling a bone. I don't buy it. Yeah, in the Goner Maker, there's a few names that'll elicit a reaction. I don't know if it's like the entire cast or just a few of them. I think if you say like Susie, then Gasterman says like you're about to meet someone very, very wonderful or something. Yes, Chrissy is that was the intent. It's one of the Ussi memes. The person trapped in the code. I've heard about that too. There's like just unused lines of code with a person having dialogue. That's kind of fucked up. It'd be weird if that was actually plot relevant, because that's obscure even for Toby. Sans can megalovania. Yes. Yes, goodbye, Jessica. I'm astonished. The viewers are going up. What is wrong? What's happening? Do you want the Gaster gift back, by the way? There you go. Toby briefly mentions the scrapped Chapter 1 Weird Route in the Fangamer live stream. I haven't heard about that. Yeah, I know what tussle is. Does anyone realize that bone trousseau, if you swap two letters, it just becomes boner tousle? I think that's probably something to do with... I don't know. Where are the tunes? Oh, you want the tunes back. Okay. Does anyone want more tunes? There's a funny... I only really plan to use one playlist. The Europeans are waking up, apparently. That's my viewers. I'll just reactivate the tunes. Whatever. Toby mentions a route where you team up with Susie in Chapter 1 to be a bad guy. Oh, yeah, he did mention that. I guess I didn't interpret that as being a snow grave, but that's basically the same thing. Have you seen Silent Chatter's iceberg videos? I've been too scared to watch the Deltarune iceberg video, to be perfectly frank. Papyrus is a name that elicits a reaction alongside characters who have on-screen roles. Yeah. Time zones exist, Jonas. That's an important fact to keep in mind. No one dances like Gaston. Yeah, the kill animation. Although I wouldn't say... if I was Toby and I was going to have a Snowgrave route at any point in the game, maybe before they even pin down when that would occur, they would have a kill asset made just to have it. So that doesn't necessarily mean that it was going to be in Chapter 1 for sure. The iceberg videos are actually good. That changes things. If they're actually good, I might watch it. Should I be one of those dipshits who just does a stream reacting to someone else's reacting to an iceberg video that someone else ostensibly made? I probably won't do that. Azrael wins the pacifist battle. Oh, that's interesting. The salt route. That's one of the... I've seen memes about the salt route. They follow a very specific format where the good ending is the funny eyeball monster and the bad ending is the salt route, but I don't really know what they mean. I think it's something to do with like teaming up with Spamton in Chapter 2. Yeah, Delta Traveler is when they... That's when they stick Kris and Susie into Undertale, right? The stream looks like... The Gastro GIF looks like Doom Eternal? How did they do that? The one-shot iceberg. Michael, have you seen... There's like one person in the universe who's done videos on one-shot, and he actually interviewed Night Margin and the other devs for like a whole hour. It was quite cool. I'd recommend that. I think the channel is called A Fox on the Internet. Funnily enough. Prunzel, there it is. Photorealistic black eyeball named Prinzel. And that was Papyrus. Alright. That's all I need to know. How come no one talks about how brutal Spamton's insult is at the end of Snowgrate? I don't know. It is pretty brutal. I think I've heard people talking about it. You're all alone crying at the bottom of a dumpster. The only entry on the one-shot iceberg is Plant Girl deserves happiness. Plant Girl fans, they do exist. The Game Grump playthrough of Undertale was hilarious because it came so far after the game was released. The fandom had like fully garnered its reputation of like terror. They had Aaron essentially on a handler. They had an intern on the stream with Dan and Aaron who was tasked with making sure that Aaron didn't piss anyone off or do it wrong. And it was just the funniest thing because she didn't really know what she was doing. She just like read the wiki before and was tasked with keeping Aaron from pissing off the Undertale fan base. So she was just terrified the entire time. And yeah, it was an experience. Why does Spamton talk like he adopted Kris and somebody? I think that's just like a salesman thing. If you pretend someone is your son suddenly, then it's easier to get them to buy product. How was the fandom back then? I came into Undertale very late. I don't really know. My memory of the early Undertale fandom was distorted by my own like fractured, frenzied state of consciousness during that time, so I don't really know. It was a bit simpler. People really just wanted Asriel to not be stuck in the underground like a whole lot. It was somewhat of a fixation. And there was Undertale wrestling, of course. The inexplicably early fan work. It came out like a month after the game. A 40-minute long wrestling parody. It's an immortal classic, basically. Yeah, it was simpler back then, to be perfectly honest. I don't know if it was better, but it was simpler. Everyone was just constantly raging. Anytime a streamer, or like it wasn't even streamers, it was just YouTube Let's Players, they would make a video doing the neutral route, they would kill Toriel and they'd get death threats and stuff. That was the vibe. I am currently in a crisis. Please call my mom and the police to get me out of this mess. Okay. Yeah, Underswap. Like, yeah, it was definitely, you had Underfell and Underswap were like the two flagship AUs that I remember, along with like the vanilla stuff like Dreamer Reborn, but yeah, Markiplier nuked the playthrough because the fandom was too toxic. Deserved, honestly. I used to write comments like that too. I was like legitimately upset by people doing like genocide runs. Yeah, which it's comical in hindsight because the whole point of the game, the whole point of watching someone play the game is to like to watch them make choices and have the game react to that. But the fandom was determined to shoot itself in the foot and like force everyone to play it the exact same way. So Inverted Fate goes all the way back to like 2016, like early. I had no idea. I still wonder if it's worth playing Undertale for the story today. I probably already know the whole plot. Oh, you haven't played it, but you know the story. Yeah. Undertale is a good time, actually. Mostly if you haven't played it before, but it never really drags. It doesn't ask too much of you or like your attention span. It's mostly just a good time. What was your number one upset style comment be if it was about Deltarune playthroughs? I don't know. I don't think that maps. I don't think there's any way to make that make sense. I love how Toby predicted that the fandom would be shit. Toby was a Homestuck fan for like God knows how long. Of course he... What else would he think? Hardly anyone experienced the plot unspoiled post-2016. That's true, but I still run into people who legitimately do not know the story of Undertale, and I'm just like, dude, quickly, get to a computer before anyone can assault you in the street and tell you the plot. Like, you have a rare treasure and you don't even realize it. Yeah, Undertale holds up, like, super well. Just like vanilla Undertale, no fandom, no nothing, just... It's like refreshing almost, just to go back to the original game, and it just works. It's very self-contained. Do you think the tree man, the egg dispenser, is Gaster or someone else? I don't see any particular reason it should be Gaster. There are aesthetic similarities, but it feels wrong to just assume that. The only other piece of evidence that you can draw is the funny room in the True Labs with the fridge where you're groping around in the dark and the narration says that you feel the silhouette of a man and a tree ripe with fruit. And so like you can take a few logical leaps to get from like, all right, that in True Labs, Gaster, True Labs, man, tree, man behind tree, Gaster. You can do that, but it's a bit tenuous. Yes, egg is the movement of a knight in Wingdings. If the hands point in the direction that a knight moves in chess. That is interesting. Do you think it's a glitch that ringing the bell in Sans' shop removes the egg? I didn't know that. I thought I rang the bell a whole lot actually, but I didn't remove the egg, but I don't know. Gaster feels like he popped into existence from the fandom. I was, okay, before the patch, because Undertale used to be that you had to mod your save files to get the fun values to work. And also there was no Clam Girl and no Don't Forget in Sans' lab. Before that was patched in, I honestly didn't think that Gaster meant anything. I thought that Gaster was just like an Uminiki reference that got out of hand, but the fact that Toby was willing to intentionally like add more Gaster stuff to the game as a patch, which there's not very many Undertale patches, period. That basically confirmed to me, like, even back then, like, Gaster's going somewhere eventually. When the fuck did the community actually discover Gaster? I'm guessing, like, half an hour after the game came out. There was a pre-existing fan base that was waiting to play it. I don't think it would have taken very long at all. Or maybe not that quickly. I remember when I first played Undertale back in like, it was October 2015, there were videos floating around on YouTube of like the Sans fight, and they all had these weird titles. Like one of them was just called True Hell, and then you saw a picture of Sans with like a laser blaster, and I thought forever that those were just photoshops, like they were literally fake, because I hadn't heard of the genocide route, and it was so weird to think that you could fight Sans. What are my favorite video games? My favorite is Undertale. It reserves the spot permanently and isn't really considered usually when people ask me what my favorite games are, because I don't think any other games hopefully will ever define like a 2-year-long arc of my life that destroys and rebuilds my personality from the ground up and informs my choice of career path. But other than that, I'm into like Outer Wilds, Hollow Knight, Celeste, they're real good. I'm into Omori, stuff like that. Photoshop Sans. I remember that fucking thing, right? There was this incredibly goofy looking, like, Super Sans. It's like fan fight that someone put together. Outer Wilds is extremely good. It has, if you liked the, how Undertale does its like big clusterfuck indie game emotional ending, Outer Wilds will deliver on that front. There's a quiche and waterfall. Yes, quiches do have eggs in them, that is true. Yeah, even if you have the fun value 66, the door only has a 10% chance of spawning. The 2-year downward spiral that changed me for life. but it's one-shot RN. What is that? One-shot RN. Oh, one-shot right now. I see. Yeah, one-shot hits pretty hard. I think there's a few games that if I hadn't played Undertale first, they would have destroyed me in the same way. Definitely Omori. I think like Omori would have been terrifying to experience in high school. Maybe one-shot too. Yeah, I thought you were referring. I was just looking at some of like the one-shot mods, like Fading Memory and stuff. I'm like, all right, is this some newfangled mod I haven't heard of? One-shot Nico. I am a Nico enjoyer. I don't really have favorite movies. Doki Doki Literature Club. I watched many playthroughs back when it was the hot new thing. I never really wanted to play it. I will say that if you watch any Doki Doki Literature Club playthrough, watch Northern Lion. No one else does it like he does. Yeah, Earthbound when you're when you're in grade school, that's gonna do some shit. Yeah, I've heard of. I don't think any of them are finished as far as the one-shot mods go, but I've heard there's like a couple of them, like sort of like AU story continuation mods. NL, yeah. Hey everybody. I wish I could imitate NL. It's to summarize NL's playthrough of Doki Doki Literature Club, he pronounces the anime sound uwa as if he's performing a Maori haka. His entire tongue leaves his mouth, and he looks like a gargoyle. Ralsei's name is based on an angel? You mean aside from being an anagram of Azrael, which is based on an angel? Raziel. Kinda. I mean, if you sort of need the EL at the end to get the angel vibes going on. I think it's probably similar because it's just an anagram of Azrael. Raziel is the angel of secrets in the Bible. Maybe there's something to that. Deltarune's religion being Christianity, but not really is lame. I kind of agree. I'm not really sure why Toby's leaning so hard into like Christian aesthetics and stuff, but then goes out of his way to like specify that the beliefs aren't the same. It's kind of weird. I mean, Toby pulled off Azrael as an obscure Bible reference, so I wouldn't put it past him. Knowing a bit of theology is good for any wannabe fantasy world builder. They should worship hard-boiled eggs. We don't know what they worship. They worship the angel, right? But we don't know what the fuck the angel is, so maybe the angel's just like T-posing Gaster. Maybe the Gaster gif on screen right now is what the angel looks like. I feel like as far as JRPG tropes go, like a lot of like Japanese games reference like heaven and hell and like explicitly Christian terminology in like a very agnostic way. It's hard to describe, but it's like back to the Evangelion thing, I guess. Angel's egg. Yeah. You're betting that Mike will have a connection to the Archangel Michael. I am skeptical, but we'll see. I don't really have any... Fundamentally, I just don't care what Mike is. Like, we'll find out. It's the first thing we'll find out, probably, is who Mike is, so... I'm good to wait. Yeah, Japan referencing Christian theology is similar to like Westerners referencing like old European pagan theologies, like the Greek and Norse gods. Mike Ditka, Big Shot 1997, yeah. when Mike is into TV on a suit with a bow tie. If I think if Mike isn't that, they're going to turn him into a Tumblr sexy man anyway, just out of spite, so it won't matter. I grew up in Louisiana but never tried Big Shot. That's your loss. Are there Dark Worlds in Undertale 2? I don't see why there would be. They were never mentioned. It would be kind of a shitty retcon if there just were. It's basically just all the Mike fan art is just Poe from Inscription. Ralze is a Shadow Hunter NPC, and Toby likes Shadow Hunters. I don't know what Shadow Hunters is, actually. The Bible has a lot of Evangelion references, that is true. I do not know the comic Paper Trail. I think I've heard of that, probably in the same breath as Hand Plates, which I also don't know about. Do you think all the super bosses will have vocals? I'm not sure if that's like a deliberate running theme so much as just Toby wants to have really crazy production value for the super bosses, so they usually end up with vocals. Like Flowey did too, remember? In the Photoshop Flowey. It's like Ronald McDonald voice samples and stuff. The underground is a dark world. There is like an angle you could take and try to say that the entirety of Undertale is a dark world that was created after Deltarune or something. That's what it's going to be building up to. I don't really have an opinion on that one way or the other. Could be, could not be, I don't know. We reached the 8-hour mark. Yep. Sacrifice Urayuli to summon the roar. The Dark World Chapter 3 is all of Undertale. Damn. Yeah, is it a prequel or a sequel, guys? Come on. The entirety of the game takes place as a chapter within the canon of the Deltarune. I don't know enough fan content. It's true. I barely know any fan content. And that's mostly because I'm just not really interested in pursuing it these days. I wasn't really properly engaged with the what you might call the Undertale or Deltarune fandom until I started doing these essays again. That's really dragged me back below the surface, but I was doing other stuff before. Ouroboros would indeed survive the roaring, yeah. Do I think Gaster will be a boss? I have no idea. Gaster could be the fucking window around the game for all I know. Have you seen how Toriel's kitchen matches the layout of the underground? I think that's within the realm of just Toby visual callback. Why make it different if you can just reference Undertale? How would you feel if Deltarune was cancelled and you only have the first 2 chapters? That's a nightmare timeline for sure. I don't think it would make much sense as it stands. I think Deltarune is still very much on the ramp up. Like as it stands, the first 2 chapters, I would not consider Deltarune even in my like top 5 games ever. I think it has a long way to go, but I believe it can go there is the thing. You acknowledge the possibility of pain and seizure. This is literally asked randomly. Randomly how? Alright, Dork just finally tapping out. I don't know how much longer we're going to be here. Chat is slowing down. It is an in-universe seizure warning. It's, yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Would I stream the Halloween hack? Maybe. Like MatPat did that, so I'm sure I could. Do I prefer analysis based on Undertale's hard magic or hard magic style lore or narrative structure? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Like, I think the Undertale's lore is only as hard as you give it credit for. Like if you start pushing on it, you're gonna find chinks in the armor pretty quick. So in general, I think that the nitty-gritty elements of the lore should be subservient to the thematic stuff, because I think overall in Undertale the thematic elements are much more solid than the intricacies of the lore. I think that Birdley is pretty much fucking dead. It would be kind of a cop-out if he wasn't. It's nowhere. It's not like Toby hasn't done something that dark before. It's well within his wheelhouse. I think for Deltarune to have the kind of teeth that Undertale did, Birdly needs to be able to die. Otherwise, it'll still feel like we're playing with Nerf gloves, honestly. I'm not sure why they would have had... I think the seizure warning is probably just a joke, because a lot of games just don't have seizure warnings. But I don't know. Yes, I am fairly sure that the Dark Worlds are going to be entertainment and or escapism themed. Yeah, even if you don't acknowledge the possibility, the game continues, so it must be a joke, yeah. Maybe it does cause pain and seizure. I really don't know. If the seizure warning sets a permanent flag, like if you don't acknowledge it, then it just doesn't strobe you, but if you acknowledge it, then you get the strobes. Yeah, I've heard that the Halloween hack is basically like a janky piece of shit, but it's worth looking at for like its intellectual value. This was like before even the like Baby Is You era, probably, right? You're saying that the pain and seizure explain Kris' movements. Maybe. Again, I never settled on like a proper reason for why Kris does that, so that could be the case. It's kind of irrelevant, but I was looking through the Deltarune sprite sort of rips. I often try to get sprites for the videos for editing, you know. But there's like an alternate version of, I think it's the animation that Kris uses when they jump from the bathroom window back onto the bathroom floor, where instead of like doing a cool knee slide, they literally just face plant like a sack of bricks and peel themselves off the ground. Deltarune was a Homestuck reference. Toby's probably working on his like 17th wrestling cross promotion. Kenny Omega's gonna dress as Gaster. I'm sure people have capitalized on that already, the Kris face planting thing. Homestuck was an Undertale reference. The final animation of Homestuck contains an Undertale reference because it went on for that fucking long. What do you think of the theory that Deltarune is only in Kris' imagination? Very little interest. People are heading out. It might be time to call the stream. It is almost 2 in the morning for me. God knows what that means for the rest of you heathens who don't live on the Pacific West Coast, but... Okay, I can't close the stream when someone's asking, what is Homestuck? It's a very good question, Michael. It's a webcomic that is very long, and no one can decide whether it's good or not. And usually if you reference it to people who've experienced it in its heyday, they react with like physical pain, but still somehow remember it fondly. That's sort of what Homestuck is. I think that'll do it. Yes, the Homestuck lifestyle. Alright. I'm nuking the stream in 3, 2, 1, see ya.